Chapter 001 Horror Q&A, You will die if you answer wrong. The second session of the Chunin exam, the central tower of the Forest of Death. In a room, Tian, Hyaganiji, and Rock Lee were resting slowly with calm expressions, waiting for the third preliminary round of the Chunin exam that will come soon. Suddenly, at this moment, a synthesized sound that seemed both human and inhuman appeared. Question: in the third preliminary round of the Chunin exam, Rock Lee from Konoha village of the Fire Country will face Gaara from Tsunagakura of the Wind Country. Who is the final winner? The sudden sound immediately startled the three people in the room. Looking around, whose prank is this? Obviously the third preliminary round of the Chunin exam has not started yet. Who is the winner? The rules are as follows. 1. There is only one chance, and all life forms in the field are eligible to answer. 2. Life forms that answer incorrectly will be randomly selected as punishment, including death. 3. Failure of the first question will generate a second question, and so on. When the answer is correct or all life forms in the area die, the field disappears. 4. The life form that answers correctly will receive a randomly selected reward. 5. Don't think about asking for outside help, because during the period of answering questions, everything outside has been paused. 6. Don't try to break through. If you give a warning once, the second time will directly kill the life form that breaks through. 7. You can choose to watch image prompts to help answer questions. 8. Each question has a maximum answer limit of 30 minutes. Once no answer is given within 30 minutes, it will be regarded as an incorrect answer. Dark golden holographic projections, subtitles, and a large blood-red countdown quickly unfolded in front of the three people. Looking around, the outside world has completely turned into dark brown, and only the room inside remains in color. I pressed the pause button, so the time in the outside world is now stopped. The three people who originally thought it was a prank couldn't help but swallow hard. A trace of fear slowly emerged from the bottom of my heart. You only have one chance to answer, and if you answer, you may die. And if what the weird voice said just now is true, no one will come to rescue them. Now, they can only rely on themselves. I want to see the video prompt, is that okay? After looking at each other for a few times, Hyaganiji spoke first. The video prompt will start looping in 5 seconds. Please complete the answer within 30 minutes. Let's take a look at the image prompts it provides first. Hyaganiji said to Tian and Rock Lee. Well, let's take a look first. To be honest, I'm quite curious about this question. Rock Lee nodded. I hope I can find some clues from it. Tian sighed. You will get it. Turning his head and giving a thumbs up to Tian, Rock Lee grinned and said, Youth will never stop so easily. After all, he now controls the 8 inner gates. Once released, he didn't believe anyone could beat him who worked so hard and fought so hard. But just in case, Rock Lee is still going to take a look first. You are really an optimist. Tian glanced at Rock Lee speechlessly, but was interrupted by Hyaganiji. Look, it's already started. As the subtitles and red countdown were pushed to the edge, a huge projection appeared in the eyes of the three people. Projection. The image gradually unfolded, revealing an extremely wide indoor venue. On the surrounding high platforms were all the war supervisors and participating ninjas. Under the huge stone statue of the seal, stood a ninja with the somewhat vicissitudes of life. Okay, then the game will continue. This is our next competition venue. It looks quite real. Tian exclaimed. Well, if it is really our future, it would be really scary. Hyaganiji nodded in agreement. Projection. The lens in the video quickly switched to a large black screen mounted on a high wall. Kick. As the flashing stopped, Gaara and Rock Lee's names appeared on it. The sand floated slowly in the field, and a figure suddenly appeared in the field. Looking up at Rock Lee on the high platform, Gaara said coldly, Come down quickly. Okay, this time it's your turn, come on, Xiao Li. On the high platform, Might Guy gave Rock Lee a thumbs up. Yes, Teacher Guy. However, be careful with his gourd, it may be more dangerous. Okay. Shouting, Rock Lee in the picture grabbed the railing and jumped directly to the opposite side of Gaara. It's so real. It feels like I'm really watching the third preliminary round of the Chunin exam. Tian Tian couldn't help but exclaimed. Yeah, I seem to have seen another me. Rock Lee nodded in agreement. This is the scariest thing. Projection. Standing up straight and extending his palms forward, Rock Lee smiled and said, I didn't expect to be able to fight you so soon. I'm so happy. Regarding Rock Lee's declaration, Gaara was cold and did not reply. On the high platform, his companion Kankuro said with interest, I really don't know what this watermelon head will do, but he definitely can't beat Gaara. On the other side, Temari also had a smile on his face, although he is fast speed is nothing to Gaara. Looking at other people's evaluations of themselves, even though the image is not the real him. But Rock Lee couldn't help but clenched his fists and made a bang. Chapter 002 This is specially prepared for you. Projection, as the game begins. Even though Rock Lee is very fast, he can't open up the situation in front of Gaara's impeccable defense. How could it happen? It's useless at such a fast speed. Harano Sakura said in horror in the stands. What's going on? Uzumaki Naruto said with a surprised look on his face. Looking at Uzumaki Naruto beside him with a smile, Kankuro smiled and said, any physical attack will be of no use to that guy. Why? It has nothing to do with Gaara's will. The sand will automatically form a shield to protect his body. Therefore, no one has hurt Gaara so far. This. Looking at the situation in the video, Hyaganiji and Tian Tian couldn't help but frown. If this guy Gaara can't be beaten, he doesn't have any weaknesses at all. If all this is true, even if he were in Rock Lee's position, he wouldn't have a good idea to break the situation. Moreover, the sand is definitely not just for defense. There is no need to spend time on defense, which means you can concentrate on attacking. Therefore, once you are hit by those sands, what will happen? Unable to help himself, Hyaganiji glanced at Rock Lee beside him. How come? I thought Rock Lee would also get into trouble, but he was wrong. A smile, an extremely confident smile, bloomed on Rock Lee's face. Brush. He quickly turned his head and looked at the huge image in the sky. Lee, what kind of trump card are you hiding? For a moment, Hyaganiji's furrowed brows relaxed slightly, turning into intense curiosity. Is it just a burden that you haven't unloaded yet? Projection. Damn it, he doesn't move at all, but I can't hit him. Oh, that's it. Gaara looked at Rock Lee with a disappointed look on his face. For a moment, the sand flew towards Rock Lee at an extremely fast speed, and he kicked his feet just as he was about to jump away. But he didn't expect that the speed of the sand was too fast, and it directly grabbed one of his legs. Boom! Rock Lee was thrown hard against the wall, followed by two more streams of sand. Not good. Seeing Rock Lee who was about to be hit again, Tian Tian couldn't help but clench his hands tightly. Projection. Okay, take it off, Lee. But, Mr. Guy, you said that you can only take it off when you are protecting important people. No problem, I approve. Giving a thumbs up to Lee, Might Guy showed a bright smile. Haha, okay Teacher Guy. With a smile, Rock Lee reached out and removed the two weights tied to his legs. Great, it makes moving much more comfortable this way. Humph, it's just that some heavy objects have been removed. Temari snorted disdainfully in the stands. Boom! As the heavy object fell to the ground, there was a huge explosion, causing billowing smoke. For a moment, the ninjas in the stands were stunned. Such a heavy object is really too much. Rock Lee, who moved so fast just now, was still fighting Gaara with such a heavy burden? Next moment, Rock Lee's figure disappeared from everyone's sight, and Gaara punched out without even reacting. Boom! The quick punch was countered by the automatic defense of sand. But it was not far away from complete breakdown. Boom! 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 The rapid blow made Gaara panic for a moment. No, it's still a little bit close. In this case. 8 inner gates, open the door, open the door. Call out. This moment. Rock Lee's already fast speed has once again been raised to a new level. But with the first gate of 8 inner gates, the door opens. Gaara's expression changed. With fierce and rapid blows, his sand could no longer keep up with Rock Lee's speed. Boom! With a kick in the air, Gaara was kicked directly into the air by Rock Lee. 8 inner gates, what is this move? Looking at Rock Lee next to him, Hyuga Niji frowned and asked. Niji, this is specially prepared for you. Grinning, Rock Lee looked up to one side and said loudly, I already know the answer, etc. Grabbing hold of Rock Lee, who was about to tell the answer, Tian Tian raised his hand and pointed at the image. In a short period of time, the situation has changed dramatically. Rock Lee, who was already confident of winning, now looked tired as he struggled to avoid Gaara's sand attack. What happened? With his brows furrowed tightly, Rock Lee looked at him in the image in disbelief. Could it be that his attack didn't work? Your attack missed. Frowning, Hyuga Niji snorted, I don't know what kind of moves you have specially prepared for me, but there must be a huge cost in them. Although it is fast, you can't completely overcome them. Does it hurt? Just now, Gaara used the body replacement technique to escape your winning blow. Clenching his fists, Rock Lee said seriously, it's not over yet, the lotus flower can bloom again, just watch. Looking at Rock Lee in surprise, Hyuga Niji returned his gaze to the image. Even if this is the case, do you still have a trump card? Chapter 003 Rock Lee is dying. 8 inner gates. The full name is 8 inner gates formation. The chakra in the ninja's body flows in the meridian system. The places that inhibit and control the chakra in the body include the open gate, the rest gate, the sheng gate, the injury gate, the du gate, and the jing gate. The 8 gate of the gate of shock and death. Opening the 8 gate actually opens the limitations of the body. Every time you open a door, you will gain stronger power, but you will also be more likely to get hurt. And just now, I should have only opened the first door in the image, open the door. Listening to Rock Lee's explanation, Hyuga Niji and Tian Tian gradually understood where his confidence lies. Just opening the first door is already so powerful. Therefore, as more and more doors are opened, the power and speed obtained will become greater and greater. Unable to help himself, Hyuga Niji glanced at Rock Lee next to him again. What kind of terrifying ninjutsu did this guy prepare to defeat him? At this time, Rock Lee in the video also opened the second and third gates of 8 inner gates in time. Looking at Rock Lee with green chakra blooming all over his body, the surrounding sand and stones slowly floated up from the ground under the huge force. For a moment, Hyuga Niji couldn't help but pursed his lips. He also held his elbows firmly with both hands. This was the trump card specially prepared for him. Are you ready to take action? No. A confident smile bloomed on Rock Lee's face again. He looked at Hyuga Niji and smiled, it's not over yet. It's not over yet. For a moment, Hyuga Niji and Tian Tian couldn't help but look at Rock Lee with wide eyes. Projection. Niji, Suzuki. No, I absolutely cannot be the only one who loses in a place like this. Teacher Guy, recognize me. Fourth gate, the injury gate, open. Boom boom. More intense chakra flow erupted on Rock Lee's body surface. His originally normal skin color had become completely reddish with blood. The stones around him were constantly jumping and splashing, and the ground had begun to gradually collapse. Boom, boom. With one step, the entire ground was directly trampled into several huge pieces. Rock Lee, on the other hand, kicked Gaara into the sky at a faster speed. Wow! The violent impact caused by the exposure completely affected the entire second floor stands. The violent dust caused many ninjas to cover their eyes. At the moment when Rock Lee acted, the huge scene made Tian Tian and Hyagoniji's bodies tremble violently. He looked at Gaara, who was kicked into the air and being kneaded casually like a toy. The previous arrogance has been completely shattered under Rock Lee's fist. This is really Xiao Li? It turned out to be like this. Reminds me of Rock Lee's declaration just now, it's for him. For a moment, Hyagoniji couldn't help but look at Rock Lee beside him. Xiao Li, you. Such moves, such terrifying skills. If at this moment, the person standing opposite Rock Lee is not Gaara, but Hyagoniji. With such powerful attack power and speed, even if he exposes Revolving Heaven's trump card, can he really withstand it? Will he be killed under such a terrible offensive? Thinking about it, Hyagoniji couldn't help but shiver again. Call out! At this moment, the scene ended. Immediately afterwards, it changed to the original scene before, the scene before Gaara and Rock Lee fought. Niji, it's okay. Looking at Rock Lee's bright smile, Hyagoniji snorted and didn't want to say anything more. Work hard, he needs to work harder. How did this guy Rock Lee suddenly become so strong? 8 inner gates must have been taught to him by Mr. Guy. Why, we are also teammates together. Could it be that his qualifications are not enough to reach 8 inner gates? Thinking of this, Hyagoniji's fists clenched and made a banging sound. Slowly turning his head, Tian Tian didn't know what to say for a while. The Rock Lee just now was really, really awesome. Can humans really use that kind of speed and power? The answer is clear. I, Rock Lee, am the final winner. With a bright smile, Rock Lee said loudly. But the synthesized voice reply that followed made Rock Lee's smile suddenly disappear and turned into disbelief. Sorry, wrong answer. Randomly collect penalties and start drawing winning numbers. How come? Impossible. For a moment, Hyagoniji and Tian Tian couldn't help but widen their eyes and looked at Rock Lee in disbelief as he resumed the battle with Gaara. In that case, the intensity of the attack was completely beyond their understanding. Surprisingly, it failed. The final winner turned out to be Gaara. How can that be possible? Is that Gaara from Sunagakuer so strong? So, Xiao Li is going to die? Punishment extraction completed. Chapter 004 Punishment extraction completed. Punishment extraction completed. Before the start of the third preliminaries, every room in the central tower of the Forest of Death will continuously play the video of Rock Lee showing love to Haruno Sakura. When they heard that the punishment was not to kill Rock Lee directly, the 3 of them couldn't help but heaved a sigh of relief. But, the video of Rock Lee showing affection to Haruno Sakura? In an instant, the way Hyagoniji and Tian Tian looked at Rock Lee completely changed. No wonder, during the first exam, I said I would leave for a while, but in the end I went to show my love to little Sakura. Tian Tian snorted with an unhappy look on his face. Xiao Li, I didn't expect. Seeing the strange looks in their eyes, Rock Lee waved his hands in panic and explained, No, it's not what you think. Humph, what kind of thing is that? He hummed softly, tilted his face and said, You better think about it later. It will still be some time before the third preliminaries. By then, your image will be completely branded in everyone's hearts. The impression is gone. I express my love to Haruno Sakura, I hope you can think of it. Public execution. Just being heard by his companions made Rock Lee feel extremely embarrassed. If they wait until later, after they successfully come out of this field, they will play the reincarnation without interruption before the third preliminaries. In that situation, he really would be worse off than dead. Especially Teacher Guy, who is full of hope for him, will definitely be very disappointed in him after seeing him like that. At this moment, Rock Lee wanted to die. Why is it like this? His body was trembling slightly, and Rock Lee said softly, how about we don't go out? Glancing coldly at Rock Lee, Tian Tian looked up at the gradually changing subtitles. The 8 rules have not changed, but the problem has gradually become. Second question, who will Tian Tian marry after a few years? I want to take a look. After the previous experience and seeing the problem change, Hyaganiji spoke habitually. But before he could finish speaking, he was directly pushed down by Tian Tian next to him. No, impossible. Thinking that her own video would be broadcast to the public, the expression on Tianatian's face completely changed. No, such a thing can never be played. Congratulations. Why? What? Seeing the colorful fireworks blooming in front of their eyes, the 3 of them were stunned for a moment. Is this the correct answer? How come, I just... As he talked, Tianatian's voice became smaller and smaller, and the words behind, I don't want you to see it, were completely inaudible. Correct answer. And, since you answer within 30 seconds, if you answer quickly and correctly, you will get double the reward draw. Now, start drawing rewards. Surprisingly, it's actually right. With his eyes widened, Tian Tian looked at the quickly fading fonts and images next to him, feeling a little unbelievable for a moment. You. Looking at Tian Tian in front of him, Hyaganiji couldn't help but give her a thumbs up. Tian Tian, we have you. In contrast, Rock Lee next to him looked completely crushed. Thinking about the fact that he was about to be publicly executed, his heart was about to collapse. Why so fast? He was not given any time to prepare at all. After going out like this, how should he face everyone? The more he thought about it, the more uncomfortable he became, and glistening tears burst out from the corners of Rock Lee's eyes. My face was dripping with tears. Deserve it. Glancing at Rock Lee, Hyaganiji felt an indescribable feeling of joy in her heart for some reason. Okay, that's almost it. Take advantage of that free time to express your love to Harano Sakura, you are really woo-woo, every day. Looking at the pitiful and helpless look of Rock Lee who was holding her arm, Tian Tian couldn't help but sigh in distress. Okay, isn't this just a public video release? Just hold on, and it will be over with patience. Day by day. Congratulations, you have obtained vector manipulation. Congratulations, you have obtained vector manipulation. Duplicate skills cannot be learned. You can choose a life form you like and give it to him. Looking at the 2 holy white balls of light in front of him, Tian Tian slapped one of them onto Rock Lee's face. Ah, what? Tian Tian, what did you put on my white face? Rock Lee, who did not see the light ball appear due to the angle, looked at Tian Tian with a puzzled look. But at this time, Tian Tian had no time to go see Rock Lee. There are 2 vector manipulations. After giving one to Rock Lee, she directly learned the other one. In an instant, a huge amount of memory information burst out in her mind. Vector manipulation. Chapter 005 Rock Lee was publicly executed. Everything in the world has vectors. Vector manipulation is the manipulation of the vector direction of everything in the world. According to the equal understanding and calculation power of an individual, the higher the understanding and calculation power, the more powerful and complex vectors will be able to be manipulated. Looking at Tian Tian and Rock Lee standing there in a daze, Hyaganiji had something in her heart that she really wanted to say. Niji. Hey? What's wrong? Hyaganiji looked at Tian Tian in confusion. My head hurts a little. I'll go to sleep first, for a while. Powerful information exploded in my mind, and after the vector manipulation was completely absorbed. Exhausted and unaccustomed to it at the beginning, after Tian Tian confessed to Hyaganiji, his whole body was completely weak and he sat down against the wall. Pang! Next to him, Rock Lee was more direct and fell to the ground. Well. With a helpless sigh, Niji was about to sit on the ground. At this moment, an image of the same size as before quickly unfolded in the room. Among them, Rock Lee, who is wearing a green training uniform, and Harano Sakura, who is wearing a red cheongsam, are so obvious. Little Sakura. Why? My name is Rock Lee and you are Little Sakura. You. Looking at Rock Lee in front of her, Harano Sakura looked at him in confusion. Please date me. I will protect you until death. You, what are you talking about? No. I don't want it. Harano Sakura answered directly and decisively. Little Sakura. Ah, you guy with droopy thick eyebrows, don't come over. Seeing Rock Lee approaching gradually, Harano Sakura backed away with fear on her face. Little Sakura, love. Don't come over, don't come over. My name is Rock Lee. Sakura, please accept my love for you. I believe I can. Over and over again and again. Originally, when I first watched it, Hyuga Niji was extremely impatient. But he couldn't turn off such a thing, so he could only endure it forcefully. But as the number of plays increased, he watched. Poof. I don't know why, maybe it was just pure emotion, Hyuga Niji smiled. And this smile was completely unstoppable. What's this? Seeing the video of her exchange with Rock Lee playing in the room, Harano Sakura almost went crazy. What is this doing? Whose prank is it? Ah! So shameful, so shameful. Sakura-chan, do you think it was the one with the thick eyebrows who did it in our room on purpose? Uzumaki Naruto speculated maliciously. It's impossible. He has no way of knowing when we came here and which room we were assigned to. Unless he installed video players in all the rooms, but I think this situation should be impossible. Uchiha Sasuke he shook his head. Where is the player? I have to turn it off quickly, ah. I'm going crazy. I quickly looked for the player in the room, but couldn't find it at all. Looking at the constantly pulling images in the room, little Sakura was driven crazy. Haha, little Sakura, don't come here, little Sakura. He suddenly turned his head and looked angrily at Uzumaki Naruto who was causing trouble. He stretched out his fist and punched him hard on the head. Don't mess with me. Why don't you come over? Say it again. Don't come over, don't come over. Sakura, please accept my love for you. I believe I can. Staring blankly at the video that was playing in front of him, Yamanaka Ino looked at Nara Shikamaru next to him with a puzzled look on his face. Are our seniors so open-minded? Maybe. Little Sakura. Ah, you guy with droopy thick eyebrows, don't come over. Little Sakura, love. Don't come over, don't come over. Looking at the two people in the video, Temari couldn't help but smile and said to Kankuro next to him, don't come over, don't come over. Glancing at Temari speechlessly, Kankuro hummed, Temari, please accept my love for you, I will protect you until my death. You say? Ah. Blinking, Kankuro asked in confusion, what did you say? Have you been thinking about falling in love for a long time? Let me tell you, I am your biological sister. If you do this, you will be stabbed in the spine. Temari preached to Kankuro with a serious expression. He opened his mouth and was about to speak, but Gaara next to him said coldly, Kankuro, shut up, it's too noisy. Another thing inside the house. My brother's teammate is so awesome. Hyuga Hinata whispered with a blush. Haha, I almost died laughing. Our seniors are so awesome, they actually put such a thing in our house. Inyazuka Kaiba burst out laughing, looking like he was about to roll over. Horrible. Even Aberame Shino, who cherishes words like gold, nodded in agreement at this time. Chapter 006 The second round of answering questions begins. All rooms. Whether it was the people who came to the tower, or the previous work, preparation, medical, monitoring and other personnel, they all saw the love video of Rock Lee and Haruno Sakura. It can be said that at this moment, Rock Lee and Haruno Sakura are completely remembered by everyone in the room. There is still some time before the third game, but this image cannot be stopped at all. The leader of Konoha village and the third Hokage known as the Doctor of Ninja World. Looking at the image in front of him, he frowned. A layman looks at the excitement, an expert looks at the door. Being able to lay out such a trick quietly and in such a way that no one can detect it. It definitely couldn't be a prank, but it should be a sign of something. Sir Hokage, this image is being played in all the rooms. However, after searching the entire tower, we have not been able to find where the playback equipment is placed, and we have not found any specific suspicious points. Nodding, third generation said, "You go down first." "Yes." "Call out." The next moment, the ninja in front of third generation had disappeared. "Kakashi, what do you think?" The specific purpose of the other party is currently unclear, but the option of prank has been eliminated first. Such a method is definitely not something that ordinary guys can do. To be honest, if it is not a special technology, even I can't do it. This is what it looks like. Indeed, I can't understand what the initiator was thinking. Nodding, third generation turned and strode towards Rock Lee's room. "Is Might Guy here?" "Guy hasn't arrived yet, but do you plan to check out what's going on at Rock Lee's side first?" "Well, since the target of the image is Rock Lee, then maybe he will know something. Go ask Haruno Sakura in your group and see if you have encountered anything strange." "Yes." Nodding, Kakashi also disappeared next to third generation. The images placed in all the rooms, what do they want to do? Thinking about it, third generation is becoming more and more curious about the purpose of the people behind it. What is the purpose of doing this? Disturb? Or is it a metaphor? Or who is it conveying some message to? Rock Lee and Haruno Sakura should undoubtedly have no problem. Using the two of them to cast the image may just be a coincidence. "Call out." "Kakashi-sensei." Looking at Kakashi who suddenly appeared in the room, Uzumaki Naruto said in surprise, "You're here again." "Naruto, please wait a moment." Pulling Uzumaki Naruto away with a wave of his hand, Kakashi looked straight at Haruno Sakura and asked, "Have you experienced anything unusual just now?" "You're talking about influence." Shaking her head, Haruno Sakura said with an indignant look, "I don't know who made such an excessive prank." "Mr. Kakashi, can you please turn off this image? It's really shameful. I'm afraid this is not possible for the time being. Moreover, this is not only played in your room, but in all rooms. In other words, the video of you being shown love by Rock Lee has been entered. Everyone in the tower is watching again and again." Kakashi told Haruno Sakura honestly. This. Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke were stunned for a moment. As for Haruno Sakura, the heroine in the video, she grabbed her head with both hands and screamed like crazy, "It's over, it's over, it's over, I'm completely done, ah." Naruto, Sasuke, did you encounter anything strange after entering this tower? No. Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke shook their heads at the same time. Kakashi-sensei, are you saying that things may not be that simple? Uchiha Sasuke asked. Well, I can't say anything about this. With that said, Kakashi glanced at Haruno Sakura, who was looking crazy, and said with a smile, "You two take care of her, I'll leave first. Have a good rest and don't think too much." "Ah, what should I do, what should I do, Lord Hokage?" "Well, from the looks of it, it looks like you've had a smooth journey." Third generation said with a smile. "Yes." Rock Lee shouted Kide. I don't know why, but he was very energetic when he just woke up. "Hokage-sama, what can I do?" At this moment, Might Guy suddenly came to third generation. But before he could finish speaking, the cry of "Don't come here" in the image made him stop and look up at the image. Teacher Guy. Glancing at the collapsed Rock Lee, Might Guy turned back to Third Generation and asked, "Mr. Third Generation, is this what you are talking about?" "Yes, that's it." Smiling and nodding, Third Generation smiled at the collapsed Rock Lee and said, "Young people, you must learn to be strong. Did you encounter anything unusual just now?" "Just now." The condition is triggered, and the second round of questions starts. As the inhuman synthesized voice spoke, the room was once again enveloped in the familiar realm of Rock Lee. The only difference from the previous one is that this time there are the third Hokage from Konoha village and their teacher Might Guy. Chapter 007 Third Generation's Failed Answer. What happened? Suddenly shrouded in this strange realm, Third Hokage and Might Guy suddenly became serious. There is a sharp contrast between the grey and white outside and the colorful areas. What's going on? Ninjutsu, Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. During the seal, a shuriken was thrown towards the field by Third Hokage. Call out. 1 becomes 2, 2 becomes 4. A few meters away, it turned out that one shuriken had been divided into dozens. Eliminate nothing. There was no fluctuation at all, and even before the boundary wall of the domain was reached, all these shurikens disappeared without a trace. It's like it never happened. Question: what is the name of the son of the Konoha village Third Hokage who is still alive? The rules are as follows. 1. There is only one chance, and all life forms in the field are eligible to answer. 2 life forms that answer incorrectly will be randomly selected as punishment, including death. 3 Failure of the first question will generate a second question, and so on. When the answer is correct or all life forms in the area die, the field disappears. 4 The life form that answers correctly will receive a randomly selected reward. 5 Don't think about asking for outside help, because during the period of answering questions, everything outside has been paused. 6 Don't try to break through. If you give a warning once, the second time will directly kill the life form that breaks through. 7. You can choose to watch image prompts to help answer questions. 8 Each question has a maximum answer limit of 30 minutes. Once no answer is given within 30 minutes, it will be regarded as an incorrect answer. Dark golden holographic projections, subtitles, and a large blood-red countdown quickly unfolded in front of the 3 people. If you give the wrong answer, you might actually die. Glancing at the direction where he just threw the Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique, Third Hokage couldn't help but look a little gloomy. In the current situation, it should be impossible to force a breakthrough. Moreover, if you could control the passage of time in the world as the subtitles say, what kind of powerful being would that be? Why would such a powerful being do something like this to ask them to answer questions? There must be a purpose, but what exactly this purpose will be is really confusing. Did you also encounter such a situation just now? Might Guy asked the Rock Lee trio. Yes, Teacher Guy. Nodding, Tian said, this thing suddenly appeared before, asking us to answer questions. Then, because Xiao Li answered the question wrong, the previous video was played in all the rooms in the tower, and it was played until the 3rd session of the Chunin exam. It won't stop until the preliminaries start. After listening to Tian telling the truth about what just happened, Rock Lee looked at Might Guy with tears in his eyes. Teacher Guy. In other words, you should have passed it just now, right? Third Generation asked Tian. Yes, there was a weird question just now, and I answered it correctly by accident. He answered correctly by accident, and for a moment, Rock Lee looked at Tian with eyes full of resentment. Can you tell me what your problems are? Third Hokage asked curiously. Xiao Li's is in the 3rd preliminary round of the Chunin exam. Rock Lee from Konoha village of the Fire Country will face Gaara from Sunagakura of the Wind Country. Who is the final winner? And mine. Thinking of the question just now, Tian said in awe, my question is, in the future, who will I marry? There were probably only 3 of you just now, and the first question was about Rock Lee, and the second question was about Tian Tian. With that said, third Hokage looked at the question just asked again. If we want to make a summary, it is the previous question, which is about the future of life forms in the field. But now, is it about the life forms in the field? However, as the third Hokage, how could he not know who his own son was? Compared to the Rock Lee trio, this question is too simple. Frowning, the third Hokage spoke, Asuma. Wrong answer, the son of the Konoha village third Hokage who is still alive is called Sarutobi Asuma, and the punishment will be drawn immediately. Frowning his brows, third Hokage's expression suddenly darkened as he looked at the subtitles that appeared in front of him. This. The 4 Might Guys next to them couldn't help but widen their eyes for a moment. Can you still play like this? Chapter 008 The third generation died one after another. Punishment extraction completed. The life form that answers the question will be punished by death. As the synthetic sound that seemed inhuman and inhuman fell, third Hokage's eyes suddenly widened, and his pupils suddenly dilated. People. With a thud, he fell down, and was caught by Might Guy next to him. Dead, dead. Looking at the lifeless third generation, Rock Lee and the other 3 were trembling with fear. The instant death event in the conditions actually happened to them? The most important thing is that the target of death turned out to be the symbol of the village, Lord Third Generation. Teacher Guy. They, who had grown up in peacetime, immediately panicked after seeing such a situation. Nodding with a low expression, Might Guy gently put third generation's eyes on the ground. Might Guy said seriously, continue answering the questions. Yes, Teacher Guy. At this time, the existence of Might Guy is undoubtedly the ding in the hearts of the 3 of them. After receiving Might Guy's answer, Rock Lee and the other 3 looked back at the projection screen, waiting for new questions to be generated. Second question, who is Konoha village Might Guy Janin's lifelong enemy? Hitaki Kakashi. Following the lessons learned from the last third generation purpose, this time Might Guy directly said Kakashi's full name. Correct answer. And, since you answer within 30 seconds, if you answer quickly and correctly, you will get double the reward draw. Now, start drawing rewards. They were originally worried, but after hearing the unknown answer, the 4 of them couldn't help but secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Is this good? Might Guy looked at Tian Tian doubtfully. Yes, Teacher Guy. That's good. Heaving a sigh of relief, Might Guy looked at the third generation who fell on the ground, his heart heavy. An inexplicable question and answer directly took away the life of third Hokage, and then. Congratulations, you have drawn the right to resurrect a ninja. The resurrection list is, third Hokage, Might Guy, Uchiha Madara, Hyuga Hisashi, Uchiha Mikoto, Hitaki Sakumo. Seeing the names in the subtitles, Might Guy and Hyuga Niji couldn't help but breathe a lot heavier at this moment. Dad! Dad! The same cry made Might Guy and Hyuga Niji couldn't help but look at each other, and they both saw the desire in each other's eyes. But, looking at the third Hokage lying on the ground, Might Guy sighed, if the third generation had not died, I might help you get your father back, Niji. But, this time, it must be the third Hokage. Generation Sama. In the third generation project, as a symbol of Konoha village, Hyuga Hisashi, the father of Hyuga Niji, a member of the Hyuga clan who died relatively early. Which of the 2 is more important? Of course, needless to say. Looking at the name on the subtitles, Hyuga Niji also knew that now, it is obvious that the third generation must be resurrected. But even so, the tone in his heart could never calm down. The atmosphere is a bit heavy. Looking at the heavy expressions of Hyuga Niji and Might Guy, Rock Lee and Tian Tian couldn't help but try to breathe as lightly as possible. Teacher Guy, just make your decision. After gritting his teeth and saying this, Hyuga Niji's expression turned unusually gloomy. Sorry Niji. Might Guy said seriously. Once when the Kirigakur 7 attacked Konoha, Might Guy said goodbye to his father, Might Dai. If given the chance, he would also like to resurrect his father. Pity. Such a pity. Sighing secretly in his heart, Might Guy said, choose third Hokage to be resurrected. Third Hokage, resurrection successful. As the unknown voice fell, the body of the third Hokage automatically returned to the standing position before death. Then, the lifeless third generation breathed again. Slowly opening his eyes, third generation asked with a smile, young people, you must learn to be strong. Did you encounter anything unusual just now? Pang. As soon as third generation finished speaking, he fell down. Dead, dead? How could this happen? Seeing that the third generation was dead again, Tianation's eyes widened incomprehensibly. The Might Guy next to him frowned, trying to get shorter. Unexpectedly, the fallen third Hokage stood up again. There was no interest in the past, but it was there again. Third Hokage, resurrection successful. The unknown voice sounded again, and third generation slowly opened its eyes again. At the same time, the surrounding restricted areas had quietly disappeared. Looking at Rock Lee, third generation smiled and said, young people, you must learn to be strong. Just now, did you? As he spoke, third generation, who felt something was not quite right, slowly stopped what he wanted to say, then frowned and asked, what's wrong with you guys? Equals 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 equals. New books are uploaded, please add them to your collection, please give me flowers, and please give me your evaluation votes. Is there anyone else watching? Crying face. Chapter 009 Who killed the third generation? What happened to you guys? Looking at the strange looks of the four Might Guys, third Hokage recalled everything just now with a surprised look on his face. There's nothing wrong with it. After discovering Rock Lee's love video, I want to find out about Rock Lee's situation. Do you have any questions? Why, the eyes of Might Guy who came with him were so consistent with the eyes of Rock Lee and the other three. Exhaling slightly, Might Guy said, a lot of things happened just now. A lot of things happened just now. Hearing Might Guy say such words, third generation was even more surprised. Didn't they come to Rock Lee just now? Did something happen? Yes. Nodding, Might Guy explained everything that had just happened to third generation in detail with a serious expression. Of course, necessary modifications are required. There is absolutely no need to mention things like third generation dying twice in succession. Is that so? After hearing what Might Guy said, third generation couldn't help but glance around the room curiously. An ordinary room. Was he killed just now in this house? Death, resurrection. But his memory remained at the moment when he first entered the room. Can you control the existence of time? Such a terrifying existence, what is the purpose of doing these things? No matter how you think about it, third generation can't figure out the reason. Thinking of what he said to Rock Lee just now, third generation couldn't help but test it out and said, young people, you have to learn to be strong. Did you encounter anything unusual just now? According to Might Guy, they answered questions in the special realm he entered after he said this sentence. So, after thinking about it again and again, third generation still couldn't help but want to give it a try. Looking up and seeing third generation say this to him again, Rock Lee was a little confused. Didn't teacher Guy already finish what he said? What's going on? Next to them, after hearing third generation ask this question again, Might Guy, Tian Tian and others also looked puzzled. What's wrong? Has it been reset again? However, I didn't hear the notification sound that the third generation was killed or resurrected. The surrounding areas are also. The condition is triggered, and the third round of questions starts. As the synthetic voice sounded inhuman and inhuman, the room was once again enveloped in a familiar realm. For a moment, the 4 pairs of 8 eyes staring at third generation were full of surprise. Really, really coming out? Looking at the completely enclosed area around him, third generation tentatively formed another seal, ninja technique, shuriken shadow clone technique. It was still the same as before, without even reaching the boundary wall of the domain, it disappeared in mid-air. Third generation, are you feeling okay? Stepping forward, Might Guy tentatively asked third generation. And just as Might Guy finished speaking, the same large projected subtitles as before appeared in front of the 5 people again. The synthetic voice, which seemed to be both human and inhuman, also began to speak slowly. Question: whose hands did the third Hokage of Konoha village die during the Chunin exam? Looking at Might Guy and third generation, Rock Lee said solemnly, it's about the future again. Moreover, this time it's about the death of third generation. Third generation Sama. Looking at Might Guy, third generation recalled everything he had heard from Might Guy before. Teacher Guy, do you need to watch the video? After all, this is something in the future. If we just dream about it, we will definitely have no clue. Watching Rock Lee raise his hand and point to the 7th item on the projection, you can choose to watch the image prompts, which will help answer the questions. I turned around and wanted to talk to third generation, but I didn't expect that the projection had already begun to change. As the subtitles and red countdown were pushed to the edge, the sight of a huge competition venue appeared in everyone's sight. Projection. When the camera zooms in quickly. In the vast playing field below, Uchiha Sasuke faces off against a maracas. On the high platform, there were a large number of spectators. At the top, Hokage 3rd generation and Kazekage 4th generation looked at everything in front of them calmly. The venue for the 3rd official game. Might Guy said, looking at the 3rd generation beside him. Nodding, 3rd generation confirmed, yes, it is indeed the venue for the 3rd official competition. I have planned to finish this preliminaries and wait for the arrival of the great kings and leaders from various countries in a month before proceeding. It really doesn't happen. It's scary to think that this is my future, being able to check the future at will. Might Guy nodded in agreement. But Rock Lee focused his attention on the word future in the 3rd generation discourse. He had already had serious doubts after seeing how realistically he could be represented in the image. Now, after being confirmed by 3rd generation, I couldn't help but feel shocked. The result of his previous defeat by Tsunaga Kurigara turned out to be his future? Equals. New books are uploaded, please add them to your collection, please give me flowers, and please give me your evaluation votes. Is there anyone else watching? Crying face. Chapter 010 3rd generation failed again. As the projection continues, the line of sight gradually broadens and lifts. From the very beginning of the competition venue, after focusing on the 3rd Hokage and the 4th Kazekage for a moment, the camera gradually became visible to the entire ninja village. Afterwards, he quickly connected to the outside of the village. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The fast-moving figures, the ninjas wearing regulations and covering their heads, avoided the inspection of the surrounding Konoha shinobi. The leader of the team raised his hand and made a gesture. Suddenly, the ninjas who were originally together dispersed into multiple parts, extending along the outer reaches of Konoha village. People from Tsunagakur. Looking at the forehead protector and outfit in the projection, Might Guy frowned and said, Teacher Guy, can you tell what they are doing? Tian Tian asked curiously. They should be preparing to break through the village's surveillance and defense system, but what they want to do specifically requires further observation. Might Guy said. I didn't expect that just how many years had passed before Tsunagakur could no longer sit still. 3rd generation also sighed at the right time. After all, they live in an extremely difficult sandstorm environment, but the recent environment should not be so bad that it breaks their boundaries and makes them choose to go to war with Konoha village, right? Might Guy frowned. More than 10 years have passed since the third ninja war. Could it be that the fourth ninja war? Are we going to start again? Thinking about it, Might Guy couldn't help but glance at the three Rock Lee people beside him. Basically, most of the older generation will die, escape, or be banned. There are not many people left. If war really breaks out, the new generation who grew up in a peaceful environment will be worried. According to the current situation, it is Tsunagakure's ninjas who will launch the attack, and the current fourth Kazekage is sitting with the third generation, but I think the answer to the question should be someone else. Tian Tian said solemnly. This was the case with Rock Lee before. After being guided by images in a very targeted manner, his answers were wrong. The image won't say it directly, it will give you certain hints, but most of them will lead you in the wrong direction. Nodding, Rock Lee agreed and said, yes, such an obvious wind shadow should not be the real target. I was led to answer the wrong question just now. In response, third generation did not make a judgment easily. Instead, it focused on watching everything happening in the video, trying to find clues in it. What Tenten meant, he actually thought of it when he saw the Tsunagakure ninja. But is there another layer? The more obvious the answer is, the easier it is to throw it away. It's like predicting the other party's prediction of you, but in fact it's the other party's prediction of your prediction of his prediction of you. Projection. As the few people were communicating just now, the screen has switched back to the third official competition of the Chunin exam. In the anticipation of the audience on the high platform, Uchiha Suzuki off the court started a quick attack on the sand ball. Unfortunately, after a few tentative attacks were blocked, they retreated quickly and stopped at the high wall. Quick seals in hand. Kakashi's Chidori. Uchiha Suzuki learned it in just 1 month? It's really amazing! Might Guy exclaimed. Teacher Guy, Chidori is? Hyaganiji asked curiously. Well, lightning-style Chidori, Kakashi Janin's famous stunt, is also an A-level ninjutsu independently developed by him. As an old rival, Might Guy is naturally very familiar with Kakashi's skills. This technique combines chakra nature transformation and form change. Lightning-style chakra is gathered in the palm to form a high-intensity electric current, and the palm is like a sharp blade with extremely strong penetrating power. It is named because the sound it makes is like the chirping of 1,000 birds. The disadvantage is that you need to run towards the opponent quickly when attacking. You may be too fast to see the enemy clearly and be counterattacked by the opponent. You need to cooperate with Sharingan to achieve maximum effect. However, the target is Uchiha Suzuki, who was born with Sharingan, so they complement each other perfectly. What surprised me was that he was able to master chakra's nature transformation and form changes in such a short period of time. And the basic speed of activating this technique. After all, without speed, the power of this technique will be greatly reduced. Chakra's nature transformation and form changes. Since none of the three Rock Lees are ninjutsu-type ninjas, they are not too familiar with these two terms. However, for teacher Might Guy to say this, I believe the difficulty must be extremely high. Uchiha Suzuki. Projection. Zi la la. Blue-white light and arcs were flashing violently, and the surrounding walls were directly destroyed. The camera cut again, and Janin Baki, the leader of the Tsunagakure Gaara team in the stands, looked at the field with a complicated expression. The inner monologue was directly expressed, no way, damn Gaara, we don't know when the signal will be given. The camera switches to Temari and Kankuro. It's useless to do anything now. Kankuro's expression became worse and worse. Forget about executing the plan, is he going to mess everything up? That guy Gaara. Temari also said with a solemn expression. We'd better escape first. At this point, the screen switches back to the beginning. Off the field, the audience, the movie. No? So, the answer lies in this. Might Guy frowned. Perhaps, it really is the Kazekage. Third generation said solemnly. Answer is wrong, and punishment will be drawn immediately from now on. This third generation, who originally just wanted to tell Might Guy an answer and communicate with each other, was a little shocked for a while. The four Might Guys next to them were also stunned. This, can't it? Equals 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 equals. New books are uploaded, please add them to your collection, please give me flowers, and please give me your evaluation votes. Is there anyone else watching? Crying face. Chapter 011 What is the direction of adults? During the short period of punishment extraction, several people in the field were quickly recalling what they had said before. From beginning to end, they were speculating and did not give a fixed range. Only the third generation is the only one who has given the only definite answer. Third generation. Looking at Might Guy's increasingly serious expression, third generation sighed, I didn't expect that the truth of the matter was really not that Kazekage guy. It was originally a discussion, but unexpectedly it directly triggered the determination of unknown existence. Therefore, he thought too complicatedly. I didn't die that time. The introduction also stated that there is a chance of being drawn. If you were drawn last time, you will definitely not be drawn this time. Rock Lee said. Yes, if you win consecutively, the probability is very low. Tian Tian agreed. Please, I hope it's not. Just when Might Guy clasped his hands together and closed his eyes to pray, a synthetic sound that seemed both human and inhuman appeared. After the punishment is extracted, the life form that answers this question will die. At this moment, the four Might Guys looked at the fallen third Hokage in disbelief. No way? Why did you get the death option again? No matter what, the possibility of drawing instant death continuously is too low. Unless, the probability of immediate death is extremely high. Only under such circumstances can the instant death option be drawn so easily twice in a row. In other words, Rock Lee must have drawn another option just because of his luck. Gently placing the third generation on the ground, Might Guy sighed and stood up again. Looking intently at the third generation dying again, he couldn't help but sigh again. Teacher Guy. Looking back at Tian Tian, Might Guy shook his head and said, let's continue answering the questions. It's not that we don't have any hope. Just now, didn't we also get the option of resurrection? Yes, Teacher Guy. Tian Tian nodded heavily. But it was Hyuga Niji in the back, looking at the corpse of third generation with a gloomy expression. An opportunity to resurrect his father was given to third generation, but he wasted it so easily. At this moment, the inhuman voice appeared again. Second question, Konoha Village's Might Guy Jainin, who often complains about his lifelong enemy Hitaki Kakashi, should stop reading that Q-Hot Paradise all the time. Excuse me, who is the author of this book? Q-Hot Paradise? The three of Rock Lee looked at each other in confusion, and finally turned their attention to Might Guy. Teacher Guy, do you know? I remember Kakashi said this, but it was a long time ago. After looking at the question above his head, Might Guy frowned and thought carefully. If that doesn't work, why don't we take a look at the video first to help you recall it? Rock Lee said. No, no. Rock Lee's decisive answer surprised the three of them. Why is this answer? You are still young and not suitable for reading this book at the moment, so I can't read it to you. How about we carry it and you? Let me think about it first. Okay, Teacher Guy. Although he said this, Rock Lee became more and more curious. Tian Tian, have you heard of this book? Shaking his head, Tian Tian said, no, Teacher Guy said you can't read it. It should be the works of adults. My lord, please. After being told this by Tian Tian, Rock Lee couldn't help but curiously asked, do you know? What is your orientation? Forehead. After being stunned for a moment, Tian Tian looked at Rock Lee's eyes full of expectation, tilted his head and hummed, "I don't know." "Hey, what's wrong?" Touching his head, Rock Lee was puzzled. Did he ask an excessive question? Normally, Tian Tian has a good personality, but now he suddenly becomes so irritable. "Niji, you know what?" Shaking his head, Hyaganiji said, "I don't know either, but if you know something Tian Tian, tell us and we can refer to it together. Maybe we can find the answer." "Oh, no, my lord, sir, my lord, sir." Looking at Tian Tian dancing, Hyaganiji and Rock Lee became more and more confused. "What the hell is this? Tian Tian, can you describe it in words? I can't understand it." Rock Lee asked curiously. Staring at Rock Lee fiercely, Tian Tian sighed, "That's it." "That, what kind?" Frowning tightly, Rock Lee thought about it but couldn't think of any answer. He couldn't help asking Tian Tian again, "Tian Tian, can you explain it in detail? We really can't understand you like this." Hyaganiji nodded along. Gritting his teeth, Tian Tian said with a look of shame on his face. Equals 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 equals. New books are uploaded, please add them to your collection, please give me flowers, and please give me your evaluation votes. Is there anyone else watching? Crying face. Chapter 012 Confess your love to Kakashi Guy. That kind of thing, it's between two people, that kind of thing. Frowning, looking at Tian Tian who was almost fuming in anxiety, Rock Lee clapped his hands, "Oh, is that what you're talking about?" "Yes." Seeing that Rock Lee finally understood, Tian Tian finally breathed a sigh of relief. But it shouldn't be. There are some books about fighting. In order to understand the essence of fighting faster, ninjas read many of them. Even when I have a meal, I read them when I have the chance. With his eyes widened, he looked at Rock Lee who couldn't understand. He felt really tired every day. "Xiao Li, that's what Tian Tian should have said. You must have thought wrong." Tianation's mood suddenly improved a lot when she heard Hyaganiji come to her rescue. That kind. After being stunned for a moment, Rock Lee looked at Hyaganiji who was looking at him, and asked curiously, "What kind of thing is it?" "Niji, please explain it clearly." "Ninjutsu scrolls, many of these things are private, how could you see them?" "That's also private, not adult." "By the way, what exactly is an adult?" Shaking his head, Hyaganiji said funnily, "There are so many dazzling things there, even if a lot of forbidden technique scrolls are placed in front of you, can you learn it? Isn't it still easy to distract you now?" 2. Hearing what Hyaganiji said, Rock Lee nodded with complete understanding. Looking at Tian Tian on the side, he smiled and said, "You told me earlier, it turned out to be this," and he was still hesitating. "What did I think it was?" Facing Rock Lee and Hyaganiji who already understood in front of them, Tenten smiled and nodded. She has completely given up. And she shouldn't have been asked to explain this kind of thing in the first place. It's so embarrassing. "Okay. I remembered." Bang! Hearing a crisp sound next to them, Tian Tian and the other two people immediately looked at Might Guy. Smiling confidently at the three of them, Might Guy raised his head and said loudly, "The author of Q Hot Paradise's Toad Ji Yere. Wrong answer will result in a random draw." "What?" After being stunned for a moment, Might Guy punched the air with great anger, "Kakashi, you big liar!" They couldn't help but glance at the lifeless third generation lying on the ground. Rock Lee and the other three looked at Might Guy with worries in their eyes. "Oh, teacher, I'm sorry for you." Sighing, Might Guy sighed, "If I die too, you must resurrect the third generation first if you have the chance." "Tian Tian, although your hidden weapons are very accurate, their strength and speed are completely insufficient. If you continue to advance, physical skills and illusions are the two directions you can choose. Niji, I know you have been living with hatred since you were a child. I can't say whether the previous things I did were correct or not. But no matter what you want to do, strong strength is a must. Don't rely too much on your eyes, the ability of the body is the most important. Li, you have chosen the right path, just keep going. I believe that one day, you will become a powerful ninja that will impress him. Listening to Might Guy's parting words and thinking about the time they spent together, the eyes of the three of them couldn't help but moisten. Especially Rock Lee, who is like father and son with Might Guy and has spent a lot of time together, he burst out crying. He stepped forward and hugged Might Guy's body, and the raging tears couldn't stop flowing. Teacher Guy! Teacher Guy! Teacher Guy! Smiling and patting Rock Lee on the shoulder, Might Guy pushed him away and looked at the three people in front of him. Keep up the good work, the road ahead is very broad. Following Might Guy's words, Tianation's tears couldn't stop flowing down. After the punishment extraction is completed, the life form that answers this question. With their eyes widened, Rock Lee and the three of them prayed in their hearts that immediate death would not be an option. Naturally, Might Guy was quite uneasy. If he could live, who would want to die? The life form that answers this question will turn into a girl the next day. One day after confessing to Hitaki Kakashi, it will be released regardless of success or failure. But if you don't express your love, you will lose the opportunity to dissolve it later and keep your female body. What kind of punishment is this? After hearing this, Might Guy's face suddenly turned green. Although it is very satisfying that the instant death option was not selected, what does the option in front of me mean? Become a girl and confess your love to Kakashi? Gudong. Swallowing hard, Rock Lee and the other three looked at Might Guy with eyes full of sympathy. Teacher Guy, be strong. Didn't you say it before? The most important thing is whether it's painful or sad, you have to work hard to the end. What makes a person strong is not his body, but his strength soul. Rock Lee said affirmatively to Might Guy. Grinning, Might Guy could only put on a polite yet awkward smile. Xiao Li, you have grown up. Teacher Guy. The two people, like father and son, couldn't help but hug each other. Equals 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 equals. New books are uploaded, please add them to your collection, please give me flowers, and please give me your evaluation votes. Is there anyone else watching? Crying face. Chapter 013. Why is your face so red every day? Looking at Might Guy and Rock Lee hugging each other, Tian Tian and Hyaganiji didn't feel the slightest bit embarrassed because they had seen such scenes many times. Instead, think of Rock Lee who was publicly executed, and Might Guy who was about to turn into a girl and confess his love to Kakashi Jainin for a day. For a moment, looking at the two Might Guys hugging each other, Tenten and Hyaganiji's eyes were filled with sympathy. Put yourself in someone else's shoes. If their affairs were broadcast in public, it would be so embarrassing that they would die. No matter how good you say it, it will pass if you insist on it. Make life difficult for. In this life, I can't live with this. Not to mention, having someone of the opposite sex express your love to your lifelong best friend would be, almost embarrassing to death. In the future, after changing back again, how will you face your former lifelong best friend? Looking at it, Tenten and Hyaganiji couldn't help but shiver again. So scary. But at this moment, the seemingly human and inhuman synthesized sound sounded again, causing the four of them to focus their attention on the projection screen again. Third question, Konoha Village's Might Guy Jainin, who often complains about his lifelong enemy Hitaki Kakashi, should stop reading that Q Hot Paradise all the time. Excuse me, who is the author of this book? Isn't this question the same as the second question before? Teacher Guy, if it doesn't work, just take a look at the video prompts. I know you are worried that we might see the superclass content in the scroll and learn it privately. It's okay. Don't worry, we won't do it. Otherwise, we just turn around and don't look at it, Rock Lee said with a smile. Hey? Scroll? Secretly learned the content of the superclass. After being stunned for a moment, Might Guy didn't understand what Rock Lee meant by this sentence. Q Hot Paradise, isn't it a book for adults? Why is it related to some ninjutsu scroll or something? Yes, didn't Tian Tian just say that this is a scroll for adults? We shouldn't read it at this time, it will easily distract us. Your Excellency's role. At this moment, Might Guy suddenly recalled the words that the three of them had just chatted with every day. The adult-oriented scroll is dazzling and not distracting. Seeing Might Guy looking over, Tian Tian couldn't help but stick out his tongue playfully. Oh my god! Sighing secretly in his heart, Might Guy nodded and said, You guys stand in a row facing the wall. Don't look here. I'll take a look for myself. Remember, you must not look back. Yes, Teacher Guy. Okay. Yes. After watching the three people face the wall obediently, Might Guy said, Please show me the video prompt. The light and shadow kept flickering, making the light in the room keep getting brighter and darker. Hiss, unexpectedly, it's actually like this. So scary. Listening to Might Guy's surprised words, Tian Tian couldn't help but pursed his lips, and the curiosity in his heart was slightly aroused. Although, she does know what the adult means. However, she had never seen it before. She only learned about it from her friends. Originally, because I had been training, I had no time to care about these things. But now, after being suddenly pointed out like this. Involuntarily, after listening to the interactive words between Kakashi and Might Guy, Tian Zhen really couldn't help but want to look back. Take a deep breath, close your eyes, and calm down. She knew that her current thoughts were extremely dangerous and she had to get rid of them quickly. But the more you want to choose to separate, the harder it is to separate. He opened his eyes and looked away from Rock Lee and Hyaganiji beside him. He was serious and not disturbed at all by the interaction between Might Guy and Kakashi. Two people who didn't understand anything in the first place naturally wouldn't think wildly because of those words. Hyaganiji jumped right into his meditation practice. And Rock Lee is also trying to practice the vector manipulation ability he just acquired. Among the three of them, she was the most unruly at this time. Tian Tian, you must be at ease, those. I am self-convinced in my heart, but I don't want to be convinced by Might Guy's words, so awesome. Was directly broken. His body swayed slightly, and the moment he was about to turn sideways, he was controlled by Tianatian's self-consciousness. Hey, Tian, what's wrong with you? Why is your face so red? Tianatian's sharp breathing made Rock Lee glance sideways at Tian in confusion, and asked in confusion. No, it's okay. Shaking her head, Tian couldn't say that she was thinking wrongly. For a moment, she couldn't help but blame Might Guy in her heart. You said you could just watch it, but why did you still interact with Kakashi in the video? It's really too much. Tian, if you feel uncomfortable, why don't you just lie down for a while? Looking at Tian with some worry, Rock Lee said, Did you get hurt by the female ninja when you were fighting against her before coming to the tower? After listening to Rock Lee's words, Tian couldn't help but glare at him fiercely. Equals. New books are uploaded, please add them to your collection, please give me flowers, and please give me your evaluation votes. Is there anyone else watching? Crying face. Chapter 014 Return Senju Tobirama. Roll your eyes, don't cry. Following the formation of the seal, many veins quickly formed around Niji's eyes. Just now, he naturally heard the conversation between Rock Lee and Tian Tian. So, Niji, who didn't like talking much, just rolled his eyes. Niji. Seeing that Haiga Niji rolled his eyes, Tenten couldn't help but stamp his feet anxiously. That's enough for you. Seeing Tian Tian, who didn't feel any strange at all, Haiga Niji rolled his eyes and asked in confusion, Tian Tian, what's wrong with you? Yet, your current mental state feels so weird, it doesn't look like you anymore. Rock Lee said. I am so tired. Then sit down and take a rest. Good. With a sigh, Tian Tian sat on the ground with a look of helplessness. Seeing Tian Tian like this, Rock Lee and Haiga Niji looked at each other and saw the confusion in each other's eyes. Tian Tian is because that time before, he was too harsh on that female ninja. Plum. Hearing Tianatian's words, Rock Lee asked with confusion, what's wrong? Taking a long breath, Tian Tian tried his best to put on a smile, it's okay, I just thought of something bad. Don't worry, my body is still very good. By the way, you guys should also sit down and rest. Just give it a try. Okay, you told me earlier, I thought you were with that female ninja earlier. Lee, can we not mention that female ninja? Tian Tian smiled. Let's not mention it anymore. After smiling, Rock Lee said, if you don't like her, we won't mention her. I don't know why, but looking at Rock Lee's pure smile and eyes, Tianatian's previous mania was completely eliminated. He nodded gently and smiled sheepishly, sorry, I didn't know what happened just now, so. It's okay. Niji and I usually let you take care of us. Following Rock Lee's words, Haiga Niji next to him also smiled and nodded in time. Smiling, Tian Tian feels warm in her heart. Turn off the image, I know the answer. Brush. All of a sudden, Rock Lee and the other three couldn't help but look back at Might Guy. This time, it's no problem, I completely remembered it. He turned around and gave a thumbs up to the Rock Lee trio. Looking at Might Guy, Rock Lee and the three of them felt at ease with that confident smile. The author of Q Hot Heaven is Jiraiya, one of the Sunin of Konoha. I was able to confuse this. It's really, too bad. Congratulations, you answered correctly. Now, start drawing rewards. Yeah. That's great. Rock Lee jumped up excitedly. Next to them, Tenten and Haiga Niji also clenched their fists happily. Yes, correct answer. Marvelous. I hope I can resurrect the third generation. Please, give me this option again. Crossing his hands and clasping them tightly together, Might Guy prayed hard in his heart. Third generation. Looking at third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen lying on the ground, Rock Lee and Tenten couldn't help but pray in their hearts. Haiga Niji, although she feels slightly uncomfortable in her heart, she also knows the significance of third generation to Konoha village, and prays. Pray. Soon, the inhuman and inhuman synthesized sound sounded. In the expectant gazes of the four people, the option of resurrection also appeared on the subtitles. Congratulations, you have drawn the right to resurrect a ninja. The resurrection list includes Senju Tobirama, Uchiha Madara, Lin, Uchiha Shisui, and Yahiko. What about the third generation? How could? Rock Lee looked in front of him in disbelief. On the subtitles there was no name third generation Sarutobi Hiruzen at all. Could it be that they were directly eliminated because they were resurrected once before? You see, second Hokage and Uchiha Madara are still there. Tian Tian pointed at the subtitles and said. Probably not, but Mr. Guy, how about we resurrect second Hokage? Haiga Niji said. Looking at the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen who fell on the ground, Might Guy nodded. Now, if the third generation is no longer a choice, the second generation is the only choice. I choose to resurrect the second Hokage Senju Tobirama. Second Hokage Senju Tobirama, resurrection successful. As the unknown voice fell, a phantom appeared from scratch and gradually solidified in front of everyone. Short white hair, red pupils. He is in his 20s and is wearing a white and red Hokage robe. Here. After regaining consciousness, the huge pressure bloomed, and Rock Lee and the other three were directly shocked. Only Might Guy said unaffectedly, "Master second generation, I'm sorry to bother you." Monkey. While scanning the surroundings, Senju Tobirama naturally spotted third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen lying on the ground. Suddenly, his brows furrowed. Equals. Thank you very much Samsaga for the reward. Thank you so much for your monthly ticket, the most handsome guy. Then, I am also very grateful to you who can give me votes and flowers. Thank you very much. But if there are still more, can you vote for me again? Longing face. Poor new author, thank you here. Chapter 015 Tian, I'm sorry. How is this going? Frowning, Senju Tobirama looked at Might Guy who spoke to him. Nidame is like this. After Might Guy finished telling all the previous series of things, Senju Tobirama calmed down his momentum and nodded and said, "So, it is the 60th year of Konoha village, and you are now at the end of the second game of Chunin, this thing happened." Yes. Hey, it's really true. I can't imagine what kind of powerful existence it is. Sighing softly, Senju Tobirama also found it extremely difficult to face an existence that could easily resurrect him. But now, with the death of third generation, Konoha village is bound to enter a state of turmoil. Moreover, those little guys at Tsunagakure actually want to take action, ha! With the seal on his hand, the handsome Senju Tobirama, who was in his 20s, instantly transformed into the old third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. My identity is not suitable for appearing in public again. The death of the monkey should not be made public for the time being. Leave his body to me. Pass. As the seal was formed again, a coffin appeared and swallowed the real third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen lying on the ground. Yes, Nidame. Don't call me second generation in the future, call me third generation. Senju Tobirama said. Yes, Lord third generation. Might Guy said solemnly. Are the three little guys behind you your students? Looking back, Senju Tobirama looked at the Rock Lee trio with interest. Yes, Mr. Third Generation. Might Guy nodded. Just so. Glancing at Might Guy, Senju Tobirama walked directly outside. You guys should take a rest first. Your Jainin teacher and I will go out to do something. Yes. Seeing Senju Tobirama and Might Guy both walk out of the room, Rock Lee and the other three couldn't help heaving a sigh of relief. Second Hokage-sama's aura is really too strong. Tian said with lingering fear. Yes. Rock Lee and Hyaganiji, who were standing next to them, nodded in agreement. Don't come over, Little Sakura. As the question ends, the paused time flows again, and Rock Lee's affectionate influence begins to play again. The solemn atmosphere between the three people was suddenly broken. Unable to help it, Hyaganiji burst into laughter. Let me just say, it's good to smile more. Tian said with a smile. Have you ever considered my feelings, ah? Sitting on the ground, Rock Lee looked at Hyaganiji and Tian with a resentful look. Haha, Lee, it's okay. You'll get used to it gradually. With a bright smile, Tian stepped forward and patted Rock Lee on the shoulder, speaking softly in his ear. Eyes widened, Tenten, Rock Lee, and Hyaganiji standing next to them were all stunned for a moment. After coming back to his senses, Rock Lee quickly took 2 steps back and waved his hands. I'm not. Hyaganiji, who was standing next to him, couldn't help but his eyes widened even wider. and he couldn't help but open his mouth wide. Snapped. After a slap on Rock Lee's face, Tian Tian snorted and turned around to sit aside. I'm sorry, I'm not. Looking at Tian Tian, who was angry, Rock Lee knew that although he had done it unintentionally, he had gone too far. So, he quickly stepped forward and apologized to Tian Tian. It's my fault, I shouldn't be like this. Turning his head, looking at Rock Lee like a child who made a mistake, Tian Tian said seriously, Lee, you have gone too far. I'm sorry, Tian Tian, I'm really sorry. With tears on his face and looking at Tian Tian pitifully, Rock Lee prayed, please, next time. There's still a next time. No, no, there won't be a next time, there won't be a next time. Well. Seeing Rock Lee's pitiful appearance, Tian Tian sighed helplessly, and the anger in his heart slowly dissipated. Lee, you have to know that what you just did is very bad for a girl. Yes. I forgive you this time, don't give me another chance. Okay, thank you Tian Tian. Looking at Rock Lee's sunny smiling face, Tian Tian couldn't help but burst into laughter. Third generation Sama, I have already asked Naruto and the others, and I didn't feel anything unusual. It has been normal since entering the tower. Nodding, third generation, Senju Tobirama, said, the problem is with Rock Lee. We have already understood it. Feeling that the tone was a little different from before, and seemed to be more strict, Kakashi couldn't help but frown slightly. Kakashi. Glancing at Might Guy, Kakashi's doubts instantly dissipated at the affirmation given by his close friend who had been with him all year round. There is no problem with the third generation, or there is a problem but it is not suitable for him to know. Nodding, Kakashi couldn't help but sigh secretly in his heart, this Chunin exam seems to be getting more troublesome. Kakashi, Might Guy will be with me from now on. If you have something to do, go ahead and do it. Yes. Equals 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 equals. New books are uploaded, please add them to your collection, please give me flowers, and please give me your evaluation votes. Chapter 0-16 Orochimaru and the Gaze of Second Generation. The next day. In the spacious room, Mitarashi Anko slowly sat up. How is it? Does the curse mark still hurt? Third generation, Senju Tobirama, asked slowly. No, thanks to you, it doesn't feel that bad anymore. Mitarashi Anko said. At this time, the ninja standing next to him said, anyway, Orochimaru is also one of the legendary Sunin in Konoha. As an S-level wanted ninja, Anbu is not easy to take action. Now he suddenly appears here, and he can't figure it out. What kind of intention is there? Why? Suddenly, Mitarashi Anko recalled what Orochimaru said when she met him in the Forest of Death. Hokage-sama, one of the other party's intentions may be Uchiha Sasuke. Well, let's continue with the exam. Let's see what Orochimaru's real purpose is. Yes. Okay, let's go there now. With that said, third generation, Senju Tobirama, turned around and strode towards the door. How is it? Are you okay? Might Guy asked Mitarashi Anko. No problem. Good. Nodding, Might Guy quickly caught up with third generation, Senju Tobirama, followed closely by Mitarashi Anko. As everyone gathered in the preliminaries in the tower. Third generation, Senju Tobirama, after explaining the practical significance and specific rules of the Chunin exam, the third preliminaries officially began. Except for the chosen children, Sasuke and Kai, everyone else has to go up to the high platform to watch. Hey, don't come over. Senior, how could there be such a senior? You're so bold, you dare to. Hey, you saw it too. Did you see it too? Did you see everything? Seeing that everyone's topic was all about this, strange looks passed between Haruno Sakura and Rock Lee. Suddenly, Haruno Sakura couldn't hold it back and ran to Rock Lee and asked loudly, "Rock Lee, what do you want to do? I don't like you, but what you did is too much, you know. I'm sorry for causing you such trouble. I'm really sorry." Facing Haruno Sakura, Rock Lee made a straight 90-degree bow. "You?" Such a sincere apology made Haruno Sakura stunned for a moment. The situation seemed different from what she thought. "I'm sorry, I don't expect you to forgive me, but I can make you a promise." Looking at Rock Lee with an unusually upright expression, Haruno Sakura had a lot of words stuck in her heart. He opened his mouth, but he didn't know what to say. After seeing that everyone had basically ascended the stairs, Haruno Sakura couldn't help but snorted and strode up. The process seems to be going quite smoothly, and the situation is much better than previously thought. Tian Tian smiled. "Yeah, everything doesn't seem to be that bad." Rock Lee also breathed a sigh of relief. "Let's go, hurry up." Hyuga patted Rock Lee on the shoulder. "Good." Nodding, Rock Lee walked and said, "I've seen it in the video several times before, but now that it's really in front of me, it always makes me feel a little unreal." Listening to Rock Lee's words, Tian Tian said with some worry, "The Gaara who was predicted before was you and Tsunagakure. I don't know if I will separate you again this time." "No problem. After the previous experience, I am going to start the 5th gate directly this time." Rock Lee smiled confidently. He already basically understood Gaara's situation. But Gaara didn't understand his own situation. Therefore, Rock Lee's confidence in winning this time is extremely strong. 5th gate. Recalling the stunning scene when he saw the video earlier, Hyuga frowned slightly and said, "However, if you can't hold on to the pain, it's still easy for him to take advantage of you. You have to pay attention to this." "No problem, you forgot the vector manipulation I just learned." With a smile, Rock Lee said confidently, "Although I can't operate it very skillfully, it is just used to help me relieve some pain, and there is no problem at all." "Hey, are you able to achieve this level? In this case, the impact on your battle should be reduced a lot," Hyuga said with certainty. "Haha, aren't you curious about how far I have mastered vector manipulation?" Looking at Rock Lee and Hyuga who were both looking over, Tian Tian chuckled and said, "I dare say, I will definitely surprise you when the time comes." On the high platform, Orochimaru, the sound ninja Jainin teacher who was taking the Chunin exam, slightly raised his lips and looked at Uchiha Sasuke in the audience. "In this exam, not only Sharingan, but also ordinary techniques are difficult to use. Not only that, but Kai's abilities are very bad for you, Sasuke." What he didn't know was that the 3rd generation, Senju Tobirama, on the other side was also observing him. "Monkey, your unscrupulous disciple, let me teach him a lesson, and let me see how many years have passed. How far has the world developed, Orochimaru?" equals 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 equals. Super grateful to Samsaga for the reward. Then, I am also very grateful to you who can give me votes and flowers. Thank you very much. But if there are still more, can you count the votes for me again, eager face? Poor new author, thank you here. Chapter 017 Orochimaru and the 2nd generation are following. Ah! In the field, Uchiha Sasuke was pressed hard by the red copper armor and roared loudly. The pain of the curse seal, and the chakra all over his body was sucked away by the red copper armor. It can be said that Uchiha Sasuke is in the most difficult moment now. The advantage at the beginning was all lost because of the curse seal. Feeling the chakra being gradually sucked away, Uchiha Sasuke gritted his teeth. How could he fail here? Absolutely not, absolutely not. Move, move quickly. In the stands, Orochimaru looked at Uchiha Sasuke with interest, Kai's ability is to absorb chakra. Then, after all the chakra is absorbed, Suzuki, you have to rely on the power of my curse seal. Ah! The extremely angry Uchiha Suzuki finally gathered his breath and kicked the red copper armor away with a fierce kick. Uchiha Suzuki, the last survivor of the Uchiha family in Konoha village. Seeing Uchiha Suzuki fighting back on the court, Senju Tobirama felt quite sighing in his heart for a moment. Once upon a time, the two great families, Senju and Uchiha, had all withered away. The Uzumaki clan, the wife of his elder brother Senju Hashirama, which was once famous for its seals, also disappeared. The more he understood, the stronger the sense of separation from the times became in Senju Tobirama's heart. Hey, Shadow Dance Leaf! That's not mine! The red copper armor was kicked away, snorted, and attacked Uchiha Suzuki fiercely again. Then, he was kicked into the sky again. How come? In disbelief, he resisted the attacks that Uchiha Suzuki kept hitting him, but he didn't want to miss a point and was caught and whipped to the ground. Lion combo. Pang! There were some cracks on the ground. Pfft! He spat out a mouthful of scarlet, and the victim of the attack, the red copper armor, fainted. In this attack, Uchiha Suzuki used the power of chakra. Although the attack was strengthened, the curse mark on his neck was so painful that he almost fainted. After taking a breath for a moment, and when the pain of the curse mark was half adapted and half reduced, he gritted his teeth and slowly stood up from the ground. Victor, Uchiha Suzuki. Passed the pre-selection. Stretching out his hand, Moonlight Gale declared directly. Haha, great! Uzumaki Naruto in the stands jumped for joy. Next to her, Harano Sakura also smiled happily. Call out! Kakashi, who was standing aside, came directly to Uchiha Suzuki and said with a smile, well, you did a good job. Hachi gasped. Uchiha Suzuki glanced back at Kakashi, and snorted proudly. Thank you, Xiao Li. Turning his head to look at Rock Lee on the stage, Uchiha Suzuki was secretly grateful. If not before the game, Rock Lee's attack on him was copied by him using Sharingan. The outcome this time is really hard to say. It hurts. Taking a breath, Uchiha Suzuki felt the pulling sensation coming from his body, gritted his teeth and insisted, it seems that this kind of trick cannot be used easily. It was through Sharingan that all my previous attacks were copied. Rock Lee in the stands was also quite surprised in his heart. Can you still stand up? We are a medical class, you. Looking at the people from the medical class who came up, Kakashi smiled and said, you probably can't solve this matter yet. Don't worry, I will handle it. Nodding, the people in the medical class said no more, turned around and walked away with the red copper armor that had been knocked unconscious by Uchiha Suzuki. Let's go, Suzuki. I don't want it. I want to see how they fight first. If you leave it alone, it will cause irreversible consequences. You don't want to become an ordinary person completely, right? Listening to Kakashi's words, Uchiha Suzuki clenched his fist vigorously. If you can't be a ninja, that's absolutely impossible. Collecting information about other genin is important, but compared with not being able to be a ninja. But the latter is more important. Although he cannot see other genin's information with his own eyes, he can definitely obtain certain information from Harano Sakura. After thinking about it, Uchiha Suzuki nodded. After slowly standing up, he followed Kakashi obediently and walked towards the lounge behind the third preliminaries. With a curl of his lips, Orochimaru, who was the teacher of Jainin in the participating Sound Ninja team, created a clone by making a seal in his hand, and followed Kakashi. Senju Tobirama also curled his lips, formed a clone with a seal in his hand, and followed Orochimaru. New books are uploaded, please add them to your collection, please give me flowers, and please give me your evaluation votes. Chapter 018 Orochimaru's Chance Encounter with Second Generation. Sizzling, sizzling, sizzling. Combining chakra with a special fluid, Kakashi drew a seal formation and runes several meters wide in the lounge. At its center is Uchiha Sasuke's neck seal. Okay, it's written. Standing up straight, Kakashi said to Uchiha Sasuke, who was sitting in the center of the formation, "It will hurt a little later. Just be patient for a while and you will feel better soon." Looking up at Kakashi, Uchiha Sasuke nodded solemnly. Boo-hoo-hoo-hoo. His hands continued to form seals. After forming more than 10 seals, Kakashi squeezed his hands and said, "Sealing evil." As he finished speaking, his right hand placed directly on Uchiha Sasuke's curse seal. When the chakra is activated, white light shines. The runes on the ground seemed to come alive for a moment, quickly condensing towards the curse seal. Ah! The sudden severe pain made Uchiha Sasuke cry out loudly. Soon, as all the runes condensed, a circle of small runes formed around the 3 Megatama curse seals. After the 3 Megatama curse seals flashed fiery red for a moment, they immediately became normal. Hachi hachi. After Kakashi let go, Uchiha Sasuke couldn't help lying on the ground, trembling violently. Next time, if this curse seal occurs again, this evil seal will help you suppress it. However, Sasuke, this sealing technique is based on your willpower. If you don't believe in your own power, and if the will wavers, the curse seal will break out again. Snapped. After listening to Kakashi's explanation tenaciously, Uchiha Sasuke couldn't hold on in the end. The arms supporting his body relaxed and he fell to the ground. Looking at Uchiha Sasuke lying on the ground, Kakashi couldn't help complaining, "It's not like you at all, to be so tired." At the same time, another voice suddenly appeared, "You actually learned the sealing technique. You have grown a lot, Kakashi." Tread. Lifting his feet, Orochimaru slowly walked out from behind the pillar. Turning his head, Kakashi said in surprise, "You. Long time no see, Kakashi." Orochimaru put his hands in his pockets and smiled. Orochimaru. As he spoke, Kakashi's tone couldn't help but tremble. He had just put all his thoughts on Uchiha Sasuke, so he didn't notice anything strange around him at all. If Orochimaru had taken action just now, his situation would have been extremely dangerous. However, even in person, he was still under great pressure. After all, this is Orochimaru, one of the Sunin. "I'm sorry, it's not you I'm looking for, but the child behind you. Why on earth did you fall in love with Sasuke?" With a curl of his lips, Orochimaru smiled and said, "That's great. You've got it. You didn't have this before." At this moment, Kakashi instantly understood Orochimaru's intention. Sharingan, the power of Uchiha. There is no doubt that Sharingan is absolutely powerful. However, he really didn't expect that Orochimaru would also be eyeing this. "So, have you reached your limit and want to pursue another way forward? Or is it encountering force majeure? The recently built Sound Ninja Village is my village. I said this, you should understand." Listening to Orochimaru's words, Kakashi couldn't help but be stunned. But he thought in the wrong direction. It turned out that Orochimaru wanted to establish a force and then do some big things? "So, you want Sasuke to become your pawn?" No, Sasuke is an excellent chess piece, and the children who are taking exams now are just chess pieces. Don't come any closer." With a quick seal, he directly pinched a blue-white Chidori with his right hand. Kakashi said with a fierce expression, "Even if you are Orochimaru, I believe I still have the ability to die with you." "Oh, really, do you want to try it?" Orochimaru smiled with interest as he stuck out his lengthy tongue. At this moment, Kakashi couldn't help but widen his eyes and his legs were shaking. "What kind of look is that?" "Oh, Orochimaru, actually I also want to try out what kind of abilities the students taught by monkeys have. Tap tap tap. Not the image of the third generation, but completely using his own image. Senju Tobirama, who walked out slowly, glanced at Kakashi with interest, and then focused on Orochimaru. With their eyes widened, Kakashi and Orochimaru both looked at Senju Tobirama, who came out in disbelief. This is not second generation? And why are you still so young? Such domineering momentum is unmistakable, he is a real person. But how could it be? You. At this moment, Orochimaru broke out in cold sweat. Equals. Super grateful to Samsaga for the reward. Then, I am also very grateful to you who can give me votes and flowers. Thank you very much. Chapter 019 Orochimaru was pushed against the wall by second generation. It turned out to be Lord Second Hokage. As a descendant of Konoha, Kakashi never expected that the second generation would one day come to him in such a situation. Second generation, third generation. That similar tone just now, couldn't it be? Thinking of this, Kakashi couldn't help but feel shocked in his heart. But if that's what he thinks, what about third generation? The domineering aura of second Hokage Senju Tobirama is definitely not fake, and the panic-stricken look of Orochimaru in front of him makes Kakashi even more certain about the identity of second generation. But where did the third Hokage go? He can't possibly be dead, right? Thinking about that situation, it is absolutely impossible. Kakashi. Hey, tell me. Kakashi's attitude was unconsciously a little humble. After all, this is the legendary second Hokage, the absolute powerhouse who created the same era as the first generation of Konoha village. Leave Orochimaru to me. You can take this child named Uchiha Sasuke to other rooms. Also, Might Guy has something to do with you, so go check it out. Yes. Nodding obediently, Kakashi grabbed Uchiha Sasuke and disappeared into the room with a body flicker technique. Sure enough, as he thought, the second generation project produced third generation. However, why did Guy suddenly come to him? Orochimaru, what's wrong? Seeing Orochimaru's sweat-dropping look, Senju Tobirama couldn't help but frown and said, if you don't take action, I will. Well, Nidame, I think we should have some misunderstandings. Orochimaru still doesn't want to do it if he doesn't have to do it with the second generation. Misunderstanding. Shaking his head, Senju Tobirama said, okay, then tell me how I misunderstood. Actually. Under Senju Tobirama's cold gaze, Orochimaru was sweating more and more, and his mouth became increasingly difficult to use. I don't know why, but my brain, which was so bright before, is now a bit showy. Why, you can't tell me. How about I tell you for you and see if it's right? You. Tread. He walked towards Orochimaru, slowly moving forward step by step. Looking at Orochimaru who was on his back legs, Senju Tobirama said, establish the Sound Ninja Village, unite with the Wind Ninja Village next to it, and use the efforts of the two villages to hold the Chunin exam in Konoha village. Take advantage of the long period of peace to raise them. Loosen the moment and conduct a surprise attack. Hearing Senju Tobirama tell him his plan and approach him slowly step by step, Orochimaru's fear became even more intense. What's going on? Could it be that Baki is being rude? Combined with what he just told Kakashi about the Oto Ninja Village and Tsunagakure, can he think of this, or has he secretly mastered all his movements? Damn it! How could it be? How could a second-generation program suddenly appear? In this case, all his previous preparations would be in vain. It seems I was right. Seeing Orochimaru's performance, Senju Tobirama continued, as for your specific purpose, I haven't figured it out yet. Uchiha Sasuke alone should not be enough for you to mobilize such a force. Listening to these words, Orochimaru couldn't help but secretly breathe a sigh of relief. However, with this little information, we can make the precise judgment just now. This is the legendary second generation. Tread. Senju Tobirama continued to move forward slowly, while Orochimaru slowly backed away. In fact, no matter what the result of your raid is, it will definitely ignite the anger of Konoha village. Or do you think that relying on the monkey's master-disciple relationship with you, they will not launch a large-scale attack on you? Tread. The only thing I can't figure out is what kind of profit drives you to do this, or is Tsunagakure's fourth Kazekage out of his mind? Shaking his head and looking at Orochimaru, who was gradually being cornered by him, Senju Tobirama asked curiously, "So, can you tell me, what is your purpose?" After listening to Senju Tobirama's words, Orochimaru basically understood the situation. After all, it is quite remarkable to be able to accurately guess to this extent based on clues. But the specific situation... Boom! Orochimaru, who was stuck to the wall, was slapped there by Senju Tobirama. After swallowing hard, Orochimaru said slowly, "I don't know, have you ever understood the situation of other ninja villages? Except for Konoha village, they are all actively accumulating military strength, and there is a turbulent undercurrent inside. And Konoha, but it was too calm and peaceful. If this continues, I can't imagine whether these new generations who have grown up in peace will be able to succeed the previous generation and support the pillars of Konoha. Equals 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 equals. Super grateful to Samsuga for the reward. Then, I am also very grateful to you who can give me votes and flowers. Thank you very much. To thank you, I will try my best to update. Chapter 020 Orochimaru takes the shape of second generation. Looking at Senju Tobirama's domineering and cold eyes. After swallowing hard, Orochimaru said slowly, "I don't know, have you ever understood the situation of other ninja villages? Except for Konoha village, they are all actively accumulating military strength, and there is a turbulent undercurrent inside. And Konoha, but it was too calm and peaceful. If this continues, I dare not imagine whether these new generations who have grown up in peace will be able to take over the previous generation and support Konoha, which has suffered heavy losses in the successive battles of 1, 2, and 3. It just so happens that my topic is also stuck, and I want to see if there can be any new breakthroughs from Sharingan. In addition, Danzo also gave me the Forbidden Technique scroll I wanted to help him replace the current third generation. In this situation, I killed the fourth Kazekage who had a change of heart, assumed his appearance, and attracted a large number of Tsunagakure ninjas. As long as they are killed with this, Tsunagakure's backbone will have a serious fault. Under such circumstances, they could not bear Konoha's subsequent anger, so they could only choose to rely on it." After listening to Orochimaru's narration, Senju Tobirama nodded and said, "You are quite thoughtful. It is also to lay a good foundation for Danzo to take over the next generation of Hokage. Also, it's almost the same." Orochimaru laughed dryly. "However, what you said is indeed right. Konoha's new round of ninjas is really terrible." Nodding, Senju Tobirama continued to ask, "Can you tell me the reason why you judged Konoha? And, monkey, well, where are the other two disciples of the third generation, Tsunade and Jiraiya?" Letting out a breath of turbid breath, Orochimaru said slowly, "I think we have different ideas. Teacher, third generation doesn't allow me to conduct too cruel research, but a lot of research won't be possible without human lives. I also want to master more powerful techniques, and I don't want to become more and more fragile as I age. Maybe my temper was a bit extreme. After being discovered by the third generation teacher, I was kicked out of the village. Well, that seems like a monkey thing. Nodding, Senju Tobirama said, what about the other two, Tsunade and Jiraiya? Tsunade, due to the successive deaths of her younger brother Nawaki and her lover Kato Dan during the Great Ninja War, she entered a shadow that she could not escape from. Moreover, she was obviously a medical ninja but could not save them, and she also suffered from she became hemophobic and became afraid of blood. Coupled with the complicated political strife in the village, she left the village directly. In response, Senju Tobirama continued to ask, what about Jiraiya? Jiraiya is also because of the death of his apprentice, coupled with my being kicked out by the third generation, and the complicated politics in the village. Complicated politics. Shaking his head and chuckling, Senju Tobirama took a few steps back, turned around and walked out. Let's go, take me to see Danzo. Yes. With his eyes flickering, Orochimaru walked quickly to Senju Tobirama's side and walked out of the room with him. In the short period of time when Orochimaru had an in-depth exchange with Senju Tobirama, the third preliminary round of the Chunin exam has come to Tian vs Temari. After jumping off the stage, looking at the confident Temari standing opposite, Tian was also full of confidence. Tsunagakure's ninjas are very strong, this is something she learned after watching Rock Lee fight Gaara before. If she had only relied on her previous performance, the ninja who faced Tsunagakure might have been defeated. But now... Come on, Tian. Listening to Rock Lee's support from above, I smiled every day, and gradually felt a strong sense of performance in my heart. Vector manipulation, unrivaled power. Although she only studied for 1 day, the unknown existence had already forcibly instilled in her a certain understanding and manipulation method of the ability of vector manipulation. Game start. As the referee Yu Guangfeng finished speaking, Tian quickly jumped back. It may be your misfortune to become my opponent. As I said before, as long as I attack, I can finish you off in one fell swoop. With that said, Temari quickly took a step forward and smiled proudly. What, you want to judge my move? You are still very early. I don't mind, you can attack first. Okay, then I'm welcome. Nodding, Tian threw a few hidden weapons at Temari. Taking a quick step to the side, Temari avoided it just in time. What, are you testing me? Or are you unable to aim because you are nervous? It seems like you have nothing to look forward to. Looking at the extremely confident Temari, Tian was not shocked by this. After confirming that the opponent was indeed as powerful as she thought, Tian curled her lips and said, a straight hidden weapon can be avoided, but what about a crooked one? Equals.
7728
Super grateful to 7728 for the reward. Then, I am also very grateful to you who can give me votes and flowers. Thank you very much. Chapter 021 Meeting with Emperor Geis Kakashi. His feet started running quickly, and several hidden weapons were thrown towards Temari again by Tenten. You are very... After moving her feet to dodge, Temari was about to speak, but unexpectedly, the hidden weapon that had been dodged actually turned around and flew towards her. What happened? Puzzled in his heart, he waved the star fan on his hand. The hidden weapon flying towards her was suddenly blown far away by the strong wind. Turning his head, Temari looked at Tian with great interest. The hidden weapon was able to turn just now? It's a very interesting technique, but that's the end of it. Yeah, that's it. Looking at Tian's increasingly confident smiling face, Temari couldn't help but frown. What's the situation? Why did Tian feel a little uneasy when she came up just now, but after these few attacks, her feeling completely changed. Therefore, I tried to test her several times before. Now, are you sure you can capture her? Holding the star fan tightly in his hand, Temari was ready to go. Come on, let me see your ability and confidence. Boom! The chakra under his feet exploded, and Tian Tian jumped directly into the air. As a scroll was pulled open and sealed inside, a large number of hidden weapons were thrown towards Temari. Why, are you preparing to turn with a hidden weapon again? Hey, it doesn't work anymore. The wind ruffled. The hidden weapons flying towards Temari were all mixed with this strong wind, blowing. Seeing the strong wind carrying hidden weapons, blowing towards her all at once, Temari reacted very quickly and hurriedly waved the fan in her hand. But she didn't expect that the fan she swung out with all her strength was swung back towards her. What happened? Temari's eyes widened and it was too late to dodge at this time. He was directly hit by his own fan and the incoming stream of hidden weapons mixed with strong wind. The sharp hidden weapons and the strong wind carved a lot of blood marks on her body. Especially the fan in her hand, which originally output the powerful force of chakra, hit her own body. The direct result was that I fainted. What's the situation? Uzumaki Naruto in the stands looked around with a confused expression, but there was no one to explain to him at all. Likewise, it wasn't just Uzumaki Naruto who didn't understand. Except for Rock Lee and Hyaganiji, who were informed, everyone else looked at the situation with a look of disgust. What's the situation? This is? Even the referee Moonlight Hayate saw this situation. After being stunned for a moment, he finally announced Tianation's victory. Haha, okay. Congratulations, Tian Tian. Rock Lee said loudly and happily. Hyaganiji next to him also nodded with a smile. Previously, the gap between Tian Tian and Temari was really big. Moreover, Tenten's hidden weapons are naturally restrained by Temari's ninjutsu. Under such circumstances, if vector control had not shown its power, Tian Tian would have definitely ended up in failure. Temari. Turning his head, Kankuro asked Janin Baki next to him, "Teacher, do you understand the reason?" Shaking his head, Baki sighed, "I guess this may be the special ability of the girl Tian Tian, maybe a blood inheritance limit." The limit of blood inheritance. Hearing what Baki said, Kankuro and Gaara suddenly understood. The ninja world is filled with a large number of blood succession limits, and those who possess blood succession limits, if they can develop them properly, will have greater advantages than others. Even, just like in front of me, it has an unexpected effect. But what is the specific blood inheritance limit ability? If it were possible to control hidden weapons alone, it might be similar to the ability of a magnetic shield. But if the chakra wind blade deleted by Temari can actually be controlled, what kind of ability is this? As time goes by, more and more people have the same idea as Baki. Even the second generation's clone, the third generation, Senju Tobirama, in the field, couldn't help but look at Tian Tian curiously after seeing this situation. That ability just now was very interesting. In the lounge. After arranging Uchiha Suzuki, Kakashi came to the room that Might Guy had agreed with him. I scanned everything around me, but there was only one figure of a sweet-looking girl. So, what about Might Guy who called him over? Frowning, Kakashi couldn't help but wonder, had he entered the wrong room? Looking back, I wanted to go out again and check the door number. Kakashi. A familiar tone, but this clear and pleasant voice, made Kakashi's frown deepen. Excuse me, who are you? Might Guy. Equals 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 equals. Equals 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 equals. Wow, suddenly there are more than 1,000 flowers. I don't know who sent them to me. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. This is the 4th update today, I hope you like it. I just wrote it, and I'm really happy to see so many people reading it. Thank you for your likes, I will continue to work hard. Fighting Face. Chapter 022 Kakashi I like you. What? With his eyes widened, Kakashi asked in confusion, "You have become such a beautiful girl, why did you invite me here?" I also. Warning once, you are not allowed to tell the other party the true situation. If it happens a second time, you will completely lose the chance to convert back. Looking at the dark golden translucent dialogue box that popped up in front of him, Might Guy couldn't help but swallow hard. Take a deep breath. Under Kakashi's confused gaze, Might Guy held a bouquet of flowers and handed it to Kakashi with both hands. Kakashi, I like you, let's be together. He was so frightened that he took a few steps back, and Kakashi asked with a strange look on his face, did you lose some bet? Because we have a good relationship, I specially asked you to confess your love to me, and you turned into such a beautiful girl. However, why is your transformation technique so successful? I can't feel the changes in chakra at all. Regarding Kakashi's question, Might Guy was naturally scared a lot after being warned once. He didn't dare to say anything, so he just said his confession and pushed Kakashi again with Hana. When he said it for the first time just now, his psychology was almost to death. To his lifelong best friend, he said these words like such a cute girl. That kind of suffering, that kind of embarrassment, that kind of discomfort. Simply. At that moment, Might Guy really had the urge to die. But after hearing Kakashi's words, Might Guy felt a little better and couldn't help but secretly thought, he is indeed his lifelong best friend. Kakashi, I like you, let's be together. Kakashi's understanding made it much smoother when Might Guy said this sentence for the second time. The tormenting mentality has become slightly better. After all, Kakashi understands that he only wants to change back. So, no shame. No shame, no shame. Telling himself this, Might Guy saw Kakashi making no move, and he spoke again, Kakashi, I like you, let's be together. Kakashi turned his head and looked around, and said doubtfully, is anyone watching? It seems that I didn't find anyone. Kakashi, I like you, let's be together. Looking at the bright flowers bunched in front of his eyes, Kakashi watched Might Guy's increasingly skillful movements and words. For a moment, he couldn't help but shiver. Guy, you won't really have. As he said that, Kakashi was already pinned against the wall by Might Guy. He panicked and tried to escape sideways, but he couldn't. Kakashi, since you guessed it right, then accept it quickly, and I can do the job. With this thought in his mind, Might Guy got closer and closer to Kakashi. Kakashi, I like you, let's be together. You, don't be like this, Guy, we can talk about everything, what's wrong with you? Tell me, did you really lose the bet? Swallowing hard, Kakashi leaned back against the wall with a cold sweat on his face. Seeing that Kakashi didn't accept it, Might Guy's hot temper suddenly rose. Kakashi, what's wrong with you just accepting me? No, this needs a little time to accept. Yes. I need a little time to accept this. Gently pushing the bouquet out, Kakashi smiled dryly and said, do you think this is good? Not good. With a cold snort, Might Guy pushed the bouquet back hard. Kakashi, if you don't accept it, I will open the 8th gate. Hearing Might Guy's words, Kakashi's sweat suddenly dropped. Guy, I said Guy, let's not be like this, right? Kakashi, I count to 3, if you... Good. Raising his hand, Kakashi took the bouquet from Might Guy's hand and said seriously, okay, I accept it. Congratulations, Kakashi successfully accepted your confession. As the pop-up window in front of him dissipated, Might Guy's body gradually transformed back from the previous girl's appearance. Kakashi, thank you so much. Might Guy, with tears in his eyes, reached out to hold Kakashi's hand, but Kakashi dodged him. Guy, don't be like this. I'm a little panicked. Can you tell me what happened just now? Feel sorry. Sighing, Might Guy sighed, it's true as you said, I was forced. Hey, let me just say, you scared me to death." Heaving a sigh of relief, Kakashi raised his hand to wipe the sweat on his forehead. The condition is triggered successfully, and the horror Q&A starts. As the inhuman synthesized voice spoke, the room was once again enveloped in the realm Might Guy was familiar with. Again. Eyes widened, Might Guy almost wanted to cry. Equals 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 equals. Thank you very much Samsaga for the reward. Then, I am also very grateful to you who can give me votes and flowers. Thank you very much. Chapter 023 Horror Q&A, Who saved Obito? What's going on, Guy? Looking at the strange sights around him, Kakashi couldn't help but turn his head and look at Might Guy beside him. He glanced up at Kakashi. Since he was also brought in, he could briefly talk about what happened before. Opening his mouth, just when Might Guy wanted to explain to Kakashi, the previous subtitles suddenly appeared. The rules are as follows. 1. There are only 2 opportunities, and all life forms in the field are eligible to answer. 2 life forms that answer incorrectly will be randomly selected as punishment, including death. 3. Failure of the first question will generate a second question, and so on. When the answer is correct or all life forms in the area die, the field disappears. 4. The life form that answers correctly will receive a randomly selected reward. 5. Don't think about asking for outside help, because during the period of answering questions, everything outside has been paused. 6. Don't try to break through. If you give a warning once, the second time will directly kill the life form that breaks through. 7. You can choose to watch image prompts to help answer questions. 8. Each question has a maximum answer limit of 30 minutes. Once no answer is given within 30 minutes, it will be regarded as an incorrect answer. Hey, the rules have changed, twice. Looking at the rules in front of him, Might Guy said in surprise. Twice? Kakashi asked Might Guy confused. Looking at the rules in front of him and the surrounding world turning completely grey, coupled with Might Guy's reaction, Kakashi immediately realized that this situation should be force majeure. As he read all 8 rules, he became more and more surprised. What kind of existence is this that can control time? Kakashi, listen to the question first and I will explain it to you later. Good. After waiting for more than 10 seconds, just when Might Guy thought that the unknown existence was malfunctioning, a familiar voice that sounded both human and inhuman appeared. Question: Once the Konoha village ninja Uchiha Obito returned from hell, who saved him? What? Obito is still alive? Seeing the words in front of him, Kakashi became extremely excited. But immediately, he suppressed this emotion and turned to look at Might Guy. Guy, it said that Obito is still alive, is it true? Nodding, looking at Kakashi's expectant eyes, Might Guy slowly explained the previous matter to him. It turns out to be true. Taking a deep breath, Kakashi glanced at Might Guy beside him. Can I look at the image? You must see it, otherwise we won't be able to grasp any clues, let alone answer this question. Might Guy nodded. Good. Taking another deep breath, Kakashi's breathing became a little messy. He opened his mouth and said in a trembling tone, Please, please, let us take a look at the image, thank you. The video prompt will start looping in 5 seconds. Please complete the answer within 30 minutes. Kakashi, relax. Good. Although he promised, he was about to see the image of Uchiha Obito. The anxiety in Kakashi's heart made him really unable to control himself. Call. The subtitles were pushed aside, and what was displayed on the large projection was dark. Among them, you can barely see a child with his right body and head covered with bandages, lying there quietly. Obito, it's Obito. After seeing Uchiha Obito, Kakashi became more and more excited. Projection. As the picture flows, Uchiha Obito in the projection slowly opens the Scarlet Megatama Sharingan. After a moment of pause, Uchiha Obito felt the figure in front of him and couldn't help but look up. Two white people with strange shapes looked at Obito and asked with a smile, "Hey, how do you feel?" Trying to sit up, Uchiha Obito said calmly, "How long has it been since I came here? I feel like I have been here for a long time. I don't want you to pay the rent, don't worry. We, who were born from golems, don't have to eat anyway, we don't have meal expenses, and we don't have toilets." Listening to the words of the two white Zetsu, Uchiha Obito hummed, "But you can't compare me to you just because of this. I only have the right half of my body with this inexplicable thing." As he spoke, he rubbed the half of his body that was tied up with bandages. "Thanks to him, you were able to survive without eating or drinking. I think you should feel lucky." White Zetsu retorted with disapproval. The other white Zetsu nodded in agreement and said, "Yes, we don't want to be compared with you. You are an artificial body without emotions, and we are artificial humans with emotions, and we know how to laugh better than you. So, how long are you going to lock me up for?" Uchiha Obito said impatiently. "Until you can be of use to us." Following White Zetsu's words, the camera flashed around. Clenching his fists, Uchiha Obito thought in his heart, "I must escape and find Lin and Kakashi." Looking at the picture, Uchiha Obito mentioned him and Lin. Kakashi's heartbeat couldn't help but slow down by half a beat. Although Uchiha Obito survived, he didn't come to him for such a long time. Why exactly? Since in the image, the unknown existence expended effort to save Uchiha Obito, it would definitely not let him die easily. In other words, Obito should still be alive now. But why did he never receive news from Uchiha Obito? So many years have passed. Equals 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 equals. Thank you very much Samsuga for the reward, I'm shocked. Then, I am also very grateful to you who can give me votes and flowers. Thank you very much. Chapter 024 Stop, if you hit me again you will die. Unknowingly, the third preliminary round of the Chunin exam has gradually come to an end. Gaara. Standing on the field, opposite Rock Lee with a solemn expression, was the indifferent red-haired boy. It's him, it's him. In this Chunin exam, if it hadn't been for the previous questions and answers, he would never have known what would happen in the future. Not knowing what will happen in the future means that he will still be defeated by Gaara. In the Chunin exam, both Tian Tian and Niji advanced, how could he be left here alone as a loser? This time. Game start. As Moonlight Gale's words fell, Rock Lee directly struggled. Boom. 8 inner gates, open the door, open. 8 inner gates, close the gate, open. 8 inner gates, health gate, open. 8 inner gates, the injury gate, open. As the 8 inner gates were quickly opened to the 4th gate, the stones and dust in the entire venue were blown away by the shock wave. Green chakra flames exploded around Rock Lee's body. The fierce and turbulent momentum made even the people standing in the stands widen their eyes. How could it be, this? It's turning red. That guy, what's going on? What on earth is this? How do I feel? I feel terrified. At this moment when everyone was surprised, Rock Lee stepped down without any reservation. Boom! Huge power exploded, and all the stone slabs on the ground were cracked and exploded. Huge fragments of stone slabs measuring several meters or more than 10 meters were flying outward. A huge shock wave exploded across the entire place. The violent smoke and dust caused many people to cover their eyes with their hands to resist the surging smoke and dust. Ahem! The sounds of choking and coughing kept coming and going. For a moment, everyone was shocked. What the hell is this? What kind of ninjutsu did the guy named Rock Lee use? It was so wide-ranging. As the primary target, Gaara feels the strongest. How? Just as he thought about it, Gaara was kicked hard and flew into the sky with a shadow dance. Under the amplification of fourth gate, his confident defensive sand was as if it were nothing. Fifth gate, Domain, open. Carrying the power of the fourth gate, Rock Lee directly opened the fifth gate of the 8 inner gates the moment he kicked Gaara away. In an instant, the sudden surge swept away a lot of the surrounding smoke and dust, allowing the people in the stands to see everything happening on the field again. Gaara. Looking at Gaara flying in the sky, Kankuro couldn't help but stepped forward and firmly grasped the railing of the stand. Behind Kankuro, Janin Baki couldn't help but frown tightly. Is this kind of battle, really just a battle between genin? Nara Shikamaru's eyes widened and he couldn't help but exclaimed. Horrible! Akim Ichichi turned around and looked around. Where's Lee? Up there. Pass. A huge and powerful attack, just one blow. It directly broke the sand protection on Gaara's body and shattered it. Vector manipulation. Although for external manipulation, Rock Lee, who has only practiced for most of the day, is not very easy to control. However, he can relatively grasp some of the vectors in his own body. Powerful force hedging reduces damage to the body and enhances vector control during bursts and movements. In terms of pain, it also weakened a lot of feelings. All things considered, Rock Lee's current attack is at least 4 times, or even 5 times, the previous attack. The weakening of the pain made his reactions and attacks more coherent. I will never lose to you this time, Gaara. Shouting, with Gaara's horrified eyes, Rock Lee aimed another hard blow at his face. Boom, boom, boom. Huge shock waves continued to spread to all directions with Gaara as the center. In the venue, except for Janin and the clone of Senju Tobirama who runs 3rd generation, the genin could not see Rock Lee at all. Those with better vision could see the afterimage of Rock Lee, while those with poor eyesight could only see Gaara being beaten wantonly like a broken puppet. Head, head, head. This time Rock Lee has fully learned the lessons from the past. Hitting the body would be more effective than hitting the head. Stop, stop. With his eyes widened, Janin Baki loudly said to the referee, we surrender this battle. If this continues, Gaara will be beaten to death. Ahem. The moonlight blast, which was constantly submerged in the dust, took a hard glance at the completely crushing situation above his head. Do you want to stop? Equals. Thank you very much Samsiga for tipping again. Then, I am also very grateful to you who can give me votes and flowers. Thank you very much. The contract has been sent out today, so just feel free to pursue it, hehe. Chapter 025 Danzo, long time no see. After coughing, Moonlight Hay-8 looked at the 3rd generation, Senju Tobirama, on the platform. Gudong. Listening to Janin Baki's words, the other genin couldn't help but swallow hard. Rock Lee, this is the senior they laughed at earlier. With such arrogant power, after Chnin's exam is over, will those of them who laughed at him be beaten to death? Although, looking at Rock Lee, he seems to be an idiot. But I don't know whether the other party holds a grudge. With panic in his heart, Akim Ichichi looked at Sarutobi Asuma aside, teacher, Rock Lee won't take action against us after the Chnin exam is over, right? Listening to Akim Ichichi's trembling words, Sarutobi Asuma glanced at Genin, who was looking around, and laughed, it's hard to say. This? Probably not. Thinking about Rock Lee coming to his door, Nara Shikamaru couldn't help but shudder. Previously, he had been poisoned by the influence that he couldn't turn off all day long, so he couldn't help but talk more. But now, it's okay. Don't worry. We are all ninjas from Konoha. It won't be so difficult for everyone. Looking at the frightened genin, Sarutobi Asuma laughed and waved his hand. And at this time, third generation, Senju Tobirama, also spoke, "Stop it, Rock Lee." Hucha-hucky. Breathing heavily and looking at the half-dead Gaara, Rock Lee suppressed the urge to unleash the final move on Li Lianhua. He kicked off the wall and instantly reached the ground. "Victor, Rock Lee, there should be no problem, right?" Moonlight Hayate looked up at Janin Baiki. "No problem." As he spoke, Janin Baiki stepped down directly from the stage and caught Gaara from the sky. The medical team, which had been prepared for a long time, quickly came forward with a stretcher. Gaara. Looking at the unconscious Gaara and Rock Lee standing in the field gasping for air, Kankuro was sweating heavily. Just now, what kind of ninjutsu was that? In front of this, Gaara, who had not been injured at all before, was now bruised and scarlet from being beaten violently. The only good thing is that the monster didn't come out. If it comes out, the consequences will be really unimaginable. In the dark space, One-Tail Shikaku just wants to rise. After feeling a breath that made him tremble, he immediately shivered and shrank back. What's going on? How did that guy come out? Shouldn't he be dead long ago? So, as the younger brother, he is still alive, then whether the older brother. Just thinking about that night, One-Tail Shikaku was filled with fear. The huge wooden golem can be pinched in the palm of your hand with just one slap. That way is no better than holding a bed bug. Hiss. After taking a breath, One-Tail Shikaku decided to take a look at the situation honestly first. Amazing. Third generation, Senju Tobirama, who was standing on the high platform, looked at Rock Lee, who returned to the stands and nodded with satisfaction. With such fighting power at such an age, he was an absolute leader in his time. Rock Lee. Thinking back to what Might Guy had said to him before, Senju Tobirama couldn't help but curl his lips slightly. After learning the lesson, just come up and kill him. Haha, I won, that's great. The happy Rock Lee waved his hands excitedly towards Tian Tian and Hyaganiji. In the video, Gaara defeated him, who had opened the fifth gate, which undoubtedly had a certain shadow in Rock Lee's heart. But now, as he completely defeated Gaara, this shadow gradually dissipated. Hey, Naruto, what's wrong with you? Hey? Haha, no, it's nothing, haha. Laughing, thinking back to Uzumaki Naruto, who couldn't help but talk too much before, he couldn't help but take a few steps back. Forehead. I don't quite understand Uzumaki Naruto's situation, but Rock Lee is in a pretty good mood after defeating Gaara. Turning his head, he looked at Hyaganiji and said happily, Niji, I won, haha. Well, congratulations. Haha, Niji, I learned a lot this time. I hope it will be the two of us next time we fight. Originally feeling happy for Rock Lee, after hearing what he said, Hyaganiji immediately snorted and looked away. Lee, calm down, everyone is watching. Tian Tian said with a look of disgust. Ouch, hee hee, I'm sorry. Konoha Village, Forest of Death. Danzo, I didn't expect you to come here very quickly. Walking out of the shadows, the old man with half his face bandaged looked at Orochimaru in front of him with a gloomy expression, and asked flatly, why are you so anxious to come to me? Actually, I'm not looking for you. You. Eyes widened, Danzo was about to get angry. Unexpectedly, a familiar yet unfamiliar voice came from behind him. Danzo, long time no see. Equals 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 equals. New books are uploaded, please add them to your collection, please give me flowers, and please give me your evaluation votes. This is the 4th update today, I hope you all like it. Also, the contract has been sent out today, so you can rest assured and pursue it. Chapter 026 Danzo became the shape of second generation. That familiar and distant voice. He slowly turned around and looked at that young face. For a moment, Danzo couldn't help but widen his eyes. It turned out that it was really the second generation. Bang! Bang! Raising his hand and patting Danzo's face, Senju Tobirama said calmly, "We meet again after many years, don't you want to say something to me? You don't even recognize me? It seems like you haven't made much progress over the years, Danzo." He raised his foot and kicked Danzo away. Senju Tobirama said calmly. "No, I didn't mean that. How did you come back?" How did I come back? Do I still need to report it to you?" Senju Tobirama curled up his lips and said with a smile, "What you said is really interesting. You have been a senior executive for a long time and you are not used to it, right?" No, that's not the case. I was just asking casually." Pang! Trampling Danzo under his feet, Senju Tobirama shook his head and sighed, "To be honest, I still believed in your character and ability when you were chosen as my guard before. But I didn't expect that standing at such a high place would be too difficult. Over time, your original pure heart has completely changed." "Me?" Shaking his head violently, Danzo said loudly, "Indeed, I did compete fiercely for the Hokage position, but over the years, I have done it all for Konoha village, in order to make Konoha village more prosperous." Cough. With the force of Senju Tobirama's foot, Danzo couldn't help spitting out a scarlet mouthful. "Yet. Ahem, yes, ah. Tear." As Senju Tobirama used kunao to remove all the bandages on Danzo's body and face, the scarlet eyes made Senju Tobirama couldn't help but narrow his eyes. "Hey, I was just telling you why I kept feeling a familiar breath just now. It turns out. Nidame. It's all, poof." Being stepped down by Senju Tobirama, Danzo couldn't help spitting out a mouthful of scarlet again. "You are really powerful, so powerful that you even push yourself." Thinking back to the beginning, Danzo's bravery and determination when he followed him, and his extremely tough heart to protect Konoha village. Pity. As Danzo rose to the top and fought against third generation, he was always at a disadvantage. Under such circumstances, Danzo also went to more and more extremes. "You don't need to know too much." From what Orochimaru just said, plus the situation in the short period of time after the encounter, Senju Tobirama has almost a grasp of Danzo's situation. Seeing Danzo lying on the ground, still thinking about defending, Senju Tobirama couldn't help but sigh. Get a glimpse of the whole picture. Danzo, who together with Sarutobi Hiruzen was the lifeblood of my village, looked like this. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was once favored by him and became the third generation. High position, power, comfort, hope and so on. The corroded mind is no longer pure. Orochimaru, after the third preliminary round of the Chunin exam, there will be a month before the third official match. Your plan continues to be implemented. Since the Tsunagakure guys are really serious, we must also show it appropriately. Yes. Orochimaru bowed his head and responded honestly. In front of second generation Senju Tobirama, he behaves like a child. "I have a task for you. Get Jiraiya and Tsunade back to me within a month. Can you do it?" "Able." Looking at Senju Tobirama's indifferent gaze, Orochimaru nodded heavily. "Okay, next, Danzo will cooperate with you and use all the news channels. It must be done within a month." "Yes." Boom. He kicked Danzo into a tree and spat out a mouthful of scarlet again. Looking at Danzo slowly getting up, Senju Tobirama said calmly, "Think about it yourself, continue to implement the plan, and cooperate with Orochimaru." "Yes." Danzo also responded diligently to Senju Tobirama's orders. The serious look on his face as he stood at attention seemed like it was decades ago. But unfortunately, everyone knows, there is no going back. Sighing again, Senju Tobirama disappeared. From what I learned yesterday, Konoha village's power has been severely damaged. The combat power is lacking and the deterrence is insufficient. Under such circumstances, other ninja villages were watching with eager eyes. Just a little guy like Tsunagakure has dared to attack Konoha village. Danzo, and the routes he controls, need a handover process. Then, wait until the handover is complete. Before the flow of time begins. In a certain room in the central tower of the Forest of Death, in the field of terrifying questions, a projection is playing. The slow and sad melody of May Rain is slowly echoing. I must go back to find Lin and Kakashi. I have to quickly restore my body's mobility. Only in this way can I be able to go back and find them. Rubbing against the wall, sweat covered his face and body. The severe pain and feeling of weakness made Obito fall to the ground, and again. Obito. Watching Obito in the picture, who is constantly trying to come back to find them, listening to the sad tunes that keep echoing in his ears. Tears burst out from the corners of Kakashi's eyes. Even the might guy next to him couldn't help but have tears in his eyes in this situation. Projection. I must go back, I must go back to find them. With a tenacious heart and belief, Obito, who is doing rehabilitation training, slowly recalls the past. The warm memories he has with Kakashi, Lin, and teacher Namikaze Minato. Tears and sweat overlapped, but thinking of Lin's extremely caring smile for him, the corners of Obito's mouth couldn't help but curve. Lin. Wait for me, I will go back to you soon. Equals. Thank you very much Samsaga for tipping again. New books are uploaded, please add them to your collection, please give me flowers, and please give me your evaluation votes. Also, my contract has been sent out, and the signing should be completed today, so you can just follow it with confidence. Chapter 027 May Rain who laughs and cries at the same time. During the projection, the images are constantly switching. The melancholy and desolate May Rain tune resounds throughout this time and space. Konoha village Uchiha family, Obito sits in his own small house. Looking at the sticky board, it was basically filled with Lin's photos. There are only a few photos of Kakashi, Obito, Lin, and Namikaze Minato. Raising his hand, Uchiha Obito slowly picked up the specially framed photo. This is a photo of them, their entire group. Standing in the middle is teacher Namikaze Minato, Obito, and Kakashi stand on both sides, and Lin squats in the middle with a cute smile. Lin. Hey, Lin. With a slight blush on his face, Uchiha Obito couldn't help lowering his head when looking at Lin in the photo, wanting to try to kiss her. But suddenly, his eyes looked out the window. Kakashi was looking at him speechlessly. Suddenly, cold sweat covered his forehead. Obito. Looking at the dim yellow memories of Obito in the projection, Kakashi couldn't help but smile. At that time, they were so good at that time. Carefree, just comparing and fighting with each other. There is no separation, no sadness. Pity. Laughing and crying. Boom. Kakashi's body gradually weakened and he knelt down and sat there. But now, he seems to be unable to feel the physical pain, and is focusing on watching the projection. Projection. As the scene turns, Uchiha Obito has completed basic rehabilitation training. Running, jumping, balancing, all kinds of training are carried out slowly and vigorously. The dim yellow memory scene changed again. That was Uchiha Obito and Kakashi, doing protective drills, and the target of the protection was Lin. As the kunai cut the thread, a large number of hidden weapons surged out from the front. Dang dang dang. Sparks fly. Obito. You really survived? Why, why on earth didn't you come to us? It's been so long. Watching Uchiha Obito get a hidden weapon stuck on the back of his hand because he resisted the trap. Obito, who was so proud of himself, put his injured hand behind his back, but was immediately consumed by the sharp-eyed Lin. He slowly tied a medical bandage on him and spoke considerate words of encouragement. Suddenly, Kakashi's smile became even brighter. But at this moment, the picture changed again. Hearing Uchiha Obito say the word adapted, he couldn't help but widen his eyes and stared at Obito in the picture. I've recovered, so I can come out to find them. Projection. Soon, I'll see you soon, Lin, Kakashi. The sad and desolate May Rain tune gradually fell silent. At this moment, a white Zetsu emerged from the wall and said loudly to Uchiha Obito, I just went outside. The situation with Lin and the idiot Kakashi you mentioned is not good. Uchiha Obito, who was lying on the bed, was suddenly startled. He quickly sat up and asked White Zetsu, what happened? Could it be? Listening to the conversation between the two, Kakashi's eyes couldn't help but widen. Could it be that time, they were? For a moment, Kakashi's body was shaking violently. No, not that time. I kept telling myself this in my heart. Projection. White Zetsu leaned out forcefully, and White Zetsu loudly said to Uchiha Obito, they were single-handedly surrounded by Kirigakure's ninjas. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Obito jumped up from the bed. He raised his almost recovered arm, moved the chakra in his body, and punched the wall leading to the outside world with a fierce punch. Pity. The hard wall caused his newly recovered arm to break and fall to the ground. Looking at Obito holding his shoulders and crying out in pain, Kakashi's tears suddenly stopped. It's really that time. How could it be? Why is this? Could it be? Recalling that day, after he killed Lin, he collapsed in the water. But when he woke up, more than 100 Kirigakure ninjas around him were all dead. When I asked the rescue team around me, the answer was, I don't know. So. Clenching his fists hard, Kakashi became increasingly confused. Why, since we have met, since talking. He suddenly realized, Obito, did you see the scene where he used Reikiri to kill Lin? Projection. Call. A figure of white Zetsu jumped behind Uchiha Obito, your current body cannot break through the hard rock that leads to the outside world. Panting heavily, Uchiha Obito gritted his teeth and said, I have to go out and save Lin and Kakashi. Put on my body. As the words fell, white Zetsu quickly split and wrapped around Uchiha Obito's body. So, is there no problem? Don't you want to rescue Lin and Kakashi? Clenching his fists hard, Uchiha Obito said solemnly, thank you very much. Dong dong. The white pipe at an unknown place behind the link suddenly started to pulsate. Boom. He clenched his fists and mobilized all the power he could muster. As Obito punched the stone wall exploded. It's not easy to borrow the power of the golem while being connected to the root. Golem? What is that? Turning his head, Kakashi looked at Might Guy who was already crying in tears. Guy, have you heard of it? Equals. Thank you very much Samziga for tipping again, I'm so touched. New books are uploaded, please add them to your collection, please give me flowers, and please give me your evaluation votes. And the signing has been completed today, and the status has been improved. You can just follow it with confidence. Chapter 028 Kakashi, you promised me. Golem. Wiping the tears from the corners of his eyes, Might Guy was stunned for a moment and shook his head. I haven't heard of it, but I think it should be something very powerful. I don't know either. Clenching his fists, Kakashi sighed, if I could. Wait a minute, Kakashi, look at the projected fan. Yuan fan. With his eyes widened, Kakashi recalled the scene that had just flashed through his mind. A round fan is indeed a round fan, that's right. So, the other party should be from the Uchiha clan. Nodding, Might Guy said, I heard you say before that Uchiha Obito's injury is extremely serious. An Obito who can save him in such a state, plus those white guys with different shapes and weird abilities. The person who saved Uchiha Obito must be a very powerful person. However, the Uchiha clan did not suffer the catastrophe at that time. Frowning, Kakashi carefully recalled all the relevant information in his memory. Under that situation, at that time, someone with such a powerful ability would definitely not be an ordinary person. And the Uchiha clan. Memories are gradually contained by the projected pictures. Projection. Moving forward quickly, Uchiha Obito asked White Zetsu, how are Kakashi and Lin doing? They were talking about Kirigakuru's experimental subjects, but I couldn't quite understand them. Test subject. Three Tails Isofu. Gritting his teeth, the hatred in Kakashi's heart gradually came to his mind. After Kirigakure captured Lin, he implanted Three Tails in her body. The intention is to send Lin to Konoha village and let Three Tails cause chaos in the village. The kind-hearted Lin, in order to protect the village. While he was fighting Kirigakure's hundreds of ninjas, Rin crashed directly into the Reikari in his hand. Kakashi. Looking at Kakashi, whose eyes were red, teeth were gritted, and his whole body was shaking violently, Might Guy couldn't help but call softly from the side. Projection. Uchiha Obito is constantly moving forward, and White Zetsu is constantly reporting information to him. What about the yellow flash? Where is the yellow flash? Uchiha Obito asked. It seems, he seems to be performing other tasks. White Zetsu replied speciously. Change the face and convert again. In the dim picture, it was the Battle of Konobe Bridge, and Uchiha Obito was half-pressed by a boulder. Holding Lin's hand, Uchiha Obito said seriously, Kakashi, linear. I leave it to you. You must, take good care of her. Yet. Kakashi nodded vigorously. Linear. The tears that had stopped welled up in Kakashi's eyes again. Obito, it's me who didn't take good care of Linear. It's me. Boom. A powerful punch, hitting the ground hard. Scarlet red flowed on his palms, but Kakashi seemed unable to feel the pain. If he could be a little stronger at that time, a little stronger. Projection. Uchiha Obito's figure was moving quickly through the jungle. Kakashi, you promised me. You must protect Lin with all your strength. Hold on. Wait a moment, I'll be there soon. Immediately. When Uchiha Obito jumped out of the forest and wanted to take action against the Kirigakure ninjas around him, the scene in front of him made him shocked, stunned. Zilla Zilla. The chirping Chidori kept chirping, but the blue-white light shone in Lin's body. Scarlet red often flowed from the corners of Lin's mouth. Kakashi. Cough. As a mouthful of crimson spurted out from her mouth, Lin's pupils gradually dilated. Looking at the scene in front of him in disbelief, Uchiha Obito, who has been working hard, cannot accept that this is what he has been pursuing. Is this the result? Why? Kakashi slowly pulled his arm out of Lin's body. The extremely weak Kakashi didn't even have the strength to help Lin. Slowly, he stretched out his hand and looked at Lin helplessly, just falling to the ground. Anger, powerlessness, hatred. At this moment, in the eyes of the two people, the two Megatama Sharingan gradually turned into a scarlet sickle-shaped manjiki that was slowly rotating. Boom! His body had reached the ultimate level. Kakashi wanted to hold on, but in the end he lost all strength, and passed out. I turned out to be in hell. Uchiha Obito stood up again with a calm tone. The extremely tragic symphony gradually sounded. It seems to be expressing Uchiha Obito's huge disappointment and despair towards the world in his heart. Scarlet bloom. At this moment, scarlet tears fell from the corners of his eyes. What an eye that is! Several emotions, including madness, despair, reason, and pain, are mixed and mixed. At this moment, his figure disappeared. Uchiha Obito, I understand it completely. Would style and time and space intersect with each other? Even the more than 100 powerful ninjas in Kirigakure were unable to mount any useful resistance amid the mysterious abilities. He might even accidentally hit a teammate next to him. Facing the completely incomprehensible eyes of his teammates, the man wielding the knife also looked confused. Madness and blood, killing and hell. The picture returns to the original again and is replayed. Boom! His body fell weakly to the ground, and Kakashi gasped for air. After watching all this, he felt as if his heart was tightly held by invisible hands, making him unable to breathe. Kakashi, Kakashi, are you okay, Kakashi? Seeing that Kakashi was in bad condition, the frustrated look in his eyes shocked the might guy next to him, and he quickly raised his hand to shake his body vigorously. Equals 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 equals. I really appreciate Samsuga's continued rewards. I'm really grateful to Hong Hong 1988 for the tip. I'm sorry, I deleted it when I was setting up the essence. I hope you won't be angry, crying face. I am also very grateful to those of you who sent me flowers and tickets. In fact, no matter how much you say or how much you express gratitude, nothing can be more real than saying more. When I'm not working on weekends, I will make additional updates. Thank you for your support during this period. Super grateful face. Chapter 029 Why Am I Still Alive? Linear. Uchiha Obito's favorite girl, he once entrusted her to him before dying. However, Kakashi, did not fulfill his due responsibilities. Even strictly speaking, Lin was killed by his own hands. By him. Killed with his own hands. Why didn't you kill me after seeing all this? Why? Looking at the replayed video, Uchiha Obito is still working hard on physical recovery training. At this time, Obito still doesn't know what he will face in the future. Thinking back to Uchiha Obito's calm tone just now after he stood up again. That was a look that had already lost everything and was completely despairing of this world. Why didn't you kill me? Next to him, looking at Kakashi whose eyes were gradually losing their luster, Might Guy frowned, then stretched out his hand and whipped him hard. Snapped. There was an extremely clear sound, and Kakashi was sent flying away, only to be mounted on the wall behind him before he stopped. Scarlet red slowly flowed from the corners of Kakashi's mouth. The area where Might Guy had hit him hard was already swollen and red. The severe pain allowed Kakashi, who was in a daze, to regain a little bit of himself. Slowly raising his head and looking at Might Guy walking towards him, Kakashi shouted blankly, "Guy! Kakashi, the past, will never come back." Sighing, Might Guy said, "Even if you are like this, can Obito and Lin come back?" Dumbfounded, numb. Kakashi has always wondered why he was able to survive the more than 100 Kirigakure ninjas back then. Unexpectedly, it was Uchiha Obito who saved him. However, Lin, whom Obito entrusted to him, was killed by his own hands. The regret and powerlessness that had been buried deep in Kakashi's heart for a long time swept through his heart again. Obito. Linear. Tears flowed silently, and Kakashi's eyes became increasingly desperate. Why am I still alive? Lowering his head, Kakashi quickly formed seals with his hands. Zilla Zilla. A bright blue and white plover appeared on the palm of his right hand, constantly chirping. Seeing Kakashi about to do something stupid, the Might Guy next to him couldn't help it and punched him. Pang! The ground was directly hit with cracks. Poof! The intense pain caused Kakashi to open his mouth and spit out a mouthful of scarlet. Kakashi, remember what I told you before. This is how second generation is resurrected. Do you want to resurrect Lin? Do you want Obito to come back? As long as you answer this question, you have a chance to bring Lin back to life. Resurrection. With Might Guy's loud words, Kakashi's soul seemed to be shaken for a moment. Linear. Can be resurrected. Lin, she can still be resurrected, she can still be resurrected. The grey and defeated expression gradually took on a new color. Yes, yes, Lin can be resurrected. After he finishes answering this question, as long as he answers correctly, there is a high chance that Lin can be resurrected. When the time comes, he will take Lin with him, to get Obito back. Guy, I got it. Following Might Guy's strong arms, Kakashi looked at him with great gratitude. Thank you, I know what to do. Haha, it would be too much for us to say thank you to each other. Okay, hurry up and watch. The time is only half an hour, but it will be bad if it exceeds. Seeing that Kakashi had found himself again, Might Guy couldn't help but laughed heartily. Good. Nodding heavily, Kakashi took off Might Guy's support and stood up straight. With an extremely serious expression, he watched again. Uchiha Obito, who was on the road to rescue again. Tears are still flowing. But Kakashi's heart was already filled with fire. Kakashi, during the Third Ninja War, do you still have any impression that the Uchiha family was able to possess a magical technique that brought them back to life, and they were still non-Konoha village ninjas? Might Guy asked. I don't think a guy like this would be so obsessed with being unknown. Frowning tightly, Kakashi carefully thought about the history of Uchiha that he had learned. Due to his relationship with Uchiha Obito, and after Sharingan became a fourth-generation retinue, he really got to know Uchiha a lot. Although the grey old figure flashed across the image, Kakashi still noticed it. Such a guy should not look at it from the perspective of the Third Ninja War, but should look further forward. Uchiha Inari, Uchiha Yashiro, Uchiha Kagami. Could it be Uchiha Kagami? According to what he learned, Uchiha Kagami is a genius ninja of the Uchiha clan and one of the most trusted personal guards of second Hokage Senju Tobirama. However, he has not seen him since the First Ninja War. Equals. I'm really grateful to Samsuga for always giving rewards. I'm super touched. Then, I'm really sorry Hong 1988, this is a temporary stamp for you, I'm so handicapped, crying face. The rest of the stamping will be done on the weekend. Thank you very much for your rewards, flowers and tickets. This is today's fourth special update. There will be today's Chapter 5 later. Chapter 030 Gentle Emperor Guy. Taking a closer look at the many Uchiha ninjas that Kakashi learned about, there are actually only a few that are powerful. And among them, Uchiha Kagami. Needless to say, he is capable of serving as the bodyguard of second Hokage Senju Tobirama. Age is also great. After the First World War, he was severely injured. While he was recovering from his injuries outside, he happened to meet the injured Uchiha Obito. Due to years of accumulation, he barely survived and mastered extremely powerful healing ninjutsu. Those white guys may be the existences he created using special ninjutsu. As for why he didn't go back to the village, maybe he couldn't go back in the first place. Later, maybe there were other reasons. But no matter what, Uchiha Kagami's identity and situation are undoubtedly extremely complex. Thinking like this, everything becomes clear. Guy, I may already know who it is. Just let me do it the first chance you get, okay? Kakashi looked at Might Guy and said affirmatively. Did you think of it so quickly? Surprised by Kakashi's speed, Might Guy smiled and gave a thumbs up. Tell me, I believe you will be right. Nodding heavily, Kakashi slowly opened his mouth. Uchiha Kagami, it was Uchiha Kagami who saved Uchiha Obito. Sorry, the answer is wrong. You have the only chance to answer the question, so please cherish it. It's wrong. Kakashi's eyes widened with disbelief on his face. If not Uchiha Kagami, then who else, and? Do you want to push it forward? Kakashi, it's okay. I told you that we still have one chance anyway. Let's think carefully about who else is more qualified. Looking at Kakashi's shocked look, Might Guy was afraid that he would fall into despair again after he had just found himself, so he quickly cheered him up. Guy, do you think it could be Uchiha Madara? Turning his head, Kakashi said with great unconfidence, except for Uchiha Kagami, if you push it further, the only one in my memory is Uchiha Madara. However, it is not his age. He has already been eliminated by first Hokage early. All the bodies were recovered after being punished. Congratulations, you answered correctly. Random rewards start to be drawn. What? At this moment, Kakashi and Might Guy were both stunned when they heard the inhuman synthesized sound in their ears. How is it possible? How could it be? However, if you ignore the fact that first Hokage sanctioned him, Uchiha Madara, as a powerful ninja who founded Konoha village with the first generation, his abilities are absolute and unquestionable. Later, he left the village as his ideas were at odds with the first generation. Slowly advancing according to the timeline, that old and domineering sitting posture. The long hair that has turned white due to old age is full of the vicissitudes of time. So, that is to say, the result of the 3-day and 3-night battle between first generation and Uchiha Madara was not that Uchiha Madara died, but that she ran away? But it doesn't make sense. First generation at that time generation should be able to find it. Kakashi frowned. Uchiha Madara founded Konoha village with first generation, which was able to end the long Sengoku era and make peace. You said, the relationship between them, is it also very complex? Might Guy doubted. Looking at Might Guy intently, Kakashi said with some suspicion, if it is what you said, the first generation intends to let go of the severely injured Uchiha. And, it is forcing the second generation not to pursue this matter. Well, maybe there is a possibility. Nodding, Might Guy smiled and said, thanks to you this time, we were lucky enough to get through this hell. When we get out, we can find a chance to ask second generation. Maybe, we can learn from him, get the most authentic answers there. No, in fact, you are the one who should be most grateful. If you hadn't dragged me back from despair, I would have had to endure the impact of this episode alone. Haha, that's necessary. You can't thank me for allowing you to live in this sunshine again and have a chance to save. Before Might Guy could finish speaking, a familiar synthetic sound that sounded both human and inhuman appeared. Congratulations, you have won the right to resurrect a ninja. The resurrection list is, Uchiha Madara, Lin, Uchiha Shisui, Yahiko, Might Guy. The resurrection option, I actually got the capture option, and there really is Lin in it, there really is Lin. Laughing loudly, Kakashi hugged the Might Guy next to him tightly. Holding him tightly, Kakashi's whole body was shaking violently. Really, really able to resurrect Lin. Ha ha, ha ha ha. Dad. Looking at the last name in the subtitles, Might Guy slowly muttered to himself. At this moment, his eyes shone with tenderness, and 2 tears fell from the corners of his eyes. However, Kakashi couldn't help but feel the intense and exciting feeling of holding him. Thinking back to that defeated and desperate look from before, Might Guy couldn't help laughing, hugged Kakashi's body tightly, and said with a smile, haha, congratulations Kakashi, I'll just say it, you see, I'll tell you that you have a chance. Come on Lin Resurrection, don't wait any longer. Good. Nodding heavily, Kakashi let go of Might Guy's body. equals 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 equals. Thank you very much Samziga for the reward again. You are trying to make me die even more this weekend. Crying face. This is today's 5th chapter. I hope you all like it. Chapter 031 Uncle Kakashi and Girl Lin. Resurrection, Lin. As Kakashi finished speaking, the options for resurrection disappeared. Seeing the words might were fading quickly, Might Guy couldn't help but close his eyes in pain. I'm sorry, Dad. Sorry. Kakashi, who was extremely happy, looked at the tears in the eyes of his best friend beside him and mistakenly thought they were tears of happiness for him. I couldn't help but hug Might Guy again, still as hard as ever. Thank you Guy, thank you, really thank you. Haha, thank me for anything. You answered the questions correctly. Congratulations, Kakashi. Might Guy opened his eyes and suppressed the pain deeply. He laughed and said to Kakashi. Nodding vigorously, Kakashi looked at the small beautiful figure made of hollow not far in front of him, and raised his hand to wipe away the tears on his face. He adjusted his voice and tightened his stiff face. The whole person put on an energetic look, quietly waiting for Linear to wake up. Still wearing the familiar black combat attire, light pink skirt, and dark red knee-high socks. She still has the familiar bracelet on her hand, and the corner of her mouth still has that warm sunny smile. It's like everything never happened. Looking at that face that he would never forget, Kakashi's tears couldn't stop flowing out again. Kakashi. Slowly opening her eyes, Lin looked at the two wretched uncles in front of her, one of whom had a vaguely familiar look. Unable to bear it, Lin tentatively called out. Hey! Yes, it's me, yes, it's me. Looking at Lin's doubtful eyes, Kakashi nodded vigorously. His extremely enthusiastic look made Lin take a few steps back in fear. Remember, she was probably killed by Kakashi's Chidori. She was under a spell and was unable to commit suicide in order not to cause trouble to the village. After much thought, she decided to hit Kakashi's Chidori. But why can she still wake up? Shouldn't she have died under those 1,000 birds a long time ago? Looking at the middle-aged Kakashi in front of her, Lin knew that the person in front of her was definitely Kakashi after meeting his eyes. Kakashi, I came to life. Opening her mouth, Lin asked tentatively. Yes, it's alive, haha. The crazy middle-aged Uncle Kakashi, and the peaceful 13-year-old girl Lin. The strange picture has some other warmth. Smiling, Might Guy disappeared into the room, leaving these two people alone. Kakashi, can you tell me what time it is now? Konoha is 60 years old. It has been so long. No wonder you have turned into a middle-aged uncle. What? With his eyes widened, Kakashi raised his hand and pointed at his handsome face. He was about to open his mouth, but realized that he was wearing a mask now. Raise your hand, push up the forehead protector, and pull down the mask. Well, it looks much more pleasing to the eye like this. Looking at the long-lost bright smile, Kakashi couldn't help but laugh. Ha ha! Ha ha ha! Cheers and laughter. Might Guy stood outside the corridor, listening enviously to the laughter in the room, and turned towards the venue for the third preliminary round of the Chunin exam. Li, Tian, Niji. Come on, I hope you can win. Lin, I'm really happy to see you again, really. Raising her hand to push Kakashi out, Lin smiled and hummed, after so many years, I didn't expect you to become a talkative person. However, can you tell me how you resurrected me? This. After scratching his head, Kakashi chuckled and said, it's just a coincidence. An unknown existence set up a terrifying question. I was lucky enough to answer it correctly. That's it. Her expression was slightly gloomy. Originally, Lin thought that she could ask Kakashi to help Obito come back to life. However, unknown existence, terror. Hearing these two serious words, Lin held back her words again. Thank you, Kakashi. No, actually. Haha, let me tell you the good news. In fact, Obito is not dead. The fact that I am alive now is entirely due to him. What? For a moment, Lin couldn't help but widen her eyes. Kakashi, you mean? Obito. Obito is not dead. Yes, not dead. Nodding vigorously, Kakashi smiled and said, after the two of us fell surrounded by more than 100 Kirigakure ninjas, it was Obito who took care of all those guys when Konoha's support troops did not arrive. In that case, why didn't he come back with you? Equals 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 equals. New books are uploaded, please add them to your collection, please give me flowers, and please give me your evaluation votes. Chapter 032. Of course it will be placed Indiana my house. Listening to Lin's question, Kakashi opened his mouth, but he didn't know how to answer. Did he see you, kill me? Seeing Kakashi like this, and thinking that she didn't see Obito's shadow before she died. In an instant, Lin had a rough guess in her mind. Yes. Listening to Lin's guess, Kakashi nodded helplessly and said, Lin, can you tell me why at that time, why you wanted to? Curse seal. Lowering her head, Lin sighed, my heart is set with a curse seal. This is a curse seal that prevents me from committing suicide. In order not to become Kirigakure's huge murder weapon that destroys Konoha, I'm sorry, Kakashi. It's okay, everything is over. Shaking his head, Kakashi smiled and said, now that you are back, all that's left is to find Obito and bring that stinky guy back. By the way, since you know that Obito is not dead, have you found any information about him in these years? Lin asked curiously. No, I accidentally found out about Obito not dying but actually saving me during this horrific question and answer session. We must find him quickly. Frowning tightly, Lin clenched her fists, I know that guy's temperament very well. After seeing you kill me with my own eyes, he will definitely do something impulsive. Well, that's for sure. In the future, we can be together again. Saying that, under Kakashi's shocked gaze, Lin formed a tailed beast suit with excellent control and wrapped it around her right hand. This, 3 tails. Well, after resurrection, the 3 tails are still sealed in my body, but the curse seal is gone. And I can fully control this power. Lin nodded and smiled confidently. That's good, very good. Kakashi also smiled and nodded. Call out. Kakashi. Lord Hokage. Looking at the sudden appearance of the 3rd Hokage, Kakashi was a little confused. 3 tails. Being stared at by that stern gaze, Lin couldn't help but squat on the ground in fear. Although, Rin is also a ninja who grew up through battle. But compared to 3rd generation, Senju Tobirama, it is still far behind. No, Master Hokage, this is Lin, the ninja who was resurrected by me through the terrifying answers, who was once on my team. Scary answer. Hearing what Kakashi said, 3rd generation, Senju Tobirama, was silent for a moment, nodded, and then looked at Lin, right. Yes, Hokage-sama. How is the 3 tails control situation? Very good, after my resurrection, it will be completely under my control. Lin said truthfully. Completely in control. Saying this, 3rd generation, Senju Tobirama, turned to look at Kakashi. Kakashi, how are you going to arrange her? Of course it will be placed in my home. Kakashi said matter-of-factly. Why? At this moment, Lin couldn't help but widen her eyes, and she couldn't help but take 2 steps back. And 3rd generation, Senju Tobirama, couldn't help but raise the corner of his mouth and said with a smile, "You really made a good calculation. It's not bad." Kakashi grinned, and suddenly recalled his previous guess, and couldn't help but ask, "Guy has told me everything before, so, can I ask you about that time when Shodei and Uchiha Madara fought? Was Uchiha Madara not dead?" The smile suddenly faded. Third generation, Senju Tobirama, frowned and said, "Tell me specifically about the image you saw." "Yes." As Kakashi finished highlighting the key points of the previous image, and then finishing his guess, third generation, Senju Tobirama's brows also furrowed deeper. "That is to say, the unknown existence told you that Uchiha Madara saved Uchiha Obito, right?" "Yes." Kakashi nodded. Central Tower of the Forest of Death, the venue for the third preliminary round. Having successfully overcome the shadow in his heart, Rock Lee is extremely happy. After being told Tian, although he became more honest, he was still looking forward to the arrival of teacher Might Guy in his heart. By the time, really, whatever comes to mind, comes to mind. Looking at Might Guy who suddenly appeared next to him, Rock Lee shouted excitedly, "Teacher Guy!" After looking at the extremely damaged ground, and then at Rock Lee, who had strong traces of battle on his body, Might Guy couldn't help but smile and asked, "Did you win?" "Yes, Teacher Guy, I win, I win." Clenching his fists, Rock Lee said excitedly. "Okay, very good, very energetic." Hearing that Rock Lee could win, Might Guy was very happy and gave a thumbs up. "Youth will never stop, keep it up." "Yes, Teacher Guy." Rock Lee nodded heavily and responded. Equals 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 equals. Thank you very much Samziga for the reward again. New books are uploaded, please add them to your collection, please give me flowers, and please give me your evaluation votes. Chapter 033 Who is the Orange Uzumaki Masked Man? Konoha Village, inside the Forest of Death. Watching second generation Senju Tobirama leave, Orochimaru looked at Danzo next to him and teased, "You didn't do anything, Danzo." "Orochimaru, thank you." Listening to Danzo's words, Orochimaru's smile froze slightly. "What? Are you just accepting your fate? Next, according to the old rules, I will synchronize all the information I have with you." Without answering Orochimaru's words, Danzo formed the seal. As the chakra surged, half of Sharingan's face and arms were revealed, all wrapped in bandages again. "Okay, good luck to you." Smiling, Orochimaru melted into the soil under Danzo's dull gaze. "Orochimaru." Saying softly, Danzo did not use ninjutsu to leave, but walked slowly outside. The return of second generation was undoubtedly a huge surprise for him. Everything he planned before now needs to be overturned. Second Hokage Senju Tobirama succeeded first Hokage Senju Hashirama after his death. He, Danzo, had the great honor of serving as a retinue of the second Hokage for a long time. He is quite clear about second Hokage's abilities and personality. It is a powerful talent in itself, coupled with the intelligence that is good at calculation, it is a very terrifying existence. As someone who has been in a high position for a long time, how could he not have the slightest complaint in his heart about the sudden attack of second generation Senju Tobirama? But even so, Danzo did not dare to act rashly. Shisui's Sharingan, as well as the Sharingan on his body's arms, are naturally invincible against ordinary people. But facing second Hokage, who has studied Uchiha deeply, it's really hard to say what the result will be. And most importantly, is the second generation in front of me the true form of second generation Senju Tobirama? If he had an attack, you only have one chance. Once you fail, you will fail completely. As second generation directly exposed his disguise and many Sharingans were exposed, Danzo became even more afraid to act rashly. In fact, everything I do is for the village. Second generation, you, a person from the past, should not interfere with the already established future again. I didn't expect that Danzo didn't resist directly. He was a little helpless. Orochimaru, who had a bad taste, sighed inwardly and returned to the central tower. At this time, the third preliminary round of the Chunin exam has ended. The genins who were still here gathered together and lined up, waiting for the third Hokage's lecture. It's over. Wrong. Squinting his eyes slightly, listening to the speech of third generation, Senju Tobirama, Orochimaru suddenly realized that the person in front of him was definitely not third generation. Could it be? But what about the third generation? Where has the third generation gone? Call. At this moment, a huge projection appeared above everyone. Currently, the entire preliminaries venue is surrounded by a huge field. What happened? The third generation, Senju Tobirama, who was lecturing, stopped and looked around with a frown. Is this the kind of unique field that Might Guy talks about that cannot be broken through at all? How long has passed since answering the previous question, and it has started again? The strangeness of the third generation, Senju Tobirama, made the surrounding Jainin and the genin in the audience also aware of the surrounding situation. For a time, many people have refocused their attention on third generation, Senju Tobirama. And at this moment, a synthetic sound that seemed human and inhuman resounded throughout the preliminaries. Question: who is the identity of the man in the orange vortex mask? 1. There are only 3 opportunities, and all life forms in the field are eligible to answer. 2 life forms that answer incorrectly will be randomly selected as punishment, including death. 3. Failure of the first question will generate a second question, and so on. When the answer is correct or all life forms in the area die, the field disappears. 4. The life form that answers correctly will receive a randomly selected reward. 5. Don't think about asking for outside help, because during the period of answering questions, everything outside has been paused. 6. Don't try to break through. If you give a warning once, the second time will directly kill the life form that breaks through. This opportunity directly became 3 times, but the time limit of watching the prompt video and 30 minutes was cut off. Looking at the huge prompt above his head, Might Guy couldn't help but frowned. At this time, Kankuro looked at the subtitles appearing above and couldn't help but ask, what on earth is this? Didn't I just say that the official competition will be in a month? What on earth is this now? Yeah, what on earth is this? Is it a temporary addition? Aren't we already finished the preliminaries? What exactly is this? Without any hint, who knows who the man in the swirling orange mask is? How about playing? In the midst of everyone's questions, a huge holographic projection suddenly opened, pushing the previous prompts to the corner. Lord Hokage, you. Honestly, I don't know what kind of existence it is, and what is its specific purpose. Shaking his head, third generation, Senju Tobirama, raised his finger and pointed at the picture that was starting to flow, and said with a smile, let's take a look first. Even Master Third Hokage doesn't know? Frowning and feeling puzzled, everyone focused their attention on the huge projection. Up there, a guy with 9 tails spread out to cover almost half of the sky. His blood-red eyes flashed with an unconcealable bloodthirsty color, which contrasted with the red moon, making it even more terrifying. Equals 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 equals. Thank you very much Samsaga for the reward again, grateful face. New books are uploaded, please add them to your collection, please give me flowers, and please give me your evaluation votes. Chapter 034 Let's get started, 9 Tails. The scene was extremely silent for a moment, with only the sound coming from the huge image resounding throughout the closed Chunin third preliminaries. Everyone's eyes were silently looking at the huge image displayed above their heads. Projection. As the screen opens, the familiar night view of Konoha village appears. The brightly lit streets and alleys are filled with the shouts of shops and the laughter of people. The towering ancient tree that had been growing in the center of the village stood quietly, its dense branches and leaves covering the blood-red full moon. The village is not far away. As a masked man shouted summoning technique, the peace was ruthlessly broken. Through the heavy smoke, the frightening and terrifying monster Nine-Tails Demon Fox suddenly appeared at the door of Konoha village. Its 9 tails spread out to cover almost half of the sky, and its blood-red eyes flashed with an unconcealable bloodthirsty color, which contrasted with the red moon, making it even more terrifying. 9 tails. Seeing this scene, Uzumaki Naruto couldn't help clenching his fists. From childhood to adulthood, he has been living in the judgment of others, experiencing hardships and ups and downs along the way. But even so, even such a difficult life did not defeat him. He always believes that the future will be better. As he grows up, there is the shy Hyuga Hinata, the violent Harano Sakura who he likes, and the super bratty Suzuki who he hates but silently cares about in his heart. Everything is really developing in a good direction. But right now, the 9 tails demon fox confuses Konoha village, so similar to the story he heard after he was born. So, is this the true story of what happened before he was born? Naruto. Harano Sakura next to her looked at the trembling Uzumaki Naruto and couldn't help shouting worriedly. And after hearing the title of 9 tails demon fox, almost everyone around them looked at Uzumaki Naruto. It's a bit interesting. Although I don't know who directed all this at the specific time, it is all quite real. Is it to clarify the relationship between the 9 tails demon fox and Uzumaki Naruto? Orochimaru stood next to him with a calm expression, but in his heart he was quite interested in the projection in front of him. And, the man in the orange swirl mask? Looking at the familiar figure, although the mask is not orange swirly, it should be the guy from the Akatsuki organization. So, the person who killed the 4th Hokage earlier was Akatsuki? But what is the purpose of doing this? The more he thought about it, the stronger the anticipation in Orochimaru's heart became. Projection. As the video continues to play. Get started, 9 tails. The masked man raised his eyes, revealing his Shaolin eyes, and gave the order simply. 9 tails' huge claws rubbed the ground, then raised its head and roared to the sky. The irresistible evil spirit attacks the village at an unimaginable speed. In an instant, the ground shook and the mountains shook, houses were destroyed, and there were heavy casualties. Countless scarlet colors bloomed in the village. Once such an extremely powerful 9 tails demon fox is released, it will undoubtedly be catastrophic to ordinary people. Looking at the image of 9 tails confusing the village and Senju Tobirama running the 3rd generation, he couldn't help but frown. Scarlet Sharingan, 9 tails demon fox. Recalling the information obtained from previous exchanges with Kakashi, is Uchiha Madara still alive in this world? Even after so many years, he is still alive and strong. He is really as tenacious as a bed bug. This is 9 tails, so awesome. A thin layer of cold sweat slowly appeared on Kankuro's forehead as he looked at the image. Compared with the monsters in Sand Shinobi village that he knew before, the 9 tails demon fox in front of him undoubtedly refreshed his knowledge in all aspects. It turns out that there is such a powerful and arrogant guy in this world. Horrible. How on earth did such a powerful guy solve this problem? How could there be such a terrifying monster? Does he actually have such a terrifying thing in his body? For a moment, several people standing around Uzumaki Naruto couldn't help but move away a little. Damn it, damn it! Feeling the feeling that was so familiar to him, Uzumaki Naruto's fists were filled with a trace of scarlet. Naruto. Shaking her body, Harano Sakura finally stood beside Uzumaki Naruto without moving. On the other side, Hyuga Hinata, who was standing far away, clenched her hands in front of her eyes and secretly looked at Uzumaki Naruto with a worried expression. What a powerful guy! Even if I opened the 5th gate of the 8 inner gates before, I am still so small and unbearable in front of such a terrifying demon fox. Clenching his fists, Rock Lee was feeling elated because of his victory. After seeing this scene in front of me, my heart suddenly felt as cold as a bucket of cold water poured on me. Projection. As the screen turned, the violent and bloody scene dissipated. What appeared next was a blonde ninja with the cloak slowly swaying behind him. Fourth Hokage. Equals 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 equals. Super grateful to 0206 for the reward and reminder, grateful face. In other words, the debts owed are increasing. But on the weekends, I will try my best to make up for it. Chapter 035 The Fourth Generation Project. Projecting. The blonde man gently hugged his wife back home and gently placed her weak body next to his newborn son. He leaned over and comforted his wife. The gentle look disappeared from the man's face and was replaced by a look of determination. He quickly took out a white robe from the closet and put it on himself. The fourth Hokage on the back of the robe was looming in the wind. Naruto, he looks just like you. Harano Sakura, who was next to her, glanced at the projection, and couldn't help but look at Uzumaki Naruto. It really seems like it. However, that was the fourth Hokage. Could it be that Naruto's identity was actually the son of the fourth Hokage? And the people around them couldn't help but lower their heads and take a closer look at the blonde man in the projection. They really looked like Uzumaki Naruto in reality. But, will Uzumaki Naruto really be the child of the fourth Hokage? No matter how you think about it, it feels quite impossible. What about fourth generation? Looking at the video, the blonde man strode out of the room, and the corners of third generation, Senju Tobirama's mouth couldn't help but curl up slightly. In just one day, the information he learned was still limited. Senju Tobirama is quite curious about this completely new fourth generation project Namikaze Minato. Projection. Gotta act fast. Looking at the nine-tails demon fox wreaking havoc in the village, Namikaze Minato suddenly felt the slightest movement from behind. He quickly turned around and swung the special kunai in his hand towards the black shadow behind him. What? Looking at the kunai that completely passed through the black shadow, Namikaze Minato couldn't help but widen his eyes. Pang! The void materialized, and the black shadow tightly grasped Namikaze Minato's arm holding the special kunai. Your opponent is me, and it's over. As the space distorts with the black shadow as the center, it is about to catch the opponent. Namikaze Minato, who narrowly missed activating the Flying Thunder God technique, came to where the others had left their special kunai. Flying Thunder God? Looking at the fourth generation project on the projection and using the Flying Thunder God technique so skillfully, Senju Tobirama's sense of anticipation grew stronger. Fourth generation is pretty good. Projection. Everything in the picture, the black figure with the orange mask, has arrived at another place. Looking at the empty hands, he couldn't help but hum, "Fly away, your hands and feet are very fast. Next time I will absorb you faster, and I will take you away the moment I touch you." Hand seals. The picture shows that Namikaze Minato of the fourth generation, who escaped from the control of the shadow, fell into a place with special kunai. My attack penetrated him, but he could materialize and plan to suck me in quickly. Putting his hands on his hands, Namikaze Minato stood up slowly. Well, what kind of ninjutsu is it? Hey! Raise your head and look not far ahead. After the space there was distorted for a while, the black shadow from before had already arrived in front of Namikaze Minato. What is Mangekyou's ability? Looking at the starting position, Senju Tobirama already knew it in his mind. A guy similar to fourth generation, just using the name of Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara? This previous possibility has been basically crossed out by him. As the younger brother of Senju Hashirama, he did not fail to study Uchiha Madara's abilities after killing Uchiha Madara's younger brother. Among them, the power of Uchiha Madara is upright and majestic. Although it cannot be denied whether Uchiha Madara would have taken on some other abilities over the years if she had continued to live. However, relying solely on Sharingan's ability, he undoubtedly does not have this ability. As for transplanting other people's eyes, although the possibility is not impossible, it is really very small. And, the most important thing is that Uchiha Madara's character is not as hidden as before. If Uchiha Madara really took action, Nine Tails plus Susanoo's power, apart from his brother Senju Hashirama, he really can't think of any other being who can resist it. So, who is this Uchiha family member wearing an orange mask in front of me? But other genin have never seen such magical things. Boo-hoo-hoo. I can't understand it at all, but the ability to move around in time and space at will is really enviable. Not to mention these genin, even the genin in the preliminaries were full of amazement after seeing this. After a long time, they finally saw the representative Flying Thunder God technique of 4th generation again. For a moment, I couldn't help but feel quite emotional. With the passing of the purpose of 4th generation, so many years have passed. However, what they saw before them was something they had never known. What kind of existence is that orange-masked man who can rival the 4th generation? Could it be, Uchiha Madara? Frowning tightly, Might Guy looked at the projection in front of him, and the suspicion in his heart was basically confirmed. He is able to control Nine Tails and defeat the 4th generation. He is also a member of the Uchiha clan who hates Konoha. Counting down the powerful Uchiha people in history, there is no one else. Equals 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 equals. Super grateful to Samziga for tipping again. Thank you very much Quiet for your monthly ticket. New books are uploaded, please add them to your collection, please give me flowers, and please give me your evaluation votes. Chapter 036 4th Generation Special Back Rub. And just when everyone was amazed, the black shadow in the projection spoke. Projection. I have to say that Madame Ling's physique is indeed strong. Even after Nine Tails was peeled off, she was still able to survive. At this moment, the camera on the screen showed a close-up of the scarlet corner of the man in the orange mask. This guy is definitely not Uchiha Madara. After confirming his eyes, the doubt in Senju Tobirama's heart has been completely eliminated. Uchiha Madara's arrogance comes from the bottom of her heart. From the eyes of the guy in front of him, Senju Tobirama could not see this arrogance at all. No matter how it changes, no matter what it is, a person's eyes can never deceive others. Projection. This guy can also use time and space ninjutsu. He can move instantly with Kushina, probably because of this ability. Holding the special kunao in his hand, 4th generation Namikaze Minato carefully recalled the information in his memory. He was able to kill all Anbu directly under the 3rd generation, passed through the top secret barrier, and knew that the seal of Nine Tails would be weakened when Kushina was produced. As 4th generation contemplates its purpose, a magnificent symphony that is extremely shocking slowly sounds. Among them, there is a fantasy scene of controlling Nine Tails and fighting the first Hokage. The screen changed and it was back to the 4th generation. A ninja who can break the seal of Nine Tails and tame them directly, and can enter and exit freely without being blocked by Konoha's barrier. Within his scope of cognition, there is only one person. Opening his mouth, Namikaze Minato asked tentatively, "Are you Uchiha Madara?" Hall. He raised his hand to pull back his hood, but the man in the orange mask didn't explain. Uchiha Madara? After hearing the question of 4th generation's purpose, everyone in the audience except Senju Tobirama was shocked on the spot. Uchiha Madara. This name can be said to be known to everyone, and it overwhelms the ninja world. It can be said that once the name Uchiha Madara is mentioned, it is synonymous with power. But in front of them, the person facing fourth generation turned out to be Uchiha Madara? If this is the case, can fourth generation win? For a moment, everyone couldn't help but sweat in their hearts about the fourth generation project. Projection. No, you shouldn't be. Uchiha Madara is already dead. Oh, that's not necessarily the case. Forget it, you are good for everyone, why do you set your target on Konoha village? Raising his head slightly, the man in the orange mask said calmly, for war, but also for peace. Hwalala. Looking at the orange-masked man pulling the black chain with both hands, Namikaze Minato put his hand in front of the murderer, has the ability to control 9 tails, and the time and space ninjutsu that is superior to me and second generation. At the same time, there is also such dangerous thoughts. With a movement of his feet, Namikaze Minato rushed forward quickly. Now, with the situation in the village, he could only believe in the third generation project. He must drag this guy in front of him here, otherwise once he is released, the consequences will be disastrous. Seeing Namikaze Minato rushing over, the orange-masked man stepped forward quickly and rushed forward. Call. Still as before, Namikaze Minato entered the opponent's body and penetrated it. Transformed into nothingness, the black iron chain turned into a physical entity and clung to Namikaze Minato's body, but he was immediately dodged. Turning to look at the orange-masked man, Namikaze Minato also realized that the attack must be effective at the moment. With a movement of their feet, the two faced each other again. With a flick of his hand, the special kunai was thrown out by Namikaze Minato, passing through the orange-masked man's body just like before. The two people were approaching quickly, and Namikaze Minato had already held the raised nan that was shining brightly in his hand. As for the man in the orange mask, when he saw that his palm was about to hold Namikaze Minato, he felt excited. I won. Watching the battle that was supposed to be going on quickly, was released in slow motion at this moment. Slowly approaching, getting closer and closer, making people clench their fists. Will fourth generation lose? What will happen to this extremely powerful orange-masked man? At this moment, a huge flip occurred in the picture. The man in the orange mask, who originally thought he had won, was struck by the fourth generation's back, and he was hit hard on the ground with the raised nan in his hand. Looking at the ground that was shattered and scattered with the huge explosion. For a time, a huge sense of joy burst out unnaturally in everyone's hearts. Happy. He clenched his fists hard and felt relieved that he could give this guy a hard blow for fourth generation's sake. However, the Konoha village ninja is more refreshing. Tsunagakure's Janinbeki couldn't help but sweat a little on his forehead. Fortunately, such a guy died a long time ago. It's really great. Compared to everyone who is superficial, Senja Tobirama sees things more carefully. When a raised nan was unable to kill the opponent, he carved a flying thunder god spell on the opponent's body, which made him nod with satisfaction in his heart. Flying thunder god technique, this is how it should be used. Continuously, step by step. Let the other party completely fall into his own rhythm without even realizing it, until he dies. Projection. Zero was next to him, and the man in the orange mask said in a low voice, "This is the elusive yellow flash. It's really. Call out." At this moment, Namikaze Minato from far away came to him in an instant. Snapped. The black technique was directly attached to the orange-masked man's body. Call. The space was distorted, and the orange-masked man appeared on the other side. You actually plan to untie the connection between me and Nine Tails. Well, then you won't be able to control Nine Tails. It is indeed a fourth-generation project. With that said, the man in the orange mask disappeared amid a burst of space distortion. Equals 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 equals. Super grateful to Samziga for tipping again. Thank you very much. I'm not the only one for the reward. New books are uploaded, please add them to your collection, please give me flowers, and please give me your evaluation votes. Chapter 037 Little Sakura, what are you doing? Why didn't 4th generation kill that guy directly when there was such a good opportunity? Rock Lee clenched his fists and said with a puzzled look on his face. Glancing at Rock Lee, Nara Shikamaru said calmly, there has been a situation where we failed to kill the opponent before. Faced with the situation where we don't know whether the next move can kill him, this is undoubtedly the safest way. At least we see that Ninetales is indeed out of control. As Nara Shikamaru spoke, many people around who had questions couldn't help but nodded in agreement. Indeed. For the first time, 4th generation's Namikaze Minato used that extremely powerful-looking white sphere to successfully hit the opponent's body, but the effect was not great. Under such circumstances, facing the existence that was most likely Uchiha Madara, it was indeed safer to do so. What a pity! Yamanaka Ino on the side couldn't help but sigh. Yes, such a hateful guy should die quickly. That's Uchiha Madara. Yes, it's not that simple. The opponent is not someone who can be killed easily. Hey, he really could be that scary guy, I can't imagine it. At this moment, a synthetic sound that seemed both human and inhuman appeared. Sorry, the answer is wrong, and I will be punished immediately. For a moment, Harano Sakura, who just said the name Uchiha Madara, was stunned on the spot. Next to him, Uzumaki Naruto immediately became angry. He raised his hand and pointed at the sky, trying to argue loudly. But Harano Sakura, who was next to her, reached out and pressed her down. It's okay. The option just says that you may die, but you may not die. I think I have always had good luck since I was a child. It's fine. I believe you, Sakura-chan, your luck won't be that bad. Rock Lee on the other side raised his hand and gave a thumbs up, cheering for Harano Sakura. Besides, I have answered the question before. After answering the question incorrectly, I did not get the option of death, but... There was a projection in every room before. Hey? Actually, is this the case? As the horror questions and answers appear in front of you, plus Rock Lee's narration. Suddenly, the people around him also completely understood what was going on with the projection that had been playing for a long time. It turned out that it was the punishment for answering wrong questions. Hearing Rock Lee's words, Uzumaki Naruto next to him couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. I believe, little Sakura, you must be lucky to be with me. The smile that originally hung on the corner of Harano Sakura's lips suddenly froze after Uzumaki Naruto's words. She and Uchiha Sasuke are in the same group, so they have a very lucky relationship. At this moment, the previously human-like and inhuman synthesized sound appeared again. Immediately, the punishment was drawn out. As the saying goes, how can the world be peaceful if there is injustice? Haha, that's great. I'd say you're lucky. Under normal circumstances, except for the best ones, generally. Halfway through, Rock Lee suddenly stopped. I quietly glanced at the 3rd generation, Senju Tobirama, in front of me, and breathed a sigh of relief when I saw that no one was looking at him. Yes, Sakura-chan, congratulations. Yamanaka Ino said with a smile, and made deliberate gestures while laughing. That's great, little. Just when Uzumaki Naruto also wanted to congratulate him, he was directly punched by Harano Sakura with a black face. What does it mean to bring peace to the world when there is injustice? Looking down, Harano Sakura almost cried when she saw that what was once a bit curved was now completely unremarkable. Although she didn't have to die, this was indeed something that made her happy. But... Sakura-chan, what are you doing? Uzumaki Naruto looked at Harano Sakura with a puzzled face, completely confused as to why Harano Sakura, who didn't need to die, still punched him. Unfortunately, Haruno Sakura glared at him angrily and stopped talking. Haruno Sakura glanced sympathetically, and Temari and Tenten next to her couldn't help but sigh secretly in their hearts. Compared to the Nine-Tails Demon Fox, we are really small. Looking at the video, the Nine-Tails Demon Fox was pushed out of the village by the third Hokage, killing the surrounding ninjas wantonly. Narashikamaru sighed. After hearing Narashikamaru's words, Uzumaki Naruto's originally unhappy face suddenly darkened a lot. He who was originally jumping out suddenly fell silent. Image. The scene switched again, and Irika, as a child, was taken to a safe area by a ninja. Let me go quickly, my parents are still fighting. Roar. The violent roar immediately stirred up Irika's parents. With the burst of scarlet red, it looked like the situation was already in danger. Irika-sensei. Clenching his fists, Uzumaki Naruto shed tears of pain from the corners of his eyes. Indeed, as Mizuki said before, the Nine-Tails Demon Fox killed Irika's parents, and as the successor to the Nine-Tails Demon Fox. Next to it, the Jainin are also waiting for orders from the third generation, Senju Tobirama. Under the current circumstances, things that had been concealed before could no longer be concealed. So, in this situation, what needs to be done? Equals 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 equals. New books are uploaded, please add them to your collection, please give me flowers, and please give me your evaluation votes. Chapter 038. Where is Danzo? Look, look. Wait, wait. However, what is extremely puzzling is that the third generation, Senju Tobirama, in front of them does not make any moves. Could it be that Lord Third Generation has decided to have a showdown with Uzumaki Naruto? Image. Call out. Appearing directly on top of the Hokage Rock, Namikaze Minato looked at the vast swaths of bloody and wreckage ruins below, filling all parts of Konoha. I couldn't help but frown deeply, but I sighed in my heart, it's too cruel. Surprisingly, Konoha village was destroyed so much in such a short time. After coming to Konoha, Kankuro naturally wandered around, for missions and curiosity. Therefore, he has a general understanding of the situation in Konoha. However, looking at the village in front of him was not much different from what he remembered. Surprisingly, in such a short period of time, the affected area has become so large. Unable to help it, he shuddered again. Similarly, with the help of fourth generation, we can intuitively see the tragic scene of Konoha village at this time. Whether it's Genin or Jainin, it's a deep visual impact. In the chaotic village of Nine Tails, the people on the scene are basically the group that was protected, while the ones who actually go to the battlefield are their previous generation. Therefore, the people present were not too clear about the real situation. But now, the situation at that time is so real before our eyes. It's too much. That guy from the Uchiha family is really too much. All the intolerance quickly turned into dissatisfaction and indignation against the instigator. Image. Interest. The huge-tailed beast bomb slowly formed and condensed in the mouth of the Nine-Tails Demon Fox. Pang. Third generation Sarutobi Hiruzen, already a little tired, knelt down on the ground holding the military stick in his hand. While gasping for air, he said unwillingly, that guy still won't give up. Third generation Sama. A ninja next to him stepped forward to help third generation. Summoning technique. At this moment, a huge figure landed on top of Nine Tails who was still condensing the tailed beast bomb. Pang! As the giant toad fell to the ground, the tailed beast bomb in Nine Tails' mouth was directly suppressed. On top of that huge thing, stands, fourth generation. Suddenly, the surrounding ninjas couldn't help but smile excitedly. It's fourth generation, fourth generation. The fourth generation is coming, haha. Great, the fourth generation is here, go to hell you monster. But at this moment, the suppressed nine-tails demon fox once again concentrated the tailed beast bomb in its mouth. Using all his strength, Gamabunta said with sweat all over his body, "Minato, I can't suppress him, please think of a way." To deflect such a powerful attack, a considerable amount of chakra needs to be consumed, and I only have the coordinates left. Gritting his teeth, Namikaze Minato still resolutely took the nine-tails demon fox under him. Call out. It's amazing, actually, the entire nine-tails demon fox was manipulated by fourth generation. Akim Ichichi exclaimed. Well, it is indeed powerful, but as the fourth generation project just said, it requires a lot of chakra, and there is only one coordinate left. Sighing, Nara Shikamaru said, remember, the position where fourth generation took his wife to leave earlier, I hope. Before Shikamaru could finish speaking, there was a huge explosion in the projection. The huge light suddenly lit up, with such unparalleled power that one could feel the terror in it even through the screen. Especially, it is true as Nara Shikamaru said. Fourth generation, as expected, it was the place where the wife was placed. Looking at the fourth generation holding his wife in a weak state, the infant baby, and the little chakra in his mouth. For a moment, everyone couldn't help but sweat the sight of fourth generation in front of them. Under such circumstances, the huge nine tails behind him became even more terrifying. Thinking about the ninjas who suffered heavy casualties earlier, the exhausted third generation and fourth generation. What should we do in this situation? Now that we have reached such a situation, how can we get over it? And, the most important thing is, there is a strong person behind the scenes, spying in the dark. Even though I knew that this difficulty must have passed at that time, looking at what happened at that time now, I can't think of any other way except to pay for it with human life. Third generation, Senju Tobirama, standing on the stage couldn't help but frown deeply when looking at the situation in front of him. Nine-tails demon fox. And, where is that guy Danzo? According to the information he knew, Konoha village during this time period was mainly controlled by Danzo, third generation, and fourth generation. Turning his head, third generation, Senju Tobirama, looked at Might Guy next to him and asked softly, do you know what the Uchiha family was doing at that time? Equals. Super grateful to Samziga for tipping again, grateful face. New books are uploaded, please add them to your collection, please give me flowers, and please give me your evaluation votes. This is the fourth update today, I hope you all like it. Chapter 039 The more I wipe away the more tears I shed. Hearing Senju Tobirama's question. After being stunned for a moment, Might Guy thought for a moment and then said uncertainly, it should mainly be protecting non-combatants. I was also one of the protected ones at the time. Okay, all right. Nodding, Senju Tobirama couldn't help but sigh. He probably understood some things. Because of Uchiha Madara's relationship, when people think about it, they will think of Sharingan's control of nine tails. Coupled with his previous attitude towards Uchiha, it will naturally affect the next generation. There is nothing wrong with Uchiha being sent to protect non-combatants. However, Senju Tobirama is absolutely unwilling to believe that this is all the trump card of Konoha village. No matter how long the battle goes on, there are still certain trump cards. He had completely seen Namikaze Minato's previous performance. He couldn't help but praise his superb space ninjutsu. If Namikaze Minato can be kept alive, this will be a huge shock and a symbol to the outside world. But with the death of the fourth generation, the lonely third generation can stand alone. Who wouldn't be tempted by this? In addition, many people did die in this battle. The disputes in Konoha village seemed to be more serious than he imagined. Unfortunately, the monkey is dead and Danzo is no longer the same Danzo. Image. Minato, I can hold on for a while. Gritting her teeth, Kushina directly formed a chain with the little chakra in her body, binding the nine-tails demon fox there. At the same time, a barrier was also erected by Kushina at the right time. Wow wow, wow wow. Ahem, coughed twice violently. Looking up at the crying baby, Kushina smiled softly and said, I'm sorry for waking you up. I'm sorry, Naruto. Kuyukina. Hear Kushina and pronounce the name of the child in front of you. The Jainin couldn't help but glance at the motionless third generation, Senju Tobirama, while the genin widened their eyes and looked back at Uzumaki Naruto in disbelief. Fourth generation? Uzumaki Naruto is actually the biological son of the fourth generation? No way, this joke is a bit big. Uzumaki Naruto is really the son of the fourth generation, but how could it be? If Uzumaki Naruto is really the son of the fourth generation, how could he be so ignored? There is a widespread rumor in the village that the nine-tails demon fox is equal to Uzumaki Naruto. It was Uzumaki Naruto who brought disaster to the village. If this is the case, son of the fourth generation? Actually, not only others were shocked on the spot, but naturally Uzumaki Naruto was also among them. I actually have parents, I actually have parents, and they are the fourth generation. On Uzumaki Naruto's dumb face, 2 traces of tears slowly slid down. I'm not a wild child, I also have parents, haha, ha ha ha. Laughing and crying. Those were tears of joy, as if he wanted to vent all these, the suffering and persecution he had suffered over the years. Naruto. Looking at Uzumaki Naruto in front of her, Haruno Sakura couldn't help but show a worried expression. Compared to the current Naruto, she was still more used to the time when he was careless and just silly. Now, I don't know why, but that smile is inexplicably heartbreaking. Naruto. Not far away, Hyuga Hinata's eyes were already red, and 2 traces of tears had slowly slipped down. Congratulations, Naruto-kun, really congratulations to you. She didn't dare to say it in public, she only dared to bless Naruto secretly in her heart. In fact, not only them, but also the genins around them felt a little confused for some reason. The previous fear of Uzumaki Naruto slowly turned into sympathy at this moment. Both of his parents saved the village for the nine-tails demon fox. As the son of a hero, he was criticized and scolded by the people in the village. Third generation, there's no reaction at all. Nara Shikamaru, who felt sympathy in his heart, couldn't help but secretly glance at the indifferent third generation, Senju Tobirama. Image. Kushina looked ugly, but tried her best to smile, and smiled hard. If you control 9 tails like this, I will die. In this way, you can be able to control 9 tails. The resurgence has been delayed. The tragic hum slowly entered the ears of everyone present. I want to use my remaining chakra to help you. Thank you for everything you have done for me. A hint of scarlet slowly flowed from her mouth, but Kyuuki-na smiled brightly at Namikaze Minato. Looking at Kushina in front of him, Namikaze Minato's eyes were full of tenderness. Kushina, you made me the 4th Hokage, you made me your husband. As the scene switches to a child, Kushina is being held by Namikaze Minato. The two of them looked at each other with happy expressions on their faces. Woohoo! Yamanaka Ino couldn't help it, covered her face with her hands, and cried. Touched by Yamanaka Ino's cry, more and more people gradually had crystal clear eyes. He kept raising his hand to wipe it, but for some reason, the tears couldn't stop and flowed downwards. The more you rub, the more you rub. Seeing the happy faces of his parents in the projection, Uzumaki Naruto burst into tears. However, the smile at the corner of his mouth is still persisting. Equals. equals 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 equals. Super grateful to 7927 for the update ticket, I really appreciate it. Then, this is the 5th chapter today, and it is also about repaying the debt owed before. Thank you Samziga for your continued support. This is the first chapter to update your debt. New books are uploaded, please add them to your collection, please give me flowers, and please give me your evaluation votes. Chapter 040 The Broken Image of Third Generation. Fourth Generation Namikaze Minato, with his wife Kushina. Are you going to die next? Recalling the rumors, almost everyone's eyes changed when they looked at Third Generation, who was standing indifferently in the middle of the stage. My parents died for the sake of the village. But their child's hatred was completely diverted by the top management of Konoha village. As the incarnation of the Nine-Tails demon fox, he was hated by almost everyone. Since childhood, I have been growing up with people looking at me strangely and treating me differently. Why, for what reason did the higher UPS issue such an order? I can't figure it out, I don't understand. But there is no doubt that the great and glorious image of Third Generation has been completely stained in the hearts of all Konoha Shinobi fans. At this moment, in addition to sympathizing with Uzumaki Naruto and the Fourth Generation couple, everyone present was confused and suspicious of the Third Generation's actions. Among the ninjas in the field, Jainin is the group of people who were previously protected during the Nine-Tails Rebellion, and Genin is the newer generation. Their understanding of the village and its history are based on what their predecessors compiled and told. Once upon a time, they had doubts and curiosity, but then they gave up. There has never been a moment when such a real expression appeared before their eyes. If all this is true, so the Third Generation project in front of me really makes people feel chilly. Especially, Lord Third Hokage, who is standing in front of everyone now, has no explanation at all for what is depicted in front of him. Deceit, deceive, fail to explain, fail to act. Under such circumstances, although the identification with Konoha village is still there. However, the feeling of disappointment and desolation in the heart was sprinkled deeply into everyone's heart like a seed. Monkey. He sighed secretly in his heart, feeling the strange looks from everyone. Senju Tobirama, who runs Third Generation, as someone who has endured all this, how could he not feel anything at all? After glancing around with his peripheral vision, he focused on Uzumaki Naruto. Image. Kushina, you made me the fourth Hokage, you made me your husband, and you made me the father of this child. Gritting his teeth, Namikaze Minato sighed with a painful look on his face. However, Minato, don't show such an expression. I'm already very happy to have you loving me. Smiling hard, brilliantly and gently, Kushina said, looking back at the infant Naruto, today is it's this child's birthday, well. I really want to meet the grown-up Naruto. The extremely perseverant Namikaze Minato also shed painful tears at this time, raging. Kushina, there is no need for you to die with 9 tails. I will use your remaining chakra to show you. Raising her head hard, Kushina looked at Namikaze Minato in confusion. I will seal all your remaining chakra into Naruto's body and combine it with the 8-sign seal. In addition, I will solve the 9 tails. I am not a Jinkraki and can only use the ghoul seal. But that technique will make the user. Kushina said in fear. Looking at the 4th generation couple in front of them, they are about to die. Everyone's tears couldn't stop anymore. Sobs, mixed with the mournful background humming, echoed continuously in this preliminaries venue. Image. Looking at Kushina in front of him, Namikaze Minato said slowly. The balance of the tailed beast cannot be broken, otherwise it is unimaginable what will happen. I will seal half of the 9 tails in my body. If I seal it with the corpse, I and half of the 9 tails can be permanently sealed. Sealed. So, the other half of 9 tails was sealed into Naruto's body, using 8-sign seal. Kushina's eyes widened, and she wanted to speak, but was interrupted by Namikaze Minato. I know what you want to say, but the world changes that teacher Jiraiya talks about, and the disasters that follow the world changes. Today, I confirmed two things. The masked man who attacked you will definitely bring about a bloody storm in the future, and the one who stops him is this child. This child named by teacher Jiraiya will open up the future as Jinchuriki. Somehow I believe this. Looking at Namikaze Minato, who put the infant Naruto on the ground and slowly stood up, Kushina frowned and said, Minato, but... Namikaze Minato has been completed quickly. Snapped. As he clasped his hands together, Namikaze Minato secretly muttered, seal all zombies. Suddenly, a gloomy spiritual mass emerged from behind him. Everything in the picture, the third generation who just came here, looked at Namikaze Minato's seal in the distance, and couldn't help but exclaimed, seal all the zombies. The corpses are sealed away. Frowning, Orochimaru looked curiously at the large translucent dark figure floating behind the fourth generation's eyes in the projection. Also, the fourth generation just said that there will be huge changes in the world in the future. In this case, what exactly has Jiraiya experienced? Like now, I have experienced similar unknown existences early on and asked questions. It is similar to the situation before us, and the role Uzumaki Naruto plays in it is the leader who will lead the ninjas in the future, or what kind of existence? Equals 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 equals. Thank you very much for vacant time for the reminder ticket, I really appreciate it. Thank you so much to Samzaga for tipping me again. Thank you so much. New books are uploaded, please add them to your collection, please give me flowers, and please give me your evaluation votes. Chapter 041 Third Generation is a good person. In the future, there will be huge changes at the world level. Among them, Uzumaki Naruto will become the main fulcrum to lead future changes. With the appearance of these two sentences, everyone's tears stopped unconsciously. Everyone was looking at Uzumaki Naruto curiously. Facing the eyes of everyone, Uzumaki Naruto also looked confused. What's going on? Although he has always talked about becoming a Hokage, becoming a person who leads change in the entire world is something he has never imagined. Such a powerful existence. Moreover, it was said by his real father, the fourth generation, and the high expectations placed in it made Naruto a little curious. Will he be such a great being in the future? To be able to lead changes in the entire world, how powerful do you have to be able to do all this? Great changes in the world. Frowning, Senju Tobirama felt that the authenticity of what the fourth generation project said in the projection should be quite large. Just like his return and the arrival of this completely unknown existence in front of him. No matter what he wanted to do specifically, he couldn't figure it out. And the most important thing is, does the terrifying question in front of you only appear in Konoha village, or has it started in the entire ninja world? Various questions derived from scary questions. Whether it is the entanglement of various forces, greed, hopelessness, hatred, etc. There is no doubt that the coming era will definitely be a magnificent one. Among them, Nine Tails Jinchuriki Uzumaki Naruto serves as the fulcrum and supports future changes. It may not be impossible. Will this guy really be so powerful in the future? Unbelievable. Although he is a child of the fourth generation, he is the one who leads the entire world. It is unimaginable. That's right. It seems that no one except the first generation has done this to lead the entire ninja world, right? One day, will Naruto really be able to become the god of the ninja world? It feels so unreal. I believe. Naruto will definitely do it. The originally noisy environment suddenly became silent with Hyuga Hinata's shout. The eyes that were looking at Uzumaki Naruto were all focused on Hyuga Hinata for a moment, causing the girl who was already shy to lower her head deeply. I believe I can do it. Clenching his fists, Uzumaki Naruto said loudly, causing everyone's attention to shift to him again. Although, now that he knows that he is a child of the fourth generation, he still has a strong sense of unreality in his heart. But, since my father said so, then he must be able to do it. At this time, the screen also switched to Namikaze Minato's side again. Listening to the projection, it seems to correspond to Uzumaki Naruto's fourth generation project. Believe in this child, he is the son of both of us. Could he really? Fourth generation's extremely firm words are so powerful that they are unnaturally convincing. Seeing the conviction on Uzumaki Naruto's face, the doubts in many people's hearts gradually turned into half-belief. Projection. The screen switched to the third generation project again. The approaching third Hokage has arrived in front of the barrier. Third generation Sama, how is the situation? At this time, two other ninjas quickly came to the third generation target. No, in order to prevent Nine Tails from coming out, they set up a barrier in front, making it impossible to get in. They plan to deal with Nine Tails themselves. Third generation said with a frown, a rather dissatisfied look on his face. The strange words of third generation made many people frown. Did you dispose of Nine Tails on your own? The already shattered impression collapsed at this moment. Obviously you have been fighting here for so long and sacrificed so many people, but there has been no result. When the fourth generation came up, they were ready to seal Nine Tails in order to sacrifice themselves. When I got to you, it was just that, you took care of Nine Tails by yourself. In this case, not to mention the surrounding ninjas, even Senju Tobirama who runs third generation couldn't help but take a deep breath. This is really... The surprises for him are getting bigger and bigger. Everyone's eyes that were originally looking at Uzumaki Naruto could not help but quietly shift a lot to the third generation who still had no explanation. Wait a minute, will third generation just say this is nonsense? What is being shown in front of you is actually all false. This is not something from the past at all, but a special image made to cause Konoha to become centrifugal? Or, just call it an illusion? If you really say that, it would be very interesting. One thing often has many sides, but when the image of third generation is broken, it is easier for people to think about the bad side. But, compared to the Konoha shinobi who was becoming more and more suspicious, as a Tsunagakure person, Janinbeki was filled with strange joy in his heart. Third generation is a great person. Such a difficult fourth generation project was abandoned like this. What a great person! Equals 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 equals. Thank you so much to Samsuga for tipping me again. Thank you so much. New books are uploaded, please add them to your collection, please give me flowers, and please give me your evaluation votes. Chapter 042 Let the third generation rule for a while longer. In fact, if you think about it carefully, under the third generation in recent years, the powerful Senju clan blended into the folk and disappeared. The powerful Uchiha clan was completely gone. The mighty Uchiha Itachi rebelled. The powerful Hyuga clan is getting weaker day by day. The mighty fourth generation, gone. The mighty White Fang, gone. The mighty Sunin, Wakan rebel. Wait, there are many more. Thinking about it this way, perhaps their attack should be cancelled this time. No, we have to discuss it with fourth Kazekage this time. Such a good guy, third generation, needs to be allowed to stay in his seat for a while. Although the appearance of this image may have a slight impact, the real rule will certainly not be affected much. However, with this situation, the third generation will definitely have to do something about it, tidy it up, and establish its dominance. Well, I need to think about it seriously. Think about how powerful Konoha was at that time under the first generation and second generation. The third generation is really a good person, contributing its unique abilities to the harmonious development of the ninja world. Thinking of this, Baki looked at third generation, Senju Tobirama, and his eyes became gentler. What a good man! Image. Kushina, after the corpses are sealed, I will seal your chakra into Naruto's body. I hope you can help him when he controls Nine Tails as Jinchuriki. Looking at Minato in front of her, Kushina frowned and said, he is our son. Because of this, I don't want Naruto to bear such a heavy responsibility. Moreover, why use corpses to seal them all away? Just for me to see the grown-up Naruto, just for such a short time. As she spoke, tears slowly fell from the corners of Kushina's eyes. Why do you want to die for this? I hope you can stay with Naruto and protect him as he grows up. Why, for the balance of the tailed beasts, for the country, and for the village, do you have to let Naruto become a victim? Are you going to be sacrificed for me? A gentle smile gradually appeared on his tired face. Namikaze Minato smiled and said to Kushina in front of him, abandoning the country and the village is just like abandoning a child. You should have a deep understanding of the demise of your motherland, right? What a cruel life people who have subjugated their country will be forced to live. What's more, our family is all ninjas. Listening to the words of fourth generation, the fearless heroism for the village and the country shocked everyone present. For the sake of your country, even if you sacrifice yourself, even if your children sink into it. Suddenly, every Konoha shinobi's heart felt heavy. Compared with the previous third generation, let's look at the fourth generation in front of us. The difference between the two is like heaven and earth. Naruto. Don't worry, I'm fine. Smiling and looking at Harano Sakura, Uzumaki Naruto's eyes were full of expectations for the future. This is what my family expects of me. I believe that one day, I will definitely be able to get there. Naruto, it's not only you who are working hard, but also us. Looking at Uzumaki Naruto with a smile, Rock Lee said forcefully, Konoha village belongs to everyone, how can you only be able to maintain it by yourself? Moreover, Nine Tails, the power in it is indeed terrifying, but I think there will be a day. One day, with perseverance and hard work, you can definitely reach the level of Nine Tails. Following Rock Lee's words, Chi and others around him also nodded in response. Perhaps, they were not too familiar with each other before. But now, this moment. Under the words of the fourth generation, the hearts of Konoha Genin are merging rapidly. Image. Call out. Shinigami, who was hiding behind his back, reached out and penetrated Namikaze Minato's back, and rushed out from the front. Almost in an instant, he arrived in front of the Nine Tails demon fox who was chained not far away. Phew, no resistance whatsoever. This hand directly grabbed a faint blue light and shadow from the Nine Tails demon fox's body. Seal. In the next moment, the arm was completely retracted into Namikaze Minato's body, and Nine Tails also completed the seal inside his body. Silala. Several streaks of white mist slowly rose from the broken heart. I didn't expect his chakra to be so heavy. Pang! Damn it! Nine Tails roared, and its previously huge size was directly reduced by a considerable amount. Namikaze Minato also summoned an altar and placed the infant Naruto on it. Okay, next is the 8-sign seal. Turning his head and looking at the altar, the Nine Tails demon fox snorted coldly, the altar actually wants to seal me again, and it's still sealed to that kid. Cough. At this time, Kushina couldn't hold on and coughed a mouthful of scarlet. Kushina, are you okay? Seeing that his wife was in bad condition, Namikaze Minato hurried over to check on her. This is the time. Looking at the altar that Namikaze Minato got out of the way, the Nine Tails demon fox raised its huge and slender claws and slapped it directly towards the altar. No, Nine Tails. Seeing this thrilling scene in front of me, I couldn't help but hold my breath. What, is it really possible that the Nine-Tails Demon Fox will succeed? Even though Naruto was a living example right in front of them, they couldn't help but sweat for the fourth generation couple. Equals 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 equals. Thank you so much to Samsaga for tipping me again. Thank you so much. New books are uploaded, please add them to your collection, please give me flowers, and please give me your evaluation votes. Chapter 043 The Great and Noble Third Generation. Pfft. Scarlet, splashing on the spot. Everyone's eyes widened when they saw the fourth generation couple being directly penetrated by Nine-Tails' claws. The claws were slowly moving towards Naruto on the altar. At this moment, everyone couldn't help but sweat for the fourth generation couple and Naruto. Image. Tisk tisk. As the diamond chains tightened, the fourth generation couple finally came close to protecting Naruto. Very good. After seeing Naruto successfully protected from Nine-Tails, they couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, and Yamanaka Ino even exclaimed happily. It's so thrilling. I was shocked. I was sweating so much. I was so nervous. At that moment, I thought, it scared me to death. Fortunately, my heart almost stopped just now. It was almost, luckily we caught up, but the fourth generation couple were also seriously injured, alas. Turning her head, Haruno Sakura couldn't help but look at Uzumaki Naruto beside her. He was trembling all over, and tears were pouring out of his eyes, but his eyes were becoming more determined. The weird feeling before was completely gone. The Uzumaki Naruto in front of him seemed to have grown up all of a sudden. Image. I've said it, this is the duty within my father's power. In this case, mother. I should fulfill this obligation. The two people, covered in sweat and blood, were supporting each other. Hacha-hucky. Breathing heavily, Kushina tried her best to put on a smile and said to Namikaze Minato behind her, husband and wife quarreled, and this is the first time. I lost to you. I understand, how serious you are. Thank you, Kushina. Namikaze Minato also tried his best to put a smile on the corner of his mouth, although scarlet color continued to remain at the corner of his mouth. He raised his hand and put a little scarlet on his palm, forming a seal, summoning. Ha! The summoned toad looked at Namikaze Minato with shock and fear. Nine-Tails? I said fourth generation, what is going on? Gamatoto, I will hand over the key to the seal to you, and then immediately, let Mr. Jiraiya keep it for safekeeping. Okay. The screen switches and we come to the third generation again. Outside the barrier, third generation Sarutobi Hiruzen, who saw all this, completely understood Namikaze Minato's plan. It turns out that he planned to make his child a Jinchuriki to save the village. The son of the hero who saved the village was later promoted as the incarnation of the Nine-Tails Demon Fox, and became the emotional outlet for the villagers after the Nine-Tails Rebellion. The more you look at it, the more disdainful the ninjas in Konoha village become to the original amiable third-generation image. What the hell is this? Or is it to stabilize his rule in the village? Or is it some other reason? But no matter what, it is quite excessive to suppress the identity of the son of the hero who saved the village and become the catharsis point of the fishing boat. Naruto was so little at that time, just born. In such an environment, despite being the son of a hero who saved the village, he was forced to live with other people's strange treatment and all kinds of judgments. Since childhood. Glancing at Uzumaki Naruto out of the corner of his eye, his face was already full of tears, and the look of determination in his eyes made people feel inexplicably uncomfortable. Naruto. Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto. As the video played, everyone's senses towards Uzumaki Naruto could not help but slowly change. Be it Jainin, or Genin in the field. Even, as Jainin, they know more and are more disapproving of the third generation's actions. If you're talking about adults, it's better to say it for political reasons. However, is it really not too much to vent all this on a child? One is the tyrannical leader of the village, the third generation, and the other is the son of a hero who is still a baby with no abilities at all. Yes, that's it, hate and anger. Seeing the twinkle in the eyes of the ninjas in Konoha village, Tsunagakure's Jainin Baki felt even more happy in his heart. How would third generation choose, in this case? Judging from past situations, will we choose suppression again? Again and again, wave after wave. His face remained motionless, but Jainin Baki seemed to be aware of his next policy towards Konoha village. The third generation must not die. Then, work hard to collect, or take out what you have collected before and exploit every opportunity. In this way, not only does Tsunagakure's soldiers not need to be consumed, but Konoha village's power can also be further depleted. You can even choose the right time to release the news. The Kingdom of Earth and the Kingdom of Thunder are not good friends. Under such circumstances, chaos began to arise inside and outside Konoha village. Previously, the powerful ninja village was shaped by the first Hokage. In several ninja wars, Konoha village, with more than a dozen people, might collapse at the hands of the third generation. Third generation. Such an unswerving belief in protecting the family. Such a willingness to go through fire and water to contribute to the world. Such dedication of Zaihua, there is no doubt about his perseverance. The innocent heart does not waver, no matter the wind and rain. Such a great and noble third generation, such a heroic and invincible third generation. The more he thought about it, Jainin Baki couldn't help but shed tears in his eyes. Equals 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 equals. Thank you so much to Samziga for tipping me again. Thank you so much. This is the 4th update today, I hope you all like it. New books are uploaded, please add them to your collection, please give me flowers, and please give me your evaluation votes. Chapter 044 The Instigation of the Nine Tails Disaster. The tears slowly stopped, and Temari couldn't help but glance at Jainin Baki beside him in confusion. She cried because Uzumaki Naruto's mood was really similar to Gaara's experience. Thinking of Gaara's childhood experience, Temari couldn't help but shed tears. But what is her Jainin teacher Baki doing? Was it because of Gaara, or was he really moved by the scene in front of him? It shouldn't be possible, right? This kind of thing is a bit weird no matter how you think about it. But the surge of emotion in his eyes, and the slowly emerging sparkle, didn't seem fake. Temari, I'll tell you when I get back. Wiping the tears from his eyes, Jainin Baki said to Temari next to him. Okay. Nodding, Temari became more and more curious. It shouldn't be what she thought, but why? Image. After the engraving was completed, Gao Yin put away the scroll body. I have kept the key, so I will take the first step. He clasped his hands together, and with a flash of white eyes, Toad Yin disappeared. This way, I feel relieved. Namikaze Minato breathed a sigh of relief and turned to look at Kushina in front of him. Kushina, it seems, we can't hold on for long, it's almost time to activate the 8-sign seal. I also want to seal chakra into Naruto's body as much as possible. The more he spoke, the worse Namikaze Minato's face became. After such a long period of overdraft, his body had already reached its limit. Now, it's all about hanging on with just one breath. The Kushina in front of her was actually not much better than Namikaze Minato. She had been able to hold on until now, but she could hardly hold on any longer. We have to be apart for a while. If there is anything you want to say to him, do it now. Perhaps he was about to die, but Namikaze Minato's condition surprisingly improved. Nodding, Kushina looked at Naruto affectionately. Naruto, you can't be picky about food in the future. You must eat well every day to grow up strong. Remember to take a hot bath every day, and don't stay up late to ensure you get enough sleep. In addition, to make friends, it doesn't matter if you don't have many friends. A few trustworthy partners are enough. I know how to do it, and I can do it. Don't worry, Mom. Clenching his fists, Uzumaki Naruto forcefully cried in his heart. The crystal tears flowed violently again. But he didn't dare to wipe it. Even if his vision was a little blurry, he still wanted to listen carefully and finish reading what his father and mother said. Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto, who is regarded as the incarnation of the demon fox, has an absolute inverse ratio with the expectations of his mother Kushina. The existence of the third generation has been severely reduced again. And everyone, looking at the scene in front of them, listening to Kushina's expectations for Naruto, can't help it. Tears, raging. Projection. You have to study hard and master ninjutsu well. However, everyone has things they are good at and things they are not good at. As he spoke, Kushina's condition seemed to get better and better. Even if the study is not going well, there is no need to be downcast. You must respect the teachers and seniors in the class. There is another important thing, about the 3 taboos of ninjas. First of all, you cannot borrow or lend money at will. Remember to save the mission rewards carefully, and you can't drink wine until you are 20 years old. Drinking too much is not good for your health, so drink in moderation. There are also 3 forbidden women, whose mother is a woman, so she doesn't quite understand this rule. All in all, there are men and women in this world. Sooner or later you will become interested in girls. Just be careful not to get entangled with strange women and look for women who are also outstanding like your mother. And there is one more thing about the 3 prohibitions. You have to be careful, Mr. Jiraiya. The good state before was rapidly deteriorating. His originally stable tone gradually became shaky, low, and weak. Every time he spoke, his body would shake, and the severe pain made both Kushina and Namikaze Minato couldn't help but tremble slightly. Naruto, no matter how bitter or painful it is from now on. The sound became more and more painful. After the camera paused for a moment on the painful but smiling faces of the two, it focused on the huge claws that penetrated the two of them. The scarlet flow became more and more intense. There was already a pool of blood under his feet. Naruto, Naruto. Kushina worked hard, wanting to say more, you will definitely encounter a lot. You must adhere to your own pace, and you must also have dreams. And put your dreams into, have confidence in yourself. I still have, and tears kept falling from the corners of my eyes, and there are so many things. I want to tell you. I still want to live with you. I love you. Sorry Minato, I just have the energy to say. Shaking his head, Namikaze Minato smiled hard and said, no. It doesn't matter. Naruto, what Dad want to say is the same as Mom. The camera turned back to Namikaze Minato and Kushina, their tired faces. 8 sign seal. As the scene turned into pitch black, there was no need to explain what it meant. Whimpering sounds, whether boys or girls. They who had previously held back and wanted to watch it all finally couldn't help but burst into tears. The tragic and low symphony, mixed with the cries of the crowd, filled the venue with mourning. It's so uncomfortable, so uncomfortable. Naruto. How could it be like this? My heart feels so uncomfortable. He spoke slowly about the circumstances of the 4th generation couple's death and Uzumaki Naruto's condition over the years. These things are constantly intertwined in people's hearts. The more you think about it, the more painful and heart palpitating you will feel. Higa Hinata, who was holding the murderous mouth tightly, even fainted due to the surge of emotions. Naruto. When Hara no Sakura looked at Uzumaki Naruto, she found that Uzumaki Naruto had closed his eyes. Silent tears are flowing. That resolute and lonely figure made her heart feel so uncomfortable that she squatted down and cried loudly. Naruto. Rock Lee, who was standing next to him, looked at the blonde boy in front of him, his eyes full of tears, and he banged his fists loudly. Naruto. Looking at Uzumaki Naruto beside him, Nara Shikamaru raised his hand to wipe away the tears that kept falling, feeling sorry for him and not worth it. Naruto. 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 With the death of the fourth generation couple, the hearts of Konoha Shinobi fans were completely touched. And as the initiator, third generation, finally at this moment, in the eyes of everyone who were full of doubts, he spoke. Equals 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 equals. Thank you so much to Samsuga for tipping me again. Thank you so much. Then, this is the 5th chapter today, and it is also about repaying the debt owed before. Thank you Samsuga for your continued support. This is the 2nd chapter for your debt. Chapter 045 Hatred, Gratitude, and Shock. Feeling the questioning eyes of everyone, the previous relaxing image undoubtedly completely refreshed everyone's concepts. Taking a deep breath, third generation, Senju Tobirama, looked at everyone with deep eyes and said slowly. First of all, what I can tell you is that this is not an illusion or a hypothesis, but a reality. The originally questioning gaze turned into surprise following third generation's words. Unexpectedly, no one expected that third generation would admit it. After the death of second generation, putting the responsibility of Konoha village in my hands is a sign of full trust in me. I hope that Konoha village can become more prosperous under my leadership. Let this village reduce unnecessary war to peace. However, as time passed and I was entangled with many forces, I gradually lost myself. This is a lack of self-ability, but it is also a sign of being content with the status quo. Too much of the village's strength is wasted in internal friction and is meaninglessly lost. In fact, what you see is just a small part of it, and there is much more that you don't know. Eyes widened, no one expected that the third generation in front of them would actually dare to say that. Repent for one's own incompetence and depravity. It tells that the fourth generation is just the corner of darkness, there is much more than that. The senses and perceptions of everyone present were suddenly refreshed again. Third generation, what is this going to do? Facing everyone's doubts, third generation, Senju Tobirama, said seriously, over the years, it seems to be prosperous on the surface, but in fact there is an undercurrent underneath. Niji, what you hate about the main house and the branch house is actually due to the huge weakness of Konoha village after a long period of war and civil war, which allowed other villages to have opportunities. In order to steal the secrets of the Byakugan clan, the people of Cloud Shinobi village stole Hyuga Hinata privately. Hyuga Hisashi rescued her, but accidentally beat her to death. At that time, Konoha village could no longer afford the fourth ninja war. Therefore, your father can only become a victim. With his eyes widened, Hyuga Niji looked at the third generation in front of him in disbelief. He couldn't believe that the source of his father's death was actually here. The gaming and consumption in Konoha village ultimately fell on his father and him. Lowering his head, Hyuga Niji couldn't help clenching his fists. I'm sorry, Naruto, for making you suffer for so many years. This was my narrow-mindedness that ended up on you. I'm sorry, Naruto. Raising his head, Uzumaki Naruto slowly opened his eyes and looked at the third generation in front of him. His eyes were filled with various emotions such as confusion, pain, and sadness. He couldn't understand, really couldn't understand, why was it like this? Words are powerless. No matter how much I apologize, they cannot make up for the pain you have suffered for so many years. You should have been the son of a hero and loved by the villagers, but you have suffered from the criticism for so many years. Likewise, it's not just Neji and Naruto, there's a lot more to it than that. These are all my mistakes, carrying the will of fire of Konoha village, but I did not inherit it properly. Hokage, symbolizing the exalted position of the will of fire. The will of fire is a spirit of selfless dedication. Protect the compatriots in the village so that they can avoid the pain of war and do not need to go to the battlefield at a young age. Let the compatriots in the village get along without any barriers or hierarchies, and build a peaceful big family. At this point, fourth generation is undoubtedly very successful. But me? I no longer have the face to continue holding this position. After that, I will hand over the position of Hokage to Tsunade, the granddaughter of Lord First Hokage and one of the Sunin of Konoha. Next, I will use the rest of my life to try to make up for everything I have done before. Wherever the leaves are flying, the fire is endless. You are all the young generation of Konoha village. Don't be disappointed in the village by the stupid things done by an old guy like me. You are all the future pillars of the village. Silence. A long silence. What third generation has done is undoubtedly extremely disappointing. However, third generation's timely admission of fault and apology, and its act of resigning to first generation's granddaughter. Let the previously shattered image be healed a little bit. At the very least, the third generation in front of them has realized their mistakes and is ready to make up for them. The huge disappointment towards the village's senior officials had also subsided a lot unconsciously. Thank you, Grandpa third generation. In any case, you raised me up. Besides, I am also very naughty. I always cause some troubles, but you help me solve them. At this time, Uzumaki Naruto said something that surprised everyone. No hatred, only gratitude. It is not surprising at all that after watching the video, Uzumaki Naruto hates third generation. On the contrary, it is extremely normal. However, Uzumaki Naruto not only did not blame the third generation for what they did to him. He even said words of gratitude to third generation. Shocking. Complete shock. Equals 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 equals. Thank you so much to Samsuga for tipping me again. Thank you so much. Then, this is the 6th chapter today, and it is also to repay the debt owed before. Thank you Samsuga for your continued support. This is the 3rd chapter for your debt. Finally, I wish the two national warriors a good journey, tears. Chapter 046 I will definitely not disappoint my mother. Watching the projection gradually turn into darkness, Uzumaki Naruto's already blurred eyes slowly closed. Mom, I will not always eat instant noodles, but also eat more vegetables. As for bathing being my hobby, don't worry, I often go to hot springs. Besides, I sleep well every day, and I always oversleep. Are you friends? Although they are not many, and there is a guy who is extremely stinky, they are all very good people. I really want my mother to meet them. Are you studying? It's just like what my mother thought. I often get 0 marks on exams. But I'm not depressed. When I was studying, I had some disagreements with my teachers and seniors, but now they are all people I respect. As for the 3 forbidden ninjas, you may only encounter them, haha. But I believe I won't disappoint my mother. My dream is to become a super powerful and great Hokage like my father, and to surpass all previous generations of Hokage. There is absolutely no problem with your high hopes and trust in me. Choking, Uzumaki Naruto couldn't help but take a long breath, listening to the 3rd generation's constant talk in his ears. He slowly opened his eyes. The 3rd generation grandfather he once respected so much turned out to look like this. Hate it. Maybe a little, but more than anything I am grateful. No matter how you say it, it was 3rd generation who helped him grow up. Although, he really doesn't understand what 3rd generation is doing. But, no matter what, he was the one who raised him. People, you have to be grateful, right? Thank you, Grandpa third generation. In any case, you raised me up. Besides, I am also very naughty. I always cause some troubles, but you help me solve them. After watching the third generation apologize to him, Uzumaki Naruto couldn't help but speak loudly. Kide. Naruto. Looking at those eyes full of gratitude, Senju Tobirama's heart trembled violently. Not only Senju Tobirama, but everyone present did not expect that Uzumaki Naruto would still be grateful to such a third generation. Hyaganiji, who was originally clenching his fists and glaring angrily at third generation. At this moment, I was suddenly stunned. After a moment, Hyaganiji slowly turned his head and looked at Uzumaki Naruto not far away. This is the child of the fourth generation couple, the son of a hero. That kind of greatness, tolerance, and clear gratitude deeply touched Hyaganiji's heart full of hurt at this moment. Naruto. The mouth opens and closes. But for a moment, I didn't know what to say. For other people, Uzumaki Naruto's words really shocked their hearts. Uzumaki Naruto, what an amazing guy. Perhaps, he will really become a being who leads the transformation of the entire ninja world, as the fourth generation project just projected said. Call. Taking a long breath, third generation, Senju Tobirama, sighed, thank you very much for your forgiveness, but if you are wrong, and I will not deny it on this point. Speaking of this, third generation, Senju Tobirama, looked at everyone around him. I don't know exactly what this unknown existence is, but his power is beyond our imagination. Next, we must only by answering his questions correctly can I. Seeing that third generation stopped speaking, I followed his line of sight and saw that a new picture appeared in the originally dark projection. It was a dark night, and the streets of Konoha village were so lively again. Uzumaki Naruto, who has grown up, is taking a slow walk there. Suddenly, a loud quarrel came from the next room, and one of them was Harano Sakura. Why? With her eyes widened, Harano Sakura, who was still wiping away tears, was stunned for a moment. His face slowly turned red. Growing up, her relationship with her parents was not particularly good, and she always had quarrels because of her nagging parents. But he didn't expect that he would be released in front of everyone at this time. Ah! In her heart, Harano Sakura was about to collapse, but on the surface she could only show an embarrassed wry smile. Why is this happening? Ah! Public execution, ah, so uncomfortable. If the previous incident with Uzumaki Naruto, the death of her parents, and the fact that she had been criticized by others since childhood, made Harano Sakura extremely heartbroken and uncomfortable. Now, it made her want to die in embarrassment. Moreover, compared to the previous time when Rock Lee confessed his love to her, the protagonist was mainly Rock Lee, and she was just an innocent victim. But the situation at this moment is completely different. She, Harano Sakura, is the protagonist. Ah! My heart is roaring, trembling, and painful. However, even third generation can't stop such a projection, so how can she stop it? Ah! I'm going to die, I'm going to die. Ah! Come on over, please. God, brother, ancestors, please. Equals. Thank you so much to Samsuga for tipping me again. Thank you so much. Then, this is today's 7th chapter, which is also to repay the debt owed before. Thank you Samsuga for your continued support. This is the 4th chapter for your debt. Chapter 047 Projection over the village. Hey, Kakashi. Well, what's wrong, Lin? Kakashi looked at Lin beside him in confusion, and then followed her gaze into the air. I saw a huge projection slowly playing the scene above the village. On the screen. A familiar scene to him, in the third preliminary round of the Chnin exam. The third generation is standing on the stage giving lectures, and below them should be the genins who have passed the preliminaries. And around the third generation, there were examiners, and next to them were the unprecedented genin and the leader jainin. At this moment, a projection suddenly appeared above everyone's heads, and the third generation's lecture was interrupted. This is. Looking at this familiar scene in front of him, Kakashi couldn't help but frown. What's going on? Is there a new answering mode? Undoubtedly, the third generation and others were restrained in front of them, but time did not stop as they had understood before. Not only that, the way third generation and others watched the movie while answering questions was also. Such a huge scope should cover the entire Konoha village, which means that the entire Konoha village can watch third generation and others answer questions and watch movies. Lin, let's go downstairs and go to the examination room to take a look. Good. Phew. At this time, not only Kakashi, but also the guarding ninjas, Anbu and Hidden Gen rushed to the third preliminaries of the Chnin exam. But when everyone came to the third preliminaries, they were empty. What's going on? Have you noticed anything special? Kakashi quickly looked at Anbu who had arrived earlier and asked. No, I don't feel it at all. You can see that the traces of the battle are still there, but when we came over, Lord Third Generation and the others disappeared without any information at all. Okay, thank you. Nodding, Kakashi grabbed Lin next to him and quickly ran out. Glancing at Kakashi, Anbu just made a gesture to the surroundings, moved his feet, and quickly ran out. Lin, remember the scary question I told you earlier? Yeah, remember. While running forward, Lin looked at Kakashi, waiting for his answer. In the beginning, I also learned about it from Guy, the Might Guy. After that, the two of us were selected by the horror quiz by chance and entered the field. The rules of answering the questions clearly stated that the outside time has been paused. I also confirmed with Mr. Hokage that the outside world did not perceive anything happening. The horrible questions and answers that Guy's former student Rock Lee and the others encountered, as well as those that Guy and I encountered, should all be of the same type. However, it is completely different now. Although it is still a scary question and answer, the situation has changed. The respondents were all moved to an identical replicated scene, but we were able to see what was going on. Nodding, Lin said curiously, it's just a projector within a projector, but we haven't received any problem prompts. Yes, so that's what I'm confused about. With a sigh, Kakashi and Lin came to a room where the projection could be seen again. From a distance, look at the huge projection of images playing in the sky. Meanwhile, it's not just Kakashi. In Konoha village, everyone who is free now walks out. He raised his head and looked at the huge projection released in midair that spanned the entire Konoha village. What on earth is that? Third Generation Sama. Is this a special event specially organized by Third Generation Sama? But it's during the day, so it's a bit uncomfortable. Where is this? Does Mr. Third Generation seem to be lecturing those guys again? Hey? The scene of the Chnin exam? Hiss. How could the entire village be directly synchronized? By the way, what kind of technology is this? I've never heard of it. Is this for the whole village to watch the Chnin exam? Haha, it's so interesting, I like it. That's right, we can also see what level those ninjas are. Konoha Village, Forest of Death. Danzo, who was walking in the forest, quickly climbed to the treetops when he noticed something strange in the sky. With a puzzled look on his face, he looked at the huge projection above his head. Sarutobi? What on earth does this guy want to do? Release the entire projection to the entire village? However, this technology is quite interesting. Konoha Village, Bathhouse Store. The long white-haired uncle who was collecting materials suddenly raised his head when he felt something strange in the sky. That is. Third generation. Who made the huge projection? It looks amazing. It's very real. You can see it quite clearly and hear the sounds. Is this a new technology that was recently developed and was used by third generation? Equals 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 equals. Super grateful to Samziga for tipping again. Thank you very much for the reminder for shadow color. There are a lot of words, but thank you for your likes. I will work hard to complete it. New books are uploaded, please add them to your collection, please give me flowers, and please give me your evaluation votes. Chapter 048, a completely different horror question and answer. Just when the people in the village and the ninjas everywhere turned their attention to the huge projection in the sky, a huge banner subtitle appeared on the projection. Horror Q&A Question 1, where is this scene, and what did the people in it just experience? The rules are as follows. 1. Everyone can choose to answer, but once they choose to answer, they need to answer 3 questions consecutively and cannot give up midway. 2. When a question is answered incorrectly or gives up midway, the person who chooses to answer the question will die. 3. When all 3 questions are answered correctly, a random reward can be drawn. Warning: life is precious, please be careful when answering questions. The sudden appearance of questions and rules shocked everyone watching. Horror Q&A, what on earth is this? A prank? However, it's a bit inappropriate to play a prank under such circumstances, isn't it? And, are these rules true or false? If you answer the question wrong, will you really die? Thinking about it, many people couldn't help but shudder. I am quick thinking and can't help but let others answer first to see what's going on. Konoha Village, Bathhouse Store. Jiraiya quickly jumped from the house to the open rooftop balcony on the other side. Looking at the huge banner in front of me, I couldn't help but frown slightly. Horror Q&A. This doesn't look like it was created by the third generation, and the third generation is obviously answering a question, but the question it answers is, who is the man in the orange Uzumaki mask? What's the problem? Oh. You should answer the questions according to the prompts in the projection. To completely create such a thing, what exactly? Lowering his head, Jiraiya looked down at the many villagers who were eager to try but afraid of death. He had never heard of this before him. Moreover, what kind of existence created this, and what is his purpose? Just making trouble? After spending so much effort to cause trouble, what can he gain in the end? Konoha Village Death Forest, a room in the central tower. Seeing the questions that appeared in front of Lin just after she finished speaking, Kakashi's brows suddenly became darker. Kakashi, is this the scary question and answer you're talking about? Lin, who was standing nearby, looked at Kakashi curiously. Yes, I answered the question correctly before, and then I was lucky enough to be able to draw the resurrection option and revive you. However, this time it is completely different from what you said. Looking at the huge banner in the sky, Lin said slowly, this time the horror quiz is no longer about answering one question, but 3 questions in succession. If you answer incorrectly or give up midway, there will no longer be a penalty. But immediate death? Well, yes, compared to the previous 2 times, this time I really changed the way of asking questions. Kakashi nodded in response. Moreover, the problems inside are not the same as our problems outside. This. Sensing that something was wrong with Kakashi next to her, Lin asked doubtfully, what's wrong? In the projection now, is the projection that third generation is watching an important clip? Yes. Nodding heavily, Kakashi took a deep breath and said slowly, that was, the disaster of 9 Tails, and it was also the night when our teacher and master's wife died. With her eyes widened, Lin looked at the projected image in disbelief. As they walked away just now, the time for conversation. The projection in the projection has begun to display a huge scene of destruction. The Nine-Tails demon fox was summoned by a guy wearing a black cloak and an orange Madara pattern mask. Then, the prosperous Konoha village suffered a devastating blow. Minato-sensei. Looking at the incomparably powerful Nine-Tails demon fox in front of her, Lin felt as if her heart was being pinched by an invisible force. How could it be possible? How could someone as powerful as Mr. Minato die? Moreover, Mrs. Kushina also. I really didn't expect, that the Nine-Tails disaster was actually caused by man. Looking at the black figure wearing an orange mask in the projection, Kakashi couldn't help but make a bang with his fist. He had always thought that the incident with the Nine-Tails demon fox was entirely caused by the seal being unfavorable. But I really didn't expect, that there was someone else taking the lead behind it. If it is like this, Kushina, who is Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, is definitely a top secret and one of Konoha village's trump cards. Although, the seal will be weakened during production. However, due to various reasons such as location, time, defense, etc., how could it be broken through so easily? Therefore, someone must have revealed this news, which attracted the guy in front of him to come to Konoha village to cause trouble. And who could be able to do such a thing? Unable to help it, Kakashi felt a rage rising in his heart. Equals 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 equals. Super grateful to Samsuga for tipping me again, grateful face. New books are uploaded, please add them to your collection, please give me flowers, and please give me your evaluation votes. Chapter 049 The Perfect Ending. Looking at the huge projection above their heads, ordinary people in Konoha village gradually became lively. Nine-Tails. That happened more than 10 years ago, so why is it suddenly being played at this time? Nine-Tails, damn Nine-Tails, damn it! What do you want, third generation Sama? Hey? Who is this masked man? It turns out that everything was directed by him. Damn it, damn guy! The truth of that year has been found out, so why should we show it to everyone? No, this seems to be the impact of what happened back then, but who is that masked man? Ninja School. Irika, who was preparing for lessons, was immediately shocked when he was guided over by his colleague next to him. Naruto. Irika, what do you think is going on? I didn't expect that someone was behind the Nine-Tails incident. Alas! I didn't expect it either. Saying that, Irika couldn't help but worry about Naruto's situation. What happened more than 10 years ago has slowly become a lot duller over time. Now, are we going to bring up the previous matter again? Although, this time with this unknown guy, Naruto attracts some hatred from everyone. However, as Naruto is known and has been known to everyone for a long time, he must not be able to escape from it. Well, what happened? After feeling that it didn't seem to be the third Hokage's method, Jiraiya quickly looked for suspicious points while looking at the projection in the sky. That guy Sarutobi, what are you doing? Standing at the top of the tree, after listening to the message from the roots, Danzo looked at the projection in the sky, his brows furrowed. Man-made. Hearing Kakashi's words next to her, Lin looked over in confusion. Kakashi, what do you mean? What I have always understood is that Master Kushina is expecting a baby, so the seal of the Nine-Tails demon fox will become weaker. Therefore, due to the failure of control, the Nine-Tails demon fox will come back and take revenge on Konoha village. Taking a deep breath, Kakashi said with a serious face, now it seems that this is not the case, but that someone revealed the matter of Master Kushina, attracting outside forces to enter. Master Kushina is expecting a baby. After being stunned for a moment, Lin said in shock, in other words, their child was about to be born at that time. Don't tell me, their child will also be. No. Raising his hand and pointing in the air, Kakashi said to Lin, Did you see the boy wearing orange clothes with a red swirl pattern behind him? Their child is him. Looking at the back of the figure who looked like Mr. Minato, Lin couldn't help but breathed a sigh of relief. What's his name? Uzumaki Naruto. Kakashi said solemnly. Naruto. Looking blankly at Uzumaki Naruto in the projection, two glints slowly slid down from the corners of Lin's eyes. Still remember the past. The cute Obito, the cool but enthusiastic Kakashi, the gentle teacher Minato, the occasionally irritable Mrs. Kushina. At that time, it was really, really good. But now, things have completely changed. Because of her death, Obito fell into despair and despair towards the whole world. Teacher Minato and Mrs. Kushina both died heroically in the Nine Tails incident. Etc. Kakashi, since this unknown existence can resurrect me, it should also be able to resurrect Minato-sensei and the others. Turning his head and looking at the strange movement in Lin's tear-filled eyes, Kakashi sternly refused, no. Kakashi. Lin. Taking a deep breath, Kakashi sighed, I absolutely cannot let you take this risk. Pursing her lips, Lin said apologetically, I'm sorry, Kakashi, I'm sorry, It's okay. Let's watch the projection first. Even to answer the questions, we need to know the specific situation. Understanding some details is not enough. As Lin apologized, Kakashi also realized that his attitude just now was a bit too strong, and he couldn't help but soften his tone a lot. Okay, all right. Nodding slightly, Lin looked above her head. At this moment, the screen suddenly switched to 4th generation Namikaze Minato, and Kushina was slowly placed next to the newly born Naruto. 4th generation, Minato-sensei. Glancing at the surprised Lin, Kakashi nodded and said, yes, after the Third Ninja War, Minato-sensei succeeded in becoming the 4th Hokage with his previous impressive military exploits. It would be great if there weren't so many tragedies. Listening to Lin's words, Kakashi was silent. If everything remained as it was, he had imagined such a beautiful world in his sleep. But, unable to help himself, Kakashi glanced at Lin next to him again. No matter what kind of existence it is that maintains the horror question and answer, at least it seems, not bad at the moment. Lin's return, if we work hard, we might be able to use this opportunity to bring back Minato-sensei and the others. By then. Find Obito outside again. Everything is complete. Equals. Super grateful to Samziga for tipping me again, grateful face. New books are uploaded, please add them to your collection, please give me flowers, and please give me your evaluation votes. Chapter 050, just give it a try. Projection, reprojection. Looking at the continuously playing picture, the roots hidden in the dark moved. Number 8, accept the mission. Yes. Nodding, a pale boy looked up to the sky and said, I choose to accept the answer to the scary question. Accepted successfully, please give the answer to the first question, where is this scene, and what did the people in it just experience? The third preliminaries of the Chunin exam are filled with genins who have just completed the Chunin exam, as well as their leading teachers and invigilators. Congratulations, you answered the first question correctly. Horror Q&A question 2, who is standing on the stage giving lectures? Is the answer correct? Turning his head, number 8 looked at the masked ninja next to him, that's right, can't you see it? Well, tell me what the second question is. It's who is lecturing everyone on this stage? Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. Nodding, number 8 said, the answer to question 2 is Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen-sama. Sorry, if you answer the second question incorrectly, you will die. Pang. As scarlet explosions spread around, the root members who had just conveyed the answer to number 8 couldn't help but be stunned. The brows under the mask frowned slightly, and he couldn't figure it out. Now, isn't it Master Third Hokage who is standing on the stage in the projection and lecturing everyone? No. Such a thing should be impossible. Could it be that this horror question and answer does not support other people's answers? However, this is not included in the rules of horror quiz. Want to test it out? After thinking for a while, he finally cleaned up the traces in front of him, turned around and ran towards the other root members. Number 48, answer the question. Yes. Nodding, a pale girl looked up to the sky and said, I choose to accept the answer to the scary question. Accepted successfully. Please give the answer to the first question, where is this scene, and what did the people in it just experience? The third preliminaries of the Chunin exam are filled with genins who have just completed the Chunin exam, as well as their leading teachers and invigilators. Congratulations, you answered the first question correctly. Horror Q&A Question 2, Tsunagakuer Genin Gara, who participated in the competition, is not in this picture. Where did he go? What is his identity? Turning her head, the girl reported to the root member beside her, Report, the second question is about where Gara went and what is her identity. Well, wait until I ask. Yes. Number 69, answer the question. Yes. Congratulations, you answered the first question correctly. Horror Q&A Question 2, Genin from Konoha village successfully defeated Tsunagakuer Genin Temari every day. What was her decisive point? Report. Wait until I ask. Yes. The same situation happened not only to Konoha shinobi, but also to Tsunagakuer. But, without exception, no one has successfully answered the third question. The best thing is to just answer the second question, and then die suddenly when the third question is asked. Why don't you give it a try? Look how easy this first question is. In a civilian area, a drunken and promiscuous young man laughed and said to his friends around him, Haha, don't just let us try it. If you say it's easy, then you can try it. Yeah, why don't you try it, haha, don't you dare. Seeing the suspicion of the friend next to him, the temper of the promiscuous young man suddenly rose with the help of alcohol. Tch, you are timid, I am different, just give it a try. I will get a good reward later. Don't be jealous. He groaned and raised his hand to take a sip. The slutty young man raised his hand and slapped it on the table. I want to answer a question. Isn't the answer to the first question obvious? Hiccup. Yes, it's the Chunin exam. Those are ninjas who are taking the Chunin exam. Really? Hiccup, it's really, so simple. Sorry, your answer to the first question is wrong, and you will die. Pang. The scarlet color bloomed on the faces of the two brothers next to them. Suddenly, their laughter stopped. No, that guy is going to attack the teacher. Standing in front of the window, Lin looked at Namikaze Minato, who was originally looking for Nine Tails, but suddenly a black shadow attack appeared behind her, and she couldn't help but exclaimed. Frowning, Kakashi felt that Namikaze Minato would definitely realize it. Sure enough, just when the black shadow was about to approach Namikaze Minato, he quickly dodged, waving the special kunao in his hand and attacked backwards. How could it happen? He passed through it. Seeing that the kunao and arms that Namikaze Minato attacked passed through the black shadow that looked like nothing, Kakashi's brows could not help but frown deeply. Equals 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 equals. Super grateful to Samsaga for tipping me again, grateful face. This is today's 4th chapter, I hope you all like it. New books are uploaded, please add them to your collection, please give me flowers, and please give me your evaluation votes. Chapter 051 The Man Pinned to the Ground. This way of avoiding attacks made Kakashi think of a person in his mind. On that vast, cold scarlet night, when he saw that he had killed Lin on the spot with a chidori, and after he completely exploded, the mist shinobi ninjas' attacks passed through their bodies, and thick branches penetrated deeply into their bodies. Could it be? It shouldn't, absolutely shouldn't. Thinking of this, a thin layer of cold sweat broke out on Kakashi's forehead. How can that be possible? Since that time, Uchiha Obito was able to kill all the 100 or 10 mist shinobi ninjas around him, and he was not killed in the end. So, why did he become the murderer who provoked Nine Tails and killed his master and his mother? It doesn't make sense, it doesn't make sense at all. The most important thing is, I have to say that Madame Ling's physique is indeed strong. Even after Nine Tails was peeled off, she was still able to survive. How could this be possible? How could Uchiha Obito be able to say it? Even if he hates him, he should be the one he hates, Kakashi. In any case, he was the one who killed Lin by piercing her with chidori. If Obito was really full of hatred, there was absolutely no way he could have survived that day and survived to this day. Kakashi, Mrs. Kushina is such a good person, how could he do this, how could he? Turning his head and looking at Lin, whose tears were gradually flowing, Kakashi nodded heavily. Maybe, he should be Uchiha Madara. Looking at the black figure that was very similar to Uchiha Obito in terms of ability and figure, Kakashi suddenly thought of an old and long-haired Uchiha Madara sitting on the throne. Sharingan, it goes without saying that he is powerful in illusions. As a powerful ninja in the first generation era, Uchiha Madara, synonymous with power, should have no problem controlling the new generation within the same clan through Sharingan. Moreover, everything during Uchiha Obito's recovery was helped by Uchiha Madara. No one can say whether there are any hidden means in this. After all, such a completely unpredictable old guy can directly upgrade the dying Obito to the super strength of killing more than 100 powerful mist shinobi ninjas. I'm afraid, this is the real correct answer. Uchiha Madara. After being stunned for a moment, Lin asked in disbelief, how is it possible? Didn't he die in the hands of Lord First Hokage a long time ago? Wait. I remember what you said to Lord Third Generation before, the one who said he saved Obito was Uchiha Madara. Yes, that's him. I suspect that the person in front of me is Obito who was controlled by Uchiha Madara. Kakashi said with a frown. Obito. Turning her head quickly, Lin looked at the dark figure who was being pushed to the ground by a raised Nan from 4th generation. Is this really Obito? Well, if we talk about the body alone, he has the highest probability. Kakashi nodded and said, the Uchiha clan, and the way he acts is so imaginary, plus the white arms, if nothing else happens, it's him. Uchiha Madara. Jiraiya, who was traveling, couldn't help but stop. Listening to the previous conversation between the 4th generation and the Black Shadow, could it really be Uchiha Madara? Didn't Uchiha Madara die after fighting Shodai for 3 days and 3 nights? However, as Namikaze Minato said, apart from the existence of Uchiha Madara, there is really no one else who can complete these tasks. Especially manipulating Nine Tails to attack Konoha, this is simply a symbol of Uchiha Madara. However, he was pushed down by Shodai many years ago. Could it be, really Uchiha Madara? There are endless secretive methods among ninjas. As Uchiha Madara, who is also known as Shodai, the god of ninja world, it is impossible to deny whether he really has no trump cards at all. If we take the worst case scenario, Uchiha Madara. Maybe it's not impossible. After all, Orochimaru has developed many surviving forbidden techniques. Even he has a headache now thinking about Orochimaru's survival forbidden technique. At this moment, looking at the dark figure being pinned to the ground by a raised Nan from 4th generation Namikaze Minato, Jiraiya instantly cleared his mind of his previous thoughts. At that time, Namikaze Minato was indeed very strong, but compared to the truly strong Uchiha Madara, there was still a lot of gaps. Being able to be defeated by Namikaze Minato and also losing an arm shows that his identity is definitely not Uchiha Madara. With the projection, after little Sakura accidentally answered the answer Uchiha Madara and was punished, Jiraiya became more and more sure. But if it weren't for Uchiha Madara, there would still be a strong Uchiha clan member with such abilities. Moreover, he is still as powerful as he was during the 4th generation period. Could it be Uchiha Kagami? Equals 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 equals. Super grateful to Samziga for tipping me again, grateful face. This is today's 5th chapter, I hope you all like it. New books are uploaded, please add them to your collection, please give me flowers, and please give me your evaluation votes. Chapter 052, No Way 3rd Generation Won't Lie. As the projection continues, the picture gradually flows. Danzo didn't expect that Sarutobi inside actually asked Might Guy next to him. Where did Uchiha go? How is it possible, how could this old guy not know? Etc. After being stunned for a moment, Danzo suddenly thought of the Senju Tobirama he had just met. Could it be that the person in front of me is not Sarutobi Hiruzen, but the Sarutobi Hiruzen disguised as Senju Tobirama? So, if what is in front of me is not real, then where is the real Sarutobi Hiruzen? 2nd generation. Looking at the projection, the black figure was pinned to the ground by a raised Nan from 4th generation. Suddenly, an idea popped into Danzo's mind. No. Why did Minato-sensei suddenly move to Mrs. Kushina's place? With her eyes widened, Lin couldn't help but raise her hand to cover her mouth, feeling a little chilled in her heart. Minato-sensei used the spatial coordinates set by the special Kunao. Now, in order to move the 9 tails and tailed beast bomb away, the village will not be further destroyed. Kakashi raised his hand to wipe the tears from the corners of his eyes and said, "No, that's a super powerful attack from the 9 tails demon fox. It was removed by 4th generation once before. The light that bloomed in the distance was really scary. This time, it's going to explode in the village. No, definitely not, the 4th generation will come. How did you get here? Tell me how you got here? Mr. 4th generation is currently fighting the instigator. You tell me how you got here, ah. What are you arguing about? Look, Master 4th generation has beaten that guy away now. He will be here soon. Master 4th generation is a yellow flash. This. Come on, the 4th generation is here, ahaha, the 4th generation is here. This is the Konoha village at that time. It was so miserable. It was really cruel. The originally noisy sound, but after seeing the extremely miserable Konoha village below through the perspective of 4th generation Namikaze Minato, many people couldn't help but stood there in shock. Is this the power of the 9 tails demon fox? Is this the terrifying existence that the ninjas had to face at that time? Much of the entire village has been destroyed. What if the attack that the 9 tails demon fox is accumulating now is released directly on the village? Thinking back to the tailed beast bomb that 4th generation had lured away earlier. For a moment, the villagers silently agreed and became silent. Even the older generation couldn't help but think of their relatives who died at that time when they saw the scene in front of them. Sobs came and went one after another in this huge tragic symphony. Human emotions are often contagious. The crying gradually increased. The cries of adults and the cries of children blended together. It's like the screams of Konoha village. Standing on the roof, looking at everything in front of him, Jiraiya's heart was grabbed hard for no reason. 4th generation. 4th generation. Master 4th Hokage. 4th generation. At this moment, 4th generation is like the last ray of light, which the villagers are looking forward to. And in the expectations of many villagers, 4th generation turned out to be exactly what they hoped for. Here it comes. Image. Interest. The huge-tailed beast bomb slowly formed and condensed in the mouth of the Nine-Tails demon fox. Summoning technique. At this moment, a huge figure landed on top of Nine-Tails, who was still condensing the tailed beast bomb. Pang! As the giant toad fell to the ground, the tailed beast bomb in Nine-Tails' mouth was directly suppressed. On top of that huge thing, stands, 4th generation. Suddenly, the surrounding ninjas couldn't help but smile excitedly. It's 4th generation, 4th generation. The 4th generation is coming, haha. Great, the 4th generation is here, go to hell you monster. Haha, go to hell you stinky fox. The 4th generation is coming, the 4th generation is coming. Great, the 4th generation is here, haha. 4th generation, 4th generation Sama, 4th generation Sama. Master 4th generation, kill him, kill him, kill him. Number you in at percent, you stinky fox, you number you in percent go to hell. Inside the projection, outside the projection. Almost all the people cheered with joy. The instigator was beaten away by 4th generation, and now it's the turn of this damn Nine-Tails demon fox. Unfortunately, happy people are excited about the arrival of the 4th generation, but most of them ignore that the 4th generation is actually approaching its limit. Minato, you. Seeing Namikaze Minato gritting her teeth in the projection, Jiraiya closed her eyes in pain. Next, there is the death of Minato and Kushina. At this time, in the picture, as Namikaze Minato led Nine-Tails directly to Kushina's side, people immediately exclaimed. Looking at the poor 4th generation couple, they were holding each other and breathing heavily. People couldn't help but worry about the two. Mr. 4th generation's wife, didn't you just say that she had sealed Nine-Tails? Now she wants two people to seal Nine-Tails together. The 4th generation couple died in the battle at this time, right? No, no. Please, don't die. Master 4th generation, don't die. A cry of prayer, a cry of desire. Although, they already knew the result. However, I still can't help it. I'm praying, hoping for a miracle to happen. Image. Minato, I can hold on for a while. Gritting her teeth, Kushina directly formed a chain with the little chakra in her body, binding the Nine-Tails demon fox there. At the same time, a barrier was also erected by Kushina at the right time. Wow wow, wow wow. Ahem, coughed twice violently. Looking up at the crying baby, Kushina smiled softly and said, I'm sorry for waking you up. I'm sorry, Naruto. Kuyukina. Following the scenes in the inner image and the outer image, the reactions of people in the Chunin examination room. Looks so familiar. Could it be Uzumaki Naruto? No way, didn't he say, the incarnation of the Nine-Tails demon fox, the murderer of the 4th generation couple? However, when you look at the 3rd generation inside, there is no explanation, and the reactions of the people around you in the projection, as well as the appearance of the 4th generation children, their beards. Could it be, is it really true? How could it be, 3rd generation? Could it be that 3rd generation has been lying to us all along? No way, how could someone as good as 3rd generation still lie to us? But you see, 3rd generation didn't give any explanation at all. Can. Voices of doubt and rebuttal came and went. People were constantly arguing, seemingly trying to convince each other. Equals 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 equals. Super grateful to Samsuga for tipping me again, grateful face. This is today's 6th chapter, I hope you all like it. Maybe everyone here thinks that water has the same mood twice, inside and outside. This can be regarded as my attempt. I want to try to write the inside without affecting it, and then write the outside. After all, it would be really a pity if there was no response from the villagers to this incident. I'll try to write it as quickly as possible. If you don't like reading this, I will soon get to the plot of the Ninja Road. I hope you will like it later. Equals. New books are uploaded, please add them to your collection, please give me flowers, and please give me your evaluation votes. Chapter 053 Beiki said that third generation is a good person. The quarrel gradually became weaker. As a sad humming sound slowly came out, they looked at the fourth generation couple who were about to die. The cries in Chnin's examination room moved the villagers to tears again. Sobs, mournful memories. Facts speak louder than words. As third generation still has no explanation, as the projection within the projection slowly plays. The mutual emotions between fourth generation couples, as well as the great maternal love and fatherly love. The tears of the people seemed to have burst. Maybe people don't realize it at all. In their hearts, the hatred for Uzumaki Naruto gradually turned to the third generation and the unknown Black Shadow. The son of a fourth generation couple, who was originally the son of a hero, slowly grew up under their rebuke. Thinking like this, the hatred towards myself and the discomfort towards third generation's deception flowed out together in tears. However, what no one expected was. At this moment, a ninja from Tsunagakure stopped the crying of the villagers with his voice. Projection. Looking at the third generation who was doing nothing on the stage, Jainin Beiki's mouth curved slightly. Third generation is a great person. Such a difficult fourth generation project was abandoned like this. What a great person! In fact, if you think about it carefully, under the third generation in recent years, the powerful Senju clan blended into the folk and disappeared. The powerful Uchiha clan was completely gone. The mighty Uchiha Itachi rebelled. The powerful Hyuga clan is getting weaker day by day. The mighty fourth generation, gone. The mighty White Fang, gone. The mighty Sunin, Wakan rebel. Wait, there are many more. Thinking about it this way, perhaps their attack should be cancelled this time. No, we have to discuss it with fourth Kazekage this time. Such a good guy, third generation, needs to be allowed to stay in his seat for a while. Although the appearance of this image may have a slight impact, the real rule will certainly not be affected much. However, with this situation, the third generation will definitely have to do something about it, tidy it up, and establish its dominance. Well, I need to think about it seriously. Think about how powerful Konoha was at that time under the first generation and second generation. The third generation is really a good person, contributing its unique abilities to the harmonious development of the ninja world. Looking at Beiki in the projection, his eyes are getting softer and his expression is getting happier. People in Konoha, not only the villagers, but also the ninjas, were all thinking carefully about Beiki's thoughts. The people from Tsunagakure who came with Beiki thought that there was nothing wrong with what Beiki had in mind. However, now in this situation, it is completely public to the entire Konoha village for everyone to see. Embarrassing, very, very embarrassed. Unconsciously, people in Tsunagakure who were strolling on the streets couldn't help but lower their heads or avoid crowded places. Feeling the strange looks around him, their hearts are a little trembling. And, the most important thing is, why do you want to attack Konoha in your heart? Think about it. Third generation, unexpectedly. I was completely shocked. Has third generation done so many things while in office? Unknowingly, third generation has squandered all the savings left over from first generation and second generation. On the surface, you promote yourself as a symbol of light and justice, but secretly, you are actually doing this kind of thing. This is actually the third generation. I really didn't expect that the third generation that I liked so much before would turn out to be such a guy. You really know people, faces but not hearts. Konoha village turns out to be so powerful, Mom. Why were these people killed or defected when the third generation was here, Mom? Maybe this is the charm of third generation. It's a waste of time that I was trying to maintain third generation so much just now. I didn't expect that this old and immortal third generation would actually be this thing. I Yuan defended him just now. I didn't expect this Yuan guy to be such a thing. Is he still a human being? Yuan %. The words of the fourth generation couple are like a needle inserted into the hearts of the people. So, looking at the ninjas of other countries talking about their own village. That unique sense of humiliation made the fourth generation couple suddenly pierce the hearts of almost everyone. The uncomfortable feeling of screaming blood, the grief and anger with nowhere to vent, completely inflamed all the people of Konoha village. Third generation good guy? You can go to Yuan. After respecting you for a long time, you respect this thing? Equals. Newbooks Super grateful to Samziga for tipping me again, grateful face. This is today's 7th chapter, I hope you all like it. New books are uploaded, please add them to your collection, please give me flowers, and please give me your evaluation votes. Chapter 054 Beiki said that the third generation must never die. Never thought about it. Since Shodei founded the village, it has experienced several disasters and many ninja wars. In the end, thanks to the perseverance of the villagers of Konoha village, they survived. No matter how difficult it is. Along the way, there is suffering, blood, and tears. However, even if ninjas from other countries jointly attack, Konoha village still stands in the center of the continent, possessing the best resources. As a member of Konoha village, everyone feels proud in their hearts. Looking at the difficult living environment of ninjas from other countries, an inexplicable sense of superiority exists in everyone's heart. But now, at this moment, once synonymous with incomparable light and justice, third generation ninjas from other countries, even Tsunagakuer ninja from the country of wind, who had previously looked down on him, were so praised. Shame on you! Extremely shameful. Pain. Incredible pain. Hatred. Incomparable hatred. Previously, villagers, as much as they love third generation, they now hate them so much. Beiki's inner words were like a prairie fire candle, lighting up the entire Konoha village. But, looking at the video, amidst the sad humming in the background, the fourth generation couple is gradually dying. The villagers of Konoha village just feel like their hearts are bleeding. Image. Why do you want to die for this? I hope you can stay with Naruto and protect him as he grows up. Why, for the balance of the tailed beasts, for the country, and for the village, do you have to let Naruto become a victim? Are you going to be sacrificed for me? As she spoke, tears slowly fell from the corners of Kushina's eyes. A gentle smile gradually appeared on his tired face. Namikaze Minato smiled and said to Kushina in front of him, abandoning the country and the village is just like abandoning a child. You should have a deep understanding of the demise of your motherland, right? What a cruel life people who have subjugated their country will be forced to live. What's more, our family is all ninjas. Listen to the fourth generation's fearless heroism for the village and the country. Suddenly, the cries were more intense, more turbulent, and more tragic and angry than before. In this village, there are echoes and lamentations. Compared to the previous third generation, look at the fourth generation in front of you. It's like a world of difference. Recalling the previous birth of Naruto, the baby born to the fourth generation couple, gradually grew up amidst their many negative emotions such as reprimand, disgust, hatred, and beatings. The more I think about it, the more uncomfortable I become. The more you cry, the sadder you become. The heart-wrenching cries echoed one after another in the streets and alleys. Just at this time, the sudden exclamation came from the fourth-generation couple who wanted to seal the Nine-Tails demon fox, but were penetrated by it. Fourth generation. Master fourth generation. Woo, fourth generation, don't die. Ugh, fourth generation, please don't die, please. Ah. Why? Why do you want the fourth generation to die? Fourth generation, please survive, please survive. Fourth generation, Mr. Fourth generation. Seeing this tragic scene in front of them, almost everyone couldn't help but clasp their hands together. No announcement, but unexpectedly neat. Praying. Even if, they already know the outcome. However, they couldn't help but pray for the fourth generation couple. I want to close my eyes, but insist on opening them. Even though their vision was completely blurred by the raging tears, people quickly wiped away their tears and looked at the huge projection in the sky again. But I didn't think about it. After switching the screen several times, we arrived again. Janin Baki is here. Projection. Yes, that's it, hate and anger. Seeing the twinkle in the eyes of the ninjas in Konoha village, Tsunagakure's Janin Baki felt even more happy in his heart. How would third generation choose, in this case? Judging from past situations, will we choose suppression again? Again and again, wave after wave. His face remained motionless, but Janin Baki seemed to be aware of his next policy towards Konoha village. The third generation must not die. Then, work hard to collect, or take out what you have collected before and exploit every opportunity. In this way, not only does Tsunagakure's soldiers not need to be consumed, but Konoha village's power can also be further depleted. You can even choose the right time to release the news. The Kingdom of Earth and the Kingdom of Thunder are not good friends. Under such circumstances, chaos began to arise inside and outside Konoha village. Previously, the powerful ninja village was shaped by the first Hokage. In several ninja wars, Konoha village, with more than a dozen people, might collapse at the hands of the third generation. Third generation. Such an unswerving belief in protecting the family. Such a willingness to go through fire and water to contribute to the world. Such dedication of Zeahua, there is no doubt about his perseverance. The innocent heart will not waver, no matter the wind and rain. Such a great and noble third generation, such a heroic and invincible third generation. The more he thought about it, Janin Baki couldn't help but shed tears in his eyes. Tears. Those are the tears moved by the enemy. Once upon a time, the ninja from another country's ninja village actually did it for the shadow of Konoha village. And shed tears? Something that had never been heard of before, at this moment, in front of everyone's eyes, happened. Baki's crying voice, the tears on his face. Like a chisel, it opened everyone's heart. Is your heart bleeding? No, now it's spurting blood outward. The surging blood in his heart was spraying fiercely outwards. It can be said that the entire atrium has been cut out. That's it. The red color completely exposed everything about them. Under the sun, exposed to the gaze of other countries. Equals. Super grateful to Samsaga for tipping me again, grateful face. This is today's 8th chapter, I hope you all like it. New books are uploaded, please add them to your collection, please give me flowers, and please give me your evaluation votes. Chapter 055 The Date Between Mirai and Little Sakura. Third Generation. Standing high up, Jiraiya looked at the mournful and wailing sounds below him. Tears also kept coming, turbulently. Sarutobi. Looking at the projection with a complicated expression, Danzo clearly knew. After this, Sarutobi is completely finished. How high the reputation was before, how high the hatred is now. From now on, I'm afraid no one in Konoha village wants to mention the third Hokage in Konoha village. Because he now seems to be fixed on the pillar of shame, deeply fixed in everyone's heart. Once upon a time, he wanted the Hokage position so much. Now, it is extremely hot. Even without the existence of Senju Tobirama. Does he dare to go up? Is he willing to go up? What I have been pursuing, what I have always wanted, has become what I am now. For a moment, Danzo felt really mixed emotions. Minato-sensei. In the tall tower in the center of the Death Forest, Kakashi and Lin paid more attention to the situation of the fourth-generation couple. Talking to each other, talking to Naruto. The tears were pouring down and I couldn't stop them. Die. It's coming. Teacher Minato, Mrs. Kushina. Teacher Minato, Mrs. Kushina. Master fourth generation. Master fourth generation. Master fourth generation. Watching the fourth generation couple's condition getting worse and worse, until the internal projection turned completely black. The violent sobbing and wails of the villagers were shocking. The will of fire. When it was completely played and third generation finally spoke, not many people were willing to forgive the old guy in front of them. Moreover, those words of repentance seemed to be constantly uncovering the scars in their hearts. Who is this? Didn't it all happen under your watch? Oh, the will of fire. Isn't it just to protect the interests of Konoha's top brass? You can kill your friends, you can kill your relatives, you can even commit genocide. In a word, just do whatever Konoha's higher UPS tell you to do. Don't ask if there are others. Just ask if you don't have the will of fire. Looking at the middle-aged man beside him, his faith collapsed and he sighed. Jiraiya couldn't help but sigh a few times, slowly turned around and left. Thank you, Grandpa third generation. In any case, you raised me up. Besides, I am also very naughty. I always cause some troubles, but you help me solve them. Suddenly, listening to Uzumaki Naruto's words to third generation, the people who were expressing their inner dissatisfaction fell silent for a moment. Uzumaki Naruto. Inner projection. In the dark night, Uzumaki Naruto, who seemed to have grown up, was walking on the busy street with people coming and going. Suddenly, at this moment, there was a quarrel coming from the nearby building. You kid, you always talk back. You're the one nagging all day long, I'm not a child anymore. The scene changed and Uzumaki Naruto on the street turned into the entrance to his home. The mother was talking to her daughter, who was wearing a red cheongsam, and yelled, "Wait, I haven't finished speaking yet." When I put on my shoes and walked towards the door, I happened to pass by a photo of their family of 3, and after taking a glance at it, Haruno Sakura couldn't help but sigh and continued walking out. Looking at the huge projection high in the sky, another picture appeared again. Let people look up again. On the other side, Haruno wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and was stunned when she saw the scene in front of her. How could it be? How come the images of her and Haruno Sakura were uploaded? Does that seem like the future? Did not expect. Little Sakura has grown so big. She is coming more and more. They were still quarreling between them. Looking at these, the corners of Haruno Miyabuki's mouth couldn't help but curl up. It seems that little Sakura is still not a worry-free child. Konoha Village, the center tower of the Forest of Death, is the real third preliminaries venue. The ninjas in the field don't know yet. They have been hung on the large projection outside, and are being watched by all the people in Konoha Village. Sakura-chan, what kind of future will this be? Looking at the video, Haruno Sakura ran away from home, dragging the grown-up child and ran out, Uzumaki Naruto couldn't help but look at Harano Sakura next to him in confusion. Pursing her lips, Harano Sakura was also a little unsure. She has always liked Sasuke. Could it be that she will like Naruto in the future? Looking at Uzumaki Naruto's confused eyes, Harano Sakura said without daring to confirm, maybe. Alas! Congratulations, Naruto. Looking at Rock Lee sighing next to him, the congratulation he received inexplicably made Uzumaki Naruto feel a little sweet in his heart. The future him. Will little Sakura really like her? Dating, how much I wanted to get, the opportunity. Equals 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 equals. Thank you so much to Samsuga for the tip again. Super grateful to Mr. Kaneki for urging me to update. Then, I noticed that Hwawa suddenly added a lot. Thank you very much to the unknown boss and everyone. Chapter 056. What does it feel like to be talked about by your parents? What does it feel like to be constantly talked about by your parents? Looking at the grown-up Harano Sakura in the image, Uzumaki Naruto had a hint of envy in his eyes. Will they really be like this in the future? He likes Harano Sakura, and then, Harano Sakura will also like him? No matter how you look at it, they don't look alike, haha. What does it feel like to be talked about constantly by your parents? In Konoha village. People listened to Uzumaki Naruto's voice and thought about the scene just now. The scene of the fourth-generation couple dying in battle. Suddenly, silent tears covered people's cheeks. How does it feel to be constantly nagged by your parents? I'm still young and my parents are still alive. I still don't feel it when I look at my parents. However, for those who are older and whose parents have passed away, they are becoming more and more silent. Inner projection. Under the round blood moon. After growing up, Naruto and little Sakura sat on the swings in the small square, swinging slowly. Sakura-chan, is it really okay? Looking at Harano Sakura standing on the swing, Uzumaki Naruto said with some worry, your mother must have been calling you just now. Glancing at Naruto, Harano Sakura hummed, don't mind her, she is like that, she has to mind other people's affairs, and she won't give up. The same goes for my father, who occasionally speaks for me. In the end, it's always my mother's business. A follower. No wonder he is a useless ninja who can't be a Jonin. So what if you help me? Konoha village, the center tower of the Death Forest, is the real third preliminaries venue. For a moment, many people looked at Harano Sakura in the field. Hey, this. After glancing at everyone, Harano Sakura was so embarrassed that she couldn't bear it anymore. The whole person squatted down holding his knees and buried his whole head. Disrespect for parents happens from time to time. Ask yourself, every child is not full of resentment when being educated and talked about by his parents. But it was released as directly as before, especially with the whirlpool Naruto next to it. The feeling of being executed on the spot was really uncomfortable. Maybe, Harano Sakura doesn't know at all. She was not only seen by the ninjas present, but also by the entire Konoha village. Internal image. That. I also want to have a pair of respectable parents. Those kind of parents are dispensable. Holding the swing in his hand tightly, Uzumaki Naruto said with some discomfort, if you say that, it's too much. What, you support them too? Jumping off the swing, Harano Sakura sighed with an ugly face, what a pity, why is it you at this time? If it were Sasuke, he would definitely understand me. Konoha village, the center tower of the Death Forest, is the real third preliminaries venue. Little Sakura. Grinning, Yamanaka Ino looked at Harano Sakura with a rather complicated look. As for other people, there are some who sympathize and some who hate them. But no matter what, Harano Sakura has become a complete negative teaching material and appeared in everyone's field of vision. Little Sakura. Looking steadily at Harano Sakura, who was crouching down, Uzumaki Naruto stretched out his hand, but he didn't know what to say. It must be quite embarrassing to be released in such public view. Moreover, Harano Sakura is still a girl. Konoha village. Standing there, looking at Harano Sakura in the projection, Harano Miyabuki couldn't help but clench her hands in worry. Little Sakura, a girl, at such a young age, was publicly executed like this. If Harano Sakura comes back later, will she do something extreme when faced with everyone's different looks? The more he thought about it, the more worried Harano Miyabuki became. It's also her old habit, she likes to talk more. When the time comes, in order not to arouse Harano Sakura's rejection, she should try to be gentler. Then, if you really can't admit your mistake, it won't be a big deal. As long as little Sakura doesn't think too hard, everything will be easy to talk about. Thinking like this, Harano Miyabuki has made up her mind. Internal image. At this moment, a black rune suddenly appeared on Uzumaki Naruto's ankle. Next moment, a strange voice came from not far away. Long time no see, Uzumaki Naruto. It's you, Madara. He raised his head and looked at the man sitting on the stone bench, wearing a black and red Xianjiun coat and an orange vortex mask. Uzumaki Naruto directly stretched out his hand to form a seal. As two shadow clones appeared around him, one clone helped the other to rub the balls as they marched. Raise Nan. Looking at the fierce attack, it passed directly through the body of the man in the orange vortex mask. Konoha Village, the center tower of the Death Forest, is the real third preliminaries venue. As expected, it's you, but what are you going to do now? Orochimaru looked at it with interest. This guy, in terms of his eyes, abilities, appearance, etc., is very similar to the person who raided Konoha. Third generation, Senju Tobirama, narrowed his eyes. Could it be him? Frowning tightly, Might Guy, who had been thinking about this issue before, felt more and more that the person in front of him was Uchiha Obito. However, the projection is not over yet, and the only two opportunities still need to be grasped. If it's not Uchiha Madara, who could it be? Could it be Uchiha Kagami? Marino Yaki thought with a frown. Equals 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 equals. Thank you so much to Samziga for the tip again. New books are uploaded, please add them to your collection, please give me flowers, and please give me your evaluation votes. Chapter 057 Konoha Under the Blood Moon 9 Megatama. Konoha Village, a room in the center tower of the Death Forest. Looking at the man in the orange vortex mask appearing on the inner projection, Lin said with some suspicion, this guy must be Obito too, right? Well, if there is no problem, it should be. After a pause, Kakashi frowned and said, it's just that it's hard to say whether he has the true consciousness of Obito. Uchiha Madara. Lin couldn't help but sigh. Uchiha Madara's shadow shrouded the sky over the ninja world like a canopy. There is no escape or avoidance. Kakashi. Turning his head in confusion, Kakashi looked at Lin in confusion. Do you remember what you said earlier? Since Uchiha Madara wanted to make Obito his pawn, why did he let him go? Moreover, the timing was too coincidental, just in time for you to kill me. A moment. Hearing Lin's words, Kakashi was stunned. If Uchiha Madara wants to completely control Uchiha Obito, become his pawn. Relying on illusions to control is naturally unfavorable in the short term. But in the long term, from the Third Ninja War until Uzumaki Naruto grows up, this period of time is too long. In this long time corridor, if there is the slightest mistake, it may have certain devastating damage to the entire plan laid out by Uchiha Madara. However, if Uchiha Obito is disappointed with the world in his heart, he uses words and illusion to guide him. A missing heart only needs to be given a little hope, a little possibility. Think about it. When he went after Lin, Lin was killed by him with a chidori. When those white weirdos reported information to Obito, and when Obito rushed there with all his strength. Indeed, what a coincidence, what a coincidence. Lin, I think what you said, is very possible. Kakashi said seriously to Lin. No, it's just that maybe my mind is not disturbed by too many things, and I really want to find a reason to excuse Obito. After all, I know Obito's character. Moreover, do you still remember that after Obito's grandmother died, Mrs. Kushina took care of him? Just imagine, he who can let you go, no matter what the reason is, would never treat teacher Minato and Mrs. Kushina like this. But if it's Uchiha Madara, it doesn't matter. Through that time, the scene of my death used Sharingan, which is already easy to manipulate people's hearts, to amplify the dark side in Obito's heart, and guided it with words, causing inconvenient distortions in Obito's heart. As Lin revealed her inner speculation, Kakashi's eyes couldn't help but widen. If you want to truly make Uchiha Obito a tool man, then the method Lin said, is really, quite perfect. As long as there is him and Lin exists. Uchiha Obito, as you can see from the video, will definitely not be content with the status quo and listen to Uchiha Madara honestly. But what if something happens? What happens when the entire worldview collapses? My favorite Lin is dead. Who killed him? Kakashi himself killed the girl who had been entrusted by Obito. Also, Kakashi couldn't help but recall Obito's words to White Zetsu, "Where is the golden glitter?" In this situation where the whole world is collapsing, Obito's heart is in an extremely fragile state. Once guided through Sharingan and some matching words, the dark thoughts in Obito's heart will be amplified and given a certain possibility. Lin, your guess is probably right. Seeing Kakashi's extremely serious look, Lin sighed, I just hope that what I think is right, because I really don't want to believe that the old Obito will become like this. Etc. Hey? What is this? Watching the man in the orange Uzumaki mask throw a black ball into the air, which then burst into dazzling light. Lin and Kakashi couldn't help but become slightly nervous. At the same time, the villagers of Konoha village saw this scene. Also quickly, he became worried about Uzumaki Naruto in the projection. Standing on the top of the tree in the Death Forest, Danzo frowned, recalling the patterns. It looks a bit like Sharingan, but it has the pattern of 9 Megatama. This. What does it represent? The Akatsuki organization. Frowning, Jiraiya stopped walking and stood there again, quietly looking at everything in the projection. If what is really shown in the projection is the picture of the future, does that mean that the Akatsuki organization is going to take action against Uzumaki Naruto? So, their purpose? It should be the tailed beast. Raise Nan, Uzumaki Naruto. Looking at the sky with ghostly eyes, Jiraiya recalled the scene where Uzumaki Naruto attacked with a ball just now, as if he saw what the fourth generation looked like. Equals 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 equals. Super grateful to Mr. Yang for urging me to update. New books are uploaded, please add them to your collection, please give me flowers, and please give me your evaluation votes. Chapter 058 Hinata and number 039, S Hand and Naruto and number 039, S Sweat. Teacher Hong. Slowly opening her eyes, Hyga Hinata said to Yui Kurane embarrassedly. How are you? How are you feeling? Yui Hong asked worriedly. It's not bad. Slowly sitting up, Hyga Hinata raised his head, checking the surrounding situation and looking for Uzumaki Naruto. Hey! Seeing Hyga Hinata's eyes focused on Uzumaki Naruto, Yuhiko couldn't help but chuckle and shook her head. Hey, this is what I will look like in the future. Why do I feel a little weak? What the hell? Hinata's appearance has also become a little strange. Only Shino still looks the same, with no change. After hearing Inyazuka Kaiba's words, Hyga Hinata couldn't help but raise her head and look at the huge projection above everyone. Hinata, you are going to be more generous in the future. You are not as shy as you are now. Kurane said with a smile. So, is that my future? Hyga Hinata asked curiously. Well, maybe, most likely, Hong said uncertainly. Hey? Was Akamaru so disobedient at that time? With the exclamation, looking at Inyazuka Kaiba being bitten on the buttocks by Akamaru in front of everyone, he was about to explode in an instant. Directly, he picked up the little Akamaru on his head and said with a fierce look, Akamaru, I didn't expect that you would be so presumptuous in the future, ah. Woo. Seeing Inyazuka Kaiba's extremely fierce eyes, Akamaru couldn't help but whine pitifully as he was caught in his hand. Puff. Unable to hold it back, Akimichichi burst out laughing. But immediately realizing that it was a bit rude, he glanced at Inyazuka Kaiba who was looking over, suppressed a smile, and waved his hand. With the interaction between Akamaru and Inyazuka Kaiba, the solemn atmosphere in the previous scene could not help but weaken a lot. However, I really didn't expect that at that time, Inyazuka Kaiba, you were planning to raise a cat. Abarame Shino looked at Inyazuka Kaiba in confusion. It's impossible. I quite like raising dogs. Scratching his head, Inyazuka Kaiba was a little confused. It can't be done, it shouldn't be done. Could it be that he will really be like this in the future? And, the most important thing is... How embarrassing! Looking at the slightly raised corners of the mouths of the people around him, Inyazuka Kaiba felt for a moment that the whole world had gone dark. Konoha village. Inyazuka Claw, who happened to be back from a mission, suddenly turned dark when he saw Inyazuka Fang's condition in the projection in the village. What the hell is this guy Inyazuka Kaiba doing? Isn't it nice to be a dog? Besides, Akamaru is so cute. The clenching of his fists made a pop sound, and Inyazukazuma made up his mind that when Inyazuka Kaiba comes back from the exam, he must have a long memory. Inner projection. Turning around, Hyga Hinata, who looked like a young girl, looked at Uzumaki Naruto and Harano Sakura standing together with a serious face. By the way, what are you two doing? Are you dating? After being stunned for a moment, Harano Sakura reported with a blushing face, I hate it, Hinata, what are you talking about? However, Hyga Hinata ignored Harano Sakura's words. Instead, he took 2 steps directly to Harano Sakura's ear and whispered in a sinister voice, if you dare to seduce him, I will kill you. After saying that, Hyga Hinata took 2 steps back, his Byakugan opened, gentle fist raised his hand towards Harano Sakura, and snorted, be honest, little Sakura. Don't make any noise, this. Just when Uzumaki Naruto was about to start a fight, Hyga Hinata grabbed him by the collar. With those blue-veined white eyes, he stared at Uzumaki Naruto in front of him, are you actually favoring her? Forehead. Suddenly, Uzumaki Naruto broke into a cold sweat. The Hyga Hinata in front of her was completely different from what she remembered. It was so scary. Disbelief, complete disbelief. People in the real third preliminary round looked at the extremely domineering Hyga Hinata, and couldn't help but look at the soft Hyga Hinata next to them who was looking confused. Has Hinata really changed so much in the future? Unexpectedly, his entire personality has completely changed? It feels so scary to be Hinata in the future. Glancing around, Inyazuka Kaiba quickly directed the topic away. Fear. Abarame Shino beside him nodded in agreement. Will my future really be like that? It's so scary. Holding his hands in front of the murderer, Hyga Hinata couldn't help but be full of doubts and surprises about what kind of personality his future self would have. Maybe, well, in order to make myself stronger, I want to get Naruto's favor. Yui Kurane said with a smile. Hey, this. Hearing teacher Hong say this, Hyga Hinata's entire face suddenly turned red. In Konoha village. Hyga Hanabi raised his head and looked up at the sky projection, but looked at his father next to him, Hyga Hayashi, with a look of surprise. Is it your fault that my sister's temper is like that? After being stunned for a moment, Hyga Hayashi shook his head and said, maybe something happened in the future that caused such a big change in her personality. Really, what a big change! Recalling the soft and sweet sister before, and then looking at the hot-tempered sister in front of him, Hyga Hanabi couldn't help but exclaimed. Indeed. Hyga Hayashi nodded in agreement. He really didn't expect that Hyga Hinata, who was so soft before, would completely change in the future. Equals 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 equals. Thank you so much to Samziga for the tip again. Thank you very much one day for the reminder. Thank you very much to the boss of Shadow Color for urging me to update. This is today's 4th chapter, I hope you like it. Chapter 059 Children of the Hero Harano Sakura. My appearance in the future will not change much. Nara Shikamaru couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Hey? Why am I so thin in the future? After scratching his head, Akimi Ichichi looked down at his huge size, and then looked up at the thin appearance on the huge image, filled with incomprehension for a moment. My future seems to have become gentler, it looks so cute. Yamanaka Ino said with great interest, this kind of dress and hairstyle, it feels pretty good. Internal image. The barbecue only costs 1,500 taels per table and you can eat enough. Nara Shikamaru smiled and said to Akimi Ichichi beside him, if 3 people are equally divided, I will do the math. 500 taels. Opening his hands, Akimi Ichichi sighed, but to be honest, I don't like eating at the buffet. I have a small appetite, so 500 taels is not cost-effective. Small appetite. For a moment, everyone couldn't help but stare at Akimi Ichichi's huge figure. Hey, don't. I didn't know it would be like this in the future. Don't look at me like this. Akimi Ichichi waved his hand quickly and said. However, I can't even calculate 1,500 divided by 3. Isn't that a bit too much? Frowning, Nara Shikamaru said unwillingly, I will never be so stupid in the future. I think it's pretty good, quite cute, and it's a lot better than you who are so shy all day long. Yamanaka Ino said with a smile. Goodbye, I don't want to be like that. I'm so stupid. Nara Shikamaru couldn't help but sigh. Listening to the words of the people around him, Harano Sakura, who had been crouching down just now, couldn't help but raise his head curiously. Looking at the gentle Yamanaka Ino, I couldn't help but exclaim, will Ino become so gentle after this? Hey, little Sakura, I'm very gentle, okay? Yamanaka Ino retorted with an unhappy look. Hi hey. Seeing such a domineering Yamanaka Ino in front of him, Akimi Ichichi said in disbelief, I can't believe that you will be so gentle in the future. It feels like your and Hinata's personalities have completely changed. Chji. Looking back, Yamanaka Ino gave Akimi Ichichi a cold look, which frightened him so much that he quickly turned his head away. Konoha village. Kudo Satoru smiled and looked at Yamanaka Hiki next to him, and said with a smile, Captain, your Ino, I think her gentleness is pretty good. Touching his chin, Yamanaka Hai nodded, it's good for girls to be gentler, but the way they look now is not bad. Haha, I think it's fine no matter what. Hey, Captain, you are so greedy, how about another one? Ono Wang next to him raised his eyebrows at Yamanaka Hai and said with a smile. Hey, no matter what, Ino is fine. Yamanaka waved his hand and said with a smile. Image. Sakura-chan, why don't you come together? It's fun when there are many people. Yamanaka Ino invited Harano Sakura. Hey, no, Madara was here just now. Harano Sakura waved her hand and said. Madara, what Madara? Yamanaka Ino asked doubtfully. Is he the one who can take the pot? Hey! I didn't say fish. Raising his hand, Uzumaki Naruto said, we are not kidding, Madara just attacked us. Hey? What on earth is it? Yeah, you two are really weird today. No, you. Harano Sakura was about to retort, but was directly pressed down by Uzumaki Naruto. Little Sakura, you are the daughter of a hero, you must cheer up. Akim Ichichi encouraged Harano Sakura. Konoha Village, the real third preliminaries venue. The hero's daughter. The hero's daughter. Little Sakura's parents, could it be? For a moment, everyone's eyes focused on Harano Sakura again. And Harano Sakura couldn't help but froze there. The hero's daughter? What the hell is going on? Could it be, could it be? Will his father or mother do anything great in the future? To be praised like this? I don't know why, Harano Sakura's heart suddenly felt excited. No, no, no. Could it be that dad and mom? For a moment, tears slowly slipped from the corners of Harano Sakura's eyes. Konoha Village. Harano Miyabuki, who was trying to train himself to be gentle, couldn't help but be stunned. In the projection, Harano Sakura was actually called the son of a hero. What exactly is going on? She could still figure out how much she and her husband weighed. Could it be that they can really have something to offer in the future that will allow them to make outstanding contributions to the village? Tears flashed in his eyes, if that's really what it looks like. Little Sakura has been blaming them for being too ordinary. In the future, if we can really give little Sakura a heroic parent, maybe, it would be good too. Equals 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 equals. Thank you so much to Samsuga for the tip again. Thank you very much to the boss of Shadow Color for urging me to update. Super grateful face, thank you guys. This is today's 5th chapter, I hope you all like it. Chapter 060. Can you stop Lu Bathhouse from playing? No one thought. When Akim Ichichi said that Harano Sakura was the daughter of a hero, apart from the ninjas, civilians were also slightly curious. After all, in their eyes, Harano Sakura is just an ordinary girl. Moreover, her parents have never heard of any famous guy. Furthermore, Harano Sakura just said that her parents are the most ordinary people. But in the inner projection, when Akim Ichichi raised his hand and pointed at the Hokage rock, everyone was stunned. What's going on, what the hell? Who is that man caught between the 3rd generation and the 5th generation? Why? Are you hallucinating? For a moment, almost everyone couldn't help but look towards the Hokage rock in the village. The villagers. Am I hallucinating? How could it be? 4th generation, which I just finished watching, why did it suddenly change? Yeah, I almost cried just now. This. I'm a little confused. But there is the Hokage rock of 5th generation at the back. It definitely looks like Tsunade-sama. Hey, I feel dizzy. Is this true or false? I have a headache. Jiraiya on the roof couldn't help but frowned. Illusion? No, it's not an illusion. Suddenly, Jiraiya recalled the member of the Akatsuki organization and threw a transparent glass ball into the sky. After the shining, this is what happened. What exactly do the Akatsuki organization want to do? Danzo on the treetop paused in confusion. Just now, he thought he was under an illusion. However, after careful observation, it is not. That transparent ball organized by Akatsuki? What on earth is that? Are Naruto and the others under a genjutsu? A room in the central tower of the Konoha village Death Forest. Kakashi, is Naruto under a genjutsu? Lin frowned. It's hard to say, but now it seems that there is a high probability. Nodding, Kakashi said, remember the transparent sphere that Obito threw earlier? It may have been guided by that thing. The real third preliminaries venue. Seeing Hokagein transform into his father, everyone in the arena was a little confused. How could it be? How could my father's avatar replace the fourth generation avatar? Harano Sakura exclaimed, raising her hand to cover her mouth. Yes, so many years of memories, but who is that fifth generation song at the end? Little Sakura's parents, how could? Could it be an illusion? For a moment, many people immediately thought of the transparent sphere that the swirling orange masked man threw into the air before and burst into light. It turns out to be Tsunade's avatar, fifth generation. Thinking back to what third generation, Senju Tobirama, just said, how come there is Tsunade's head on the Hokage rock? Also confused are everyone who knows Tsunade. Even Senju Tobirama was a little confused as to whether what he was seeing was real or fake. Inner projection. Hey, what are you doing together? As they got closer, Uchiha Sasuke's handsome face gradually appeared in everyone's sight. However, it looked a little different from what Harano Sakura had in mind. Sasuke! Harano Sakura exclaimed. Why are you in the village? Uzumaki Naruto couldn't help but widen his eyes. At this time, Sasuke shouldn't. Why, am I weird in my own village? Uchiha Sasuke laughed. Well, that's not what I meant. Uzumaki Naruto was confused for a moment. Why do you look like you've seen a ghost? Sakura-chan, Menma. Hey? Dried bamboo shoots. Menma means dried bamboo shoots. The real third preliminaries venue. Seeing this, Nara Shikamaru couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this is definitely not the real world. However, it should originate from the real world. What the man in the orange vortex mask just took out should be the one that activated it. Opportunity. Phew, it scared me to death. I just said that I shouldn't hate dogs so much, right? Akamaru. Looking at Inuzuka Kaiba's smiling face, Akamaru barked loudly. Nara Shikamaru's voice was naturally heard by Higa Hinata next to her. For a moment, I couldn't help but secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Really, the little girl Higa Hinata in the picture is too fierce. That feeling of powerful haki is really, it's hard to describe in words. If this is not true. Before Akim Ichichi could finish speaking, his eyes widened as he looked at the scene switching on the screen. Bathhouse. Moreover, it's still Lu. Bathhouse. At this moment, it's not just Akim Ichichi. The other boys couldn't help but widen their eyes. Don't want. Yamanaka Ino couldn't help but exclaimed, and several girls around him couldn't help but raise their hands to cover their mouths. No way, are they going to be? Can it be stopped? Equals 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 equals. Thank you so much to Samsuga for the tip again. Thank you very much one day for the reminder. Super grateful face, thank you guys.